Hello. So good for poker. Let's go.
That river's all me.
You gotta believe it. I follow my dreams under the rubber sky, crossing the ways to paradise. Didn't refuse. I'm not here to lose. Nothing can tie me down this time.
I'm fine. Still here, Ma.
Okay.
When I'm chasing the beast, I feel the blood in my veins. I'm alive and strong. The tides can turn. You gotta believe it.
Remember, Jack.
Life's still good, right?
Oh, you're so dead on that exam.
Little by little.
You gotta believe it.
Oh my God.
There we go. There we go.
You gotta believe it.
Put it all.
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, live from Casino Barcelona. It's the main event. 2,045 total entries, now down to the final 6. We're playing today from 6 down to a winner. I am Joe Stapleton. He is Griffin Bender.
Hello, everyone. There can only be one.
You are watching us on either Twitch or YouTube. There are 2 in that case. Ways to get in touch with us include those 2 places in the live chat. Facebook, you can get us on there. Twitter, I don't know. Instagram, that's the spot right now. And we are dangerously close to 1 million followers on the PokerStars Instagram. Can you get us there today? I'd like to give you a prize if we do, but I really don't know what I'm capable of. These are the final 6 players. Things have gotten eventually a little shallower. Things were quite deep up until we quit play yesterday. Now things are about where they should be for a 6-handed final table. Tomasz Brzezinski, the shortest stack with 30 big blinds. Anton Suarez just above that with 33. Pineda and Zaffagnini all but tied. Slight discrepancy in their chips. Same number of big blinds. Tomasz Eychenne in second right now. And Sebastian Ionita, he is our chip leader with 58 big blinds to his name. 14.7 million. Still no one particularly short.
Yeah, no one particularly huge either. I mean, oftentimes we'll see someone with 80 plus blinds, someone with 10 to 20, but we have they're really bunched together. Not a lot of all-ins pre, I expect, in the early goings.
Everyone now guaranteed nearly 300,000 euros, but the most important thing is not how much these places pay, but how much difference there is between them. Huge differences. We're starting with 80-some thousand between 6th and 5th place. Then nearly 100, more than 100, I should say, 120 almost between 5th and 4th. It goes up and up from there to the massive 600, 550,000-ish difference between 2nd and 1st place. Nearly 900,000 euros for 2nd. 1.4 million to the eventual winner, assuming there is no deal. And I don't think we've had a deal for a while, so especially not in Barcelona.
Yeah, and these gentlemen have really earned it again. This is the 7th day in a row that they're going to be playing this main event. So, yeah, here they are.
Here they are indeed. Players are already seated. The photo is already done. Give it up once again for Danny Maxwell, getting that done in time.
Best in the biz, Danny Maxwell.
Probably excited to get home to see his wife, Laura, their new baby, Penelope.
Yeah,
congrats.
Adorable. Showed me a little photo the other day. Too cute.
Guys, good luck.
This right here is Julian Pineda. Seated next to him is Anton Suarez.
Let that chip lead go yesterday, but still in contention here.
Suarez, the only player in the field that has already won $1 million before.
8-4.
Yeah, that was in Nottingham in a 10K.
Tomasz Brzezinski
Technical short stack, but right in there.
lives in Malta, works in the sports betting industry.
See you in October.
Great synergy there, Griffin. Thomas Eychenne has 45 big blinds. He's a streamer. He had a beard yesterday. Maybe, I don't know. People don't usually like to change things up that much, but wanted to look good for TV.
Maybe his parents are here.
It's entirely possible. Not too far from France. Sebastian Ionita from the year of Romania.
You're Romania.
And young Dexter, as I like to call him, Umberto Zaffagnini, coming to us from Italy. Prefers live poker to online. Owns a company in Italy that manufactures peristaltic pumps. That sounds like a sex toy, I'm not going to lie, but apparently it's for liquids.
That Dexter thing, I really wanted to say the Dokes line, but I thought maybe it would be.
It's a, I mean,
Surprise.
it's Doke's huge online these days.
Yeah.
I have to look at
So blinds today are starting off at 150,000, 250,000. We no longer time the levels. We'll be playing 30 hands per level until we get to three-handed, and then it goes to 15.
Cards are in the air. As mentioned, Suarez really seemed like he was running away with things yesterday, all the way up to around 14, 15 million. Things took a bit of a turn in the late hours last night, only starting the day with 8.5. So going to want to start strong. Comes in with the speculative threes open at the cutoff. Totally fine, of course, but difficult if you get played back at. And it's just going to take it down. I think he's more than happy with that result.
No, for real. Can you tell someone to have my cards here? It's very uncomfortable.
Had a quick chat last night with a pro who asked me how Suarez was playing. Sort of insinuated that he's a big old blaster, really goes for it. Big in PLO. Definitely no fear on that man. I mean, he wears it well. And no stranger to playing for big prizes, as mentioned. $1 million winner in the past. There's Pineda. Quick decision, Pineda.
That's what matters,
If I
right?
get good cards, I can have this.
Seems like he always has the answer, this guy.
It's easier. You can put your chip stacks a little bit.
And hey, look at all those time bank chips. I guess that's a good reflection of it. That's a lot of time bank chips, no?
No, it's okay. You will manage.
Folded around to Brzezinski here. Some consideration at the cutoff here with the 7-6 suited. But being the technical short stack, lets it go. And here's a good reason why. Ace Jack of clubs on the button for the Frenchman.
We got a raise. Ace-4 for Ionita in the small blind. This is a hand that we could see some action based on this dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, this really feels like an automatic final table chip leader 3-bet against the player second in chips. And in a lot of ways, Eychenne's going to have a mandatory continue. Just a bit too strong if you're raising the hand like this, despite the ICM pressure. You can't really be folding this strong. But it's not really, I don't think, how Tomasz wants to start the final table. Zaffagnini, yeah, I mean,
Again, based on this dynamic, this is a hand that you could think is in a little bit better shape than it is.
3.6.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
wow.
so effective here because even though it's, you know, technically the worst hand, he's representing a much stronger range than both the, and you see how quickly Tomasz folds, and Ionita has the kind of hand that we've talked about, can put in that bold fifth barrel. Is this really how you want to start your FT and just run straight into kings? Probably not. So right away we're seeing guns blazing from these incredibly talented European players.
We've already got 6.1 million in the middle of this pot. Ionita not giving it up just yet.
Yeah, we remarked how, coming into this FT, no one under 30 big blinds, and we're going to be able to see some exciting moves like this.
And we did a little digging on Ionita yesterday as he folds this hand. His lifetime earnings on Henema, we got him around 61,000.
Wow. Very exciting start to this final table.
If it is not comfortable for you, you can just put the cards in the box for at least 3 seconds, and then you can move them around.
Zaffagnini. €12,000 is his biggest prize in a poker tournament before this point. So another relative amateur, at least on the high to mid to high stakes tournament scene. Suarez folds, Brzezinski's out. Ionita folds. Zaffagnini in the small blind. Gonna try to see a cheap flop with 7-6 and succeeds. Pineda with 8-5. To the flop, 8 in the window. A jack and a tray behind it. Pineda, top pairs. Zaffagnini takes a stab with a wing and a prayer. Pineda with the easy call. Sorry, I might have called that top pair, excuse me.
Everyone knew what you meant.
Second pair, yeah. The first pair is what I meant, the first one I saw.
Yeah, and I think Zaffagnini
Ace on the turn.
would have preferred some equity on the turn.
Yeah, I agree.
Something like a 5, maybe a 4, a 9. Try to bet out a hand like a 3 or an 8. It seems like a natural bluff card, the ace. The problem is because ranges are so wide, it's a bit obvious to sort of barrel bluff the ace. Would you even be betting ace high on the flop? Probably not, right? So I think this is a very clean, safe give up from Zaffagnini, who's had a great start to the FT. Doesn't need to start blasting off, drawing dead with 7 high against a very capable player that would likely call the turn with an 8.
They do get to showdown, and the 8 gets to take this pot, AKA top pair.
Top pair for poker.
Excuse me.
Latina.
Americano, please.
So apparently the guy in the banana shirt, when we see him, is on Brzezinski's rail. The one we just saw was Sebastian. That is Julian, Pineda's friend. Brzezinski folds under the gun. And Eychenne looks wildly different without the beard. Wait a second. Twins? Or maybe it's, what's that movie? I mean, I loved it. With the clones.
Duplicity?
I think you're thinking of multiplicity.
Oh, that's the one, yeah.
But
yeah,
I wasn't thinking of that one. No, I was thinking of the one with the magicians. The Prestige.
Oh, the Prestige, yeah.
The Prestige. Maybe he just prestiged himself into a better poker player overnight. Ace, Jack, 5, 2 hearts, flush draw for Pineda. You love a flush draw, don't you? You can just bet. You don't have to have a hand. It's just such an easy bluff. It's almost like it's a semi-bluff. Like you're not even really bluffing. Pineda knows what I'm talking about. I wonder what he was just chewing for a second. And now he stopped. Okay. Maybe we don't have to comment on everything, you know? Maybe we just...
We like it when you talk, Joe.
I mean, I certainly like it when I talk. I'm surprised anyone else likes it when I talk. Oh, baby. Eychenne, Tomasz Eychenne with some big slick energy.
Oh. The nervous gulp. Hope I get this one through.
Well, Zaffagnini with ace 4. Offsuit. Less likely people are going to mess around. Brzezinski in the big blind with 10-7. It's not doing too bad against ace-king, is it, Griffin?
It's not, but it's probably 1 or 2 pips too low as a defend against the under the gun open. I think maybe we can call a fair bit of the time with 10-9, some of the time with 10-8. Obviously, the suited combos for all 3 hands, I think we can call.
Well, we spoke with Tomasz. Maybe he told us something about the beard?
It feels great. It has been a long way, I would say. Not easy the past 2 years, being close a few times, finally making it to a final table, the biggest I've ever played, I guess. Feeling good.
And what would it mean to you today if you were to go on and win this?
It will be a great accomplishment as for my whole career. I've never won live tournaments, and I played quite a lot of them. I've been second like 3 times, being a heads-up player, so I hope one day I will be able to close. If it's not this one, it's fine. I'm sure that if I keep working on at some point, it should be good.
Perfect, thank you very much, and good luck today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How do you not ask him about the beard?
Yeah, some great insight there into how difficult it is to win a live tournament. You think someone like that would have a couple of titles under his belt, how strong he plays. But it's always just a matter of time when you're that good and you play that often. Why not save it for one of the big ones? Bit of a tricky spot here for Brzezinski. Just stack size wise. You know, we're playing 28 big blinds. You're expecting to be ahead of the cutoff open range. Yeah, I think all-in's going to be the simplest way to play it, simply because it feels too strong to 3-bet fold, too strong to just call. So in that way, I think it just becomes a shove. You're going to expect to get a ton of folds. And every once in a while, if you do get coolered, you have that suited backup. I think ace-10 off combinations would lean more 3-bet fold. But you really want to see all 5 cards when you're suited.
Brzezinski still the shortest stack, 32 bigs. More or less tied with Anton Suarez. And there's pretty much not much between everyone else, really. The difference between Pineda in 4th place and Ionita in 1st place is 6 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, even between 1st and 6th, there's only 15 blinds. I mean, this is really, they're really bunched together.
Race.
Got another ace-king offsuit for Brzezinski. Ionita in the big blind with a dominated ace. No choice but to peel, especially against the button raise.
Yeah, I think sometimes you want to mix in 3-bets here, but maybe, you know, a little gun shy after his 3-bet not working before. And maybe feels a bit too strong against the button open to just 3-bet fold. Stay under rep, just call.
Top pair, top kicker on the flop. Brzezinski hits the clanger. And continues. Quick fold from Stefan Sebastian.
They moved from Paris and Lyon. Motivated. I hope I won't bust in free hands.
Enough diamond, burning card.
10 of diamond.
10 of diamond. 2 pass. 3 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Tomasz learning his lesson after the very strong ace-jack suited open. Tough seat. Those two badasses on his left.
But I have to say, the hand is shaking a little bit.
8 call, 250,000.
Won't expect to see too much mucking about blind on blind between these two technical chip leaders.
Queen, Jack 9, 2 hearts, top pair for Ionita. Pretty big whiff for Zaffagnini. He is gonna check back. 3 of hearts on the turn. Nobody's got a heart. The bet from the Romanian on the turn gets the job done. Do you want to remind everyone that today's Spin and Go Championship will be happening alongside the final table. You'll be able to hear it in the background when it kicks off. Should be in the next few minutes or so.
Shiny trophy. That's almost like spit shine. Now we're not seeing any little imperfections. It's a good one. Spit shine. You know that reference?
I don't.
Space Jam.
Never seen Space Jam.
Come on. No way.
Yeah.
The MJ one?
Never seen it.
Oh, come on. I mean,
I was a little too old.
I feel like it's a classic, but it's also like I'm scared to revisit. Maybe
it
it's
seems
not
to be
good.
big with your generation.
Yeah. I mean, how much? My generation. How much older do you think you are of me?
By the way, to the person in chat who wrote, it's pronounced Y-O-N-I-T with a tail on an A. How's that supposed to help me? How's that supposed to help me? You think I know how to say a T with a tail on it? Here, it's pronounced you banned. Eychenne is raised. Queen Jack of clubs. Pineda defends with 10-9. Oh, that's fun. This is fun. Now this is fun. Bottom two pair for Eychenne.
Yeah, and a reason for Pineda to stick around.
What reason is that, Griffin?
Double gutter. Actually, it's just pure open-ended, actually.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah. Or up and down, depending on which straight draw god you pray to. More of an up and down guy or a...
I say up and down, but I need to mix it up more.
Yeah.
Eychenne makes it 350. Pineda quickly calls. It's another ace on the turn and another heart.
Should get Pineda a free card, though, I think, a decent percentage of the time.
Yeah, that's stinky, man. You have Queen Jack, get counterfeited?
Yeah. You're even now chopping
Gross.
with something like a Queen 9 or something. Not a lot of incentive to bet. Going to have a lot of ace rags in the big blind here.
Terrible.
So now, Pineda finding himself with the pretty much stone bottom of his range. Maybe something like 10-8 backdoor flush draw. It's the only worst hand he would ever have here. So he feels like it's a mandatory bet, and Eychenne is quite annoyed. Because you're only really beating the 10-9 combos. Maybe something like a King 5 of diamonds. Something like that will call the small bet. So he's really wants to pick it off. The reality is even though, sure, Pineda does have a fair bit of aces in his range, kind of hard to have an ace when there's two out there. Something to consider, you know? I think this would be a more difficult call. Yeah, and he does make the call.
Well done, Tomasz Eychenne. Hey, he's used to close shaves.
I think if it ran out 7-7, it would be harder to call because there's only one ace out there. And that's also technically counterfeiting the Queen Jack. And look at the smiles all around. That's a big pot. 1.5 million bet on the river. Takes it down. Good start for the Frenchman.
That is Baptiste, Emile, and Baptiste. That sounds like a French law firm. They flew in from Paris this morning. And also here to rail Tomasz Eychenne is everyone's favorite, Caitlin Komeski.
Thank you for having me, boys.
Hi, Caitlin.
Some pretty exciting final table action happening so far.
Exciting in like a way that like maybe a fencing match is exciting, where there haven't been many blows landed, but a lot of parrying.
Yeah, I mean we saw a pretty brilliant cold 4-bet with King 10 from Zaffagnini, which was definitely the most exciting pot so far. But I mean, you look around this final table and It's hard to really find a wart among them. I mean, they all seem very, very talented, poised, like they've been here before. And not many of them have, at least not playing for these kind of stakes.
Yeah, I was just reading the bios, and Suarez is the only one to have a $1 million score on his resume so far. So definitely have the chance to make some history for these young men.
I read all the bios too, every word.
Did I sound a little bit too much like a teacher's pet there? I did my homework.
Pineda sitting there with the ace-king suited. Yeah, same principle as the ace-10 suited, I think. A little bit different because obviously it's much stronger hand, but you don't really want Ionita to 4-bet shove pocket sevens here with the ICM considerations.
Don't count.
So just a straight old shove for 30 big blinds.
Wow, look who they've got on the Italian commentary. Recognize any of those names? Possibly Giuliano Bendinelli. One of the most dynamic and memorable final table Barcelona's ever. Came back from one chip, one big blind, chip and a chaired it. Turned down a deal.
Yeah. I like that there's 4 of them. It makes me think that they just had this, like, there were so many people that wanted to do it. And they're like, hey, no, I want to do it. Let's go. 4 of them in there. That was a lot of commentators.
You could just do the Italian
I can do
accent
the
if you
Italian.
want.
Yeah, like I said, I am a quarter Italian. So.
Yeah, sure. And then the dramatic final hand with Bendinelli was like a quads against the full house, and the guy shoves the river, and he just goes, "I win."
Aww.
And he did.
I'm going to ban every single person that tries to tell me how to say Ionita, by the way, because I've been saying it right all freaking week. You're getting on my nerve. You're tap dancing on my last nerve.
Fold.
Jay Seppi says, Caitlin is low-key hilariously funny. I don't think it's that low-key. It's pretty high-key.
I feel a strong pressure to say something amusing right now.
No, you can't do it. It's impossible.
Ooh, flopped flush for Brzezinski.
That is very cool.
I don't think she's low-key funny. I think she's Thor funny.
Thor? Like the Marvel character?
You still have to be compared to a funnier man.
Oh, I know.
In Griffin's mind.
It was a Loki joke. Loki's Thor's brother.
Oh, God, please, Griffin, come on. Seriously, I was going to take a break, and now I feel like I can't, like... You know, like when your parents are about to go out to dinner when you're 13, and then you do something, and they're like, "We can't.
We can't.
This would have been.
We can't leave him with a teenager
Yeah,
right now.
no.
I'll be Loki. You be Thor, and Joe can be Odin.
Can I be Fat Thor? That's my favorite part of the entire Marvel movie universe. More beloved characters should have a fat phase. It feels real.
What was the name of his rock sidekick, played by Taika? What a funny character. Not a great start here for our start of day chip leader, Ionita.
Ionita. See, all right, maybe they're correcting you.
We can rest assured, yes, they are. You could call him Stefan Sebastian.
Could. SSI.
Jay Seppi must be a fan of your stream, Caitlin. So you should have seen her make a sick call with ace-king high the other day online and flip out, finding out it was correct.
That's one of my my most triumphant moments. The PokerOrg family clipped it for me.
3 pass.
It's gone around to the blinds, and actually the big blind's going to get a walk here. Tomasz Eychenne, chip leader, getting a walk. So we've just seen some pretty consistent moving around of a couple of chips. Still not a massive difference between first and sixth place. We got 31 big blinds on the bottom, 54 up top. Any one pot, small, medium, will shift around any number of places.
Sorry.
9 pass, 9 of heart exposed. 2 pass. 3 pass.
Over to Brzezinski on the button with Queen 8 suited.
500.
The equator.
That's the minimum raise. And easy give up there for Ionita. You want to take a crack at that one again, Griffin?
Ionita?
You did not disappoint. How about this one? Brzezinski. I know we're butchering that one, but guess who doesn't give us a hard time? Polish people, because they know. So thank you for being chill. This is his first ever main event cash. Loves padel, and I think we had a padel tournament here. Yeah, no, I think there was one here earlier in the week, but I guess he's going to play in Malta. Yes, Caitlin.
I'm not familiar with padel. Is that like a pickleball or a table tennis?
So it's
situation?
pickleball, except it's in a big glass box. So like outside, like not like squash so much. Like it's still a tennis court, but then you can play the back and side walls. So it's just like, I think it's just a more fun and dynamic version of pickleball.
In the background, we can hear some of the merriment from that Sit and Go Live Championship. I got to stop by yesterday for just a brief moment and see how well James Hardigan is doing with his game show duties.
Yeah. It does have the energy of just like, we're sort of at this really intellectual book club, and then there's like a party next door, and like, oh, what's going on? Maybe should we go check that out? I mean, these guys are really interesting and cool, and they're saying very important things, but they seem like they're having a good time. So, you know, if you want to also go check out that stream, it's also, you know, either way, you're here with us. PokerStars EPT.
We've got another suited queen raise from the button, this time from Eychenne. Zaffagnini is going to defend the big blind with ace-6 off.
Like, is James doing Gangnam Style over there? It's like, is he dancing? This is great. Ooh, very interesting flop.
Clubs are hot. Eychenne drawing to the flush.
Yeah, lots of reasons for both players to stick around here. Zaffagnini is going to be good a lot of the time here with ace high. He's got that backdoor club. I wonder if it would feel more natural to him to play this as a check call versus a check raise. Either way, Tomasz isn't going anywhere.
When you're choosing which flush draws to raise with, is having a big card and a little card a bit of an advantage ever? Is that a heuristic I'm familiar with?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It feels like, so in this case, of course, the betting lead is for Tomasz. And yeah, Zaffagnini is just going to call. I think that the problem is just in general is you don't want to get, in just this particular spot at this final table, you don't want to get speculative with a lot of like check raising and inflating pots. Like, it's really important to stay out of trouble, to stay out of the weeds. And so even though I think Zaffagnini could have put a lot of pressure on with the check raise here, his hand is a bit too strong with ace high, and you don't want to get called here and just be sort of swimming. Finds a nice 2-barrel, targeting those 4x, 3x, and ace-high type hands and getting a quick fold. So great start to the final table for the Frenchman, who's now extended a nice little chip lead and like nodding to his friends on the rail like, hey guys, this is, you flew out here and I'm wearing my shirt and I shaved.
The least you can do if a bunch of friends flying from Paris is like turn around and look at them every once in a while.
Yeah.
I forgot about his PSPC deep run in 2023.
And that was the deep run that helped him complete his 10 euro to, excuse me, 1 million euro challenge. He's completed 2 challenges online, one completely documented on Twitch.
He did like a 50 to 50,000, right?
Yes, exactly. And then he didn't stop at 50. He made it to 50, not enough, went all the way to 100.
Well,
it's pretty impressive.
These are the fun kind of facts you can contribute when you do your homework, Griff.
That was pretty cool, actually. That was amazing.
If by homework you mean taking 4 minutes to read the bios that someone else did all the research for and put directly into his hands at the start of the broadcast, yes. That sort of homework. But the good thing about Griffin is that occasionally he comes armed with his own knowledge, and he'll tell an anecdote on the air about someone that's actually completely wrong. That he was thinking of the wrong person.
Oh, who was that? When did I do that?
I love a little misinformation.
Should I leave you guys to this?
Do you remember when you were like, "Hey, remember that story I told you about someone?" Turns out I meant the other.
Yeah. But that wasn't on air. That was a tipsy dinner story.
And then you did it a second time. You're like, "Hey, remember that other story I told you about someone?" It turns out it was the other person with their name. Ace, Queen, Deuce. We're gonna move on. Griffin's about to cry. 2 clubs on this flop. King Eye is the best hand. Backdoor hearts as well. Backdoor clubs for Pineda.
So Pineda actually thinking that this jack high is going to be good a decent percentage of the time. With that jack of clubs as backup.
There is another heart on the turn. The flush becomes a little less appealing when the board pairs, but the flush draw is good.
I mean, he can make the mega nuts. 10 of hearts.
That's right. Even think about that.
It's hard not to see it when you're not playing video poker. Or it's hard to see it when you're not playing video poker. Really scanning for it.
Mega nuts. Zaffagnini weighing his options here. Do I want to play this situation as a bet? Pineda does have some checkbacks with an ace pre. Likely wouldn't be folding a queen. But maybe it just plays easier as a bet. Also, you're going to fold out a deuce, which still is technically the best hand at this stage.
Zaffagnini up to 43 big blinds, which is tied for second in chips, which is more or less tied for fourth in chips as well. I remember it was real close here.
Chip counts.
Eychenne on top with nearly 60. And we are exactly halfway through the level. Playing 30 hands, 15 down, 15 to go, including this one.
I am the captain now.
That's right. There's going to be a lot of new captains, I think, with things this close together, but we'll see. Captain makes it 550,000. Zaffagnini, queen 10 off on the button folds. Pineda's out. Suarez in the big blind is suited. He makes the call. Seven, 5, 4, a diamond. Suarez checks.
Board that's going to favor Suarez. You can see some mixing with some leads on boards like this. I think with this particular combo for Suarez, doesn't want to get too out of line. If you're sort of leading with a hand like this, despite having, you know, backdoor diamonds, she's probably leading too much. So probably just going for a check fold.
Check fold indeed.
Suarez is an incredibly well-connected player from Sweden. He counts some of his closest friends and study buddies as Lena 900, Osted, and Simon Matson, aka Darwin Deuce. Pretty elite study buddy club, eh, Griff?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so.
Flopnąłem wtedy na 6 i 7. Flopnąłem wtedy na 6 i 7.
All right, y'all, we're going to take this time to remind you that the World Championship of Online Poker is getting ready to kick off. 1 week away, y'all. It's going to run September 7th through October 1st. And you can watch those final table replays on the PokerStars Twitch channel, hosted by the very fun, very knowledgeable Nick Walsh. Joe and James going to be in there mixing it up as well with that live cards up coverage of the 10,000 main event. So make sure to mark your calendars and get in there and battle for those spades. It's always sort of interesting at this stage in the tournament. It feels very much like an Old West shootout. Who's going to be the first to fire their weapon, you know? Especially with the stacks as evened out as they are.
We are so simpatico. Kayla and I made the same metaphor yesterday. Like the energy is so palpable. It's very westerny. Just the eyes flickering around. Just these gunslingers.
You gotta ask yourself, did I fire 4 shots or 3?
You feel lucky.
Play 7.
Pineda with
Starting here.
a tricky ace-10 on the button here. Playing sub 30 big blinds, feeling like it's too strong to fold. And maybe just a bit tricky to, oh yeah, baby. A bit tricky to 3-bet because you feel like you're going to 3-bet fold. Too many chips to shove. So let's just mix in a call here. 6-handed against under the gun. Probably a bit ahead of Eychenne's opening range. Just get flopped. Top tizzy. Top 2 pair. Eychenne hoping to target Pineda's sort of pocket 8s, pocket 7s range here. He has better. Jack would be so sick. So sick.
Queen of Diamonds peeling out on the turn, making this board just a little bit wetter.
Yeah, and I think Eychenne can play this as a pretty pure check fold. Obviously, his hand strength has improved. He has more ways to win against a hand like Ace-Jack, which I think would certainly flat.
Goes check, check on the turn. 8 of spades changes nothing on the river. Pineda still best.
Yeah, I think that that caution is very important from Pineda. I guess you won't necessarily get more value from something like ace king or ace jack with a diamond, but you know, to get check raised here or to value cut yourself into something like ace queen would not be good. Now taking pause, thinking, okay, pretty sure this ace 10 is good. What size do I want to bet here to get called by the type of hands mentioned? Something like an ace king, an ace jack.
Gonna go check, check once more, and Pineda gonna scoop this pot. And this pot is gonna take him off of the short stack now. He has surpassed Suarez, and now Suarez is gonna be at the bottom of the barrel, sitting on 27 big blinds. Pineda chipping all the way up to 35.
Yeah, I think that was a very, very astute little play there from Pineda. You know, just understanding that, okay, this doesn't feel so natural, flatting ace 10 on the button, you know, under 30 big blinds. But I feel like I'm ahead of Eychenne's range, and I can just play this passively, try to get to the river. It's a bit, you know, as mentioned, cautious not to find a bet on either of the streets, but just deducing that it would be so brutal to get check shoved on and not thinking that your opponent's going to call with one pair given the situation.
Do you think that ICM becoming more and more studied and a second thought for these players has made any of these final tables a little stagnant? Has it had a negative impact on the game, in your opinion?
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, this is a kind of a special circumstance. I think ordinarily we would find ourselves with a chip leader that has more separation, and it's kind of fun to watch the main character syndrome develop. It's usually someone that's been really getting lucky and is probably quite good at flexing that chip lead. And then there's the scavengers, the guys trying to hold on, trying to find shoves, all in confrontations. This is more of a poker player's final table in a poker player in the sense of just like, you know, these guys are all very, very good, and they all have chips to sort of maneuver. Guy in the bottom wins one pot, he's suddenly in third or fourth place. So I think if you're a big fan of the intricacies of the high-level game, this is a really great final table, almost akin to like, you know, a Triton Light or something like that as far as the skill level. Like, these guys are really, really, really clearly very, very good at tournament poker, but maybe not as exciting and all-in confrontation that we might expect at a final table. But things will change, you know, eventually.
Well, they heard me out in the booth here because we have a raise and a re-raise here in this blind v blind confrontation. Eychenne quickly going to surrender.
I had a hand that usually checks, but sometimes.
But yeah, I really don't say that lightly. I mean, I've covered a lot of
when I see some
super high rollers here on the EPT, elsewhere, and these guys are really, really good. Like, it's just, you're not really seeing a lot of mistakes.
No.
And I think it's you can really take it as a learning tool as well.
After yesterday?
So listen, if you want to go spin the wheel, see a lot of all-ins, we got it all for you here this weekend. Go check out the Spin and Go Championship. But if you want to really see some talented players playing for millions of euros.
I mean, I'm just really in awe of everyone's discipline.
Yeah.
Everyone here,
you had enough.
it's very groomed, very tidy, no mistakes, as you said. It's really just such a high level.
Yeah, and it is obviously, it has its merits when there's rogue energy at a final table where you see big swings, big mistakes. But every once in a while, the cream just really does rise to the top, and it just feels like this intersection of, you know, preparedness, discipline, talent, hard work. I mean, all of these players, despite the fact that some of them only have like, you know, 89,000 in live earnings, like, they've been clearly cutting their teeth online for years, waiting for this moment, and then to navigate through this 2,000 plus player field, be playing for this kind of money, you know, it's just great.
I was very surprised to learn that Zaffagnini, for instance, his biggest cash to date is 12,000 euros. 3-bet out of Brzezinski. Going to get through here. Brzezinski is from Poland originally, but he currently lives in Malta. And he told us that even before his impressive results here at this EPT main event, he was still always planning to be with us in Malta. So look out for him there.
Brzezinski getting some nice momentum here, all the way up to 50 big blinds. Started this FT in dead last, but still with 30 blinds. How quickly things can change. It doesn't really seem like he's played many post-flop pots even. Just some nice timed 3-bets, shoves, raise and takes. Suddenly he's among the chip leaders.
Here we got some chip leader behavior. Eychenne opening the 4-3 suited on the button.
Yeah, definitely a bit out of line, but maybe just something in flow. You know, early on in the FT, we saw Eychenne open ace-jack suited. Ionita 3-bet the small blind with ace-4. Zaffagnini cold 4-bet king-10 suited from the big. It was very much the energy was, the chips were sort of flowing in that direction, but that's really changed in the next few orbits. And yeah, a nice little sigh of like, okay, this is really happening.
I didn't have to play.
I got this one through, like the 4-3 high, and after I couldn't even get the ace-jack suited through. Sometimes you can just feel the energy a bit moving in your favor, and I think players that get big results are the ones that are able to sense that and then sort of push it, you know?
What? No sunglasses today?
Let's see if I can get away with this one, and then does. A nice little sigh of
I don't know
relief.
if you have a big hand. Where do you live?
In Romania.
Romania.
Some napkins going into the bin here. Folds all the way to Zaffagnini in the small blind. Zaffagnini, again, with humble results so far, one of the only hobbyists at the table, self-identified as a recreational player.
13:30.
Zaffagnini manufactures peristaltic pumps for liquids as his profession. Do you know what a peristaltic pump is?
Obviously.
I don't think I could tell you if you had a weapon in my face.
No, I'm bluffing. No idea.
I know it's for liquids.
Pineda electing to ISO the ace-deuce off. I think oftentimes you'll see checkbacks with hands like that to sort of stay under-repped and not get, you know, limp raised, but perhaps Pineda sensing also just not the greatest playability with ace-deuce off, sensing maybe Zaffagnini's limping too much of his range and wants to punish it a little bit, and he was correct in that. It was 3-deuce off, something that I think you can justify just open folding, and instead Zaffagnini limps, and he puts in the small raise, and then a little fist bump to people on the rail.
Over 5,000 of you watching on YouTube right now. Make sure that you have smashed that like button. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button too. We're closing in on 1 million subscribers here on YouTube. I missed it. We hit 2 million. Well, congrats to the YouTube channel team.
It was actually in the
hard
notes.
It was not in these notes. It was not in the notes. How dare you? But still, you know, we're greedy. We want 3 million now. So make sure to subscribe.
Suarez with the loaded King Jack suited. Would have been very curious to see how he would have played this from the small blind, but I think it was from the big blind. Easier to just play it as a call. Going to expect to be slightly ahead of this cutoff open range. Oh, and gets the brutal king, queen, queen board, especially having had his opponent dominated pre-flop.
Domination rotation, as my friends like to say.
Yeah, this is just one of those brutal little traps that sometimes you're going to find yourself snared in. Just by design, you're to lose 3 streets here if it bricks out and you can't find the fold by the river. I will say something that does play in Suarez's favor is once you do get to the river and you face 3 barrels, how often is my opponent just going, you know, going mad here and trying to get me to fold a king, or hoping I don't have a queen, which I'll also play as a check call. So I think that it's largely possible Suarez only gets clipped for 2 barrels here. I think it's also nice that the turn card doesn't bring a backdoor flush draw, because that would create more sort of 2-barrel bluff opportunities. Right now it looks pretty linear. It looks like Ionita just either has it or has a 2-barrel bluff that will likely give up on the river. Oh, and that's just a great card for Suarez to find a reason to get away.
It's your step.
It is tricky though. I mean, right, Caitlin, because now it's like if this was a pure bluff from the Romanian, now it's a good card to try to bluff a king. So maybe it actually won't work in Suarez's favor.
I don't know. He just asked how to see Suarez's stack size. Typically, I find that to be a sign of strength. Do you have a read on that?
I think 8 bets, 1,800,000.
Yeah, Suarez just sitting there thinking, what am I hoping for right here? That, you know, because the thing about the ace as well, Caitlin, is it does fill up Jack 10. I know we have a Jack in our hand, so it's a bit less likely, but it would have to just be a pure, 9-8 suited bluff that bets 3 times here, and then the 9-10 suiteds. I don't know. I don't really like it. I think Suarez knows he needs to make a big fold here, but he's not happy.
Looks like he's sniffing it out.
Because even something like a pocket pair doesn't really feel like a natural bluff. Like 6s wouldn't be betting twice here, right? Mm-hmm. Like maybe by the river you wouldn't think it would be good, but why would you be betting twice? I just don't think there are enough bluffs here.
Good bluff. How many times?
All right. Going to find the fold. Well done, Suarez. That is going to move some chips around the table. Suarez now down to 19 big blinds. Stefan Sebastian up to 44 big blinds now. Here's a little look at Stefan Sebastian, 27 years old. Total live earnings, 61,796. This is his first EPT main event cash.
For the king, right?
He lives in
Yes.
Tecuci.
You probably had like 6, 7 or some shit.
You think that was me bluffing with 6-7?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
6 fold.
Good hand.
Suarez going to be
on Queen X suited.
Suarez going to be quick to the rail to check out if he made a good fold on the next break.
8-9 fold. 8-2 fold.
Other hand for Stefan Sebastian, going to open up the ace-jack suited in early position.
How much your friend?
I think 12. No. I didn't count after this. 12.
King 9 for Brzezinski. The dog. Oh.
11.
You were the one that taught me that hand nickname. I had never known
Really?
it before. Yeah, the very first time we did a commentary together last in APT. 4-5-6 rainbow on the flop.
You stick with me, Caitlin. I'm full of them. K9 is a real old school one. If you remind me on the break, I'll even tell you the problematic ones we've retired.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, I play in Texas, so I'm confident I've already heard them. 10 on the river.
Yep.
You think Brzezinski's going to try to take the chance to bluff this with the 4-liner straight and the range advantage?
I mean, he knows that King 9 is not going to win at Showdown. And this board does favor him more. I think at this stage of the hand, he would credibly value bet something, especially, well, definitely a 10, but even something as weak as a 6, 5, 4, or 3. You know, check to the river. You're going to expect it to be good.
I think so.
But he's not going to push his luck.
I
He thinks,
for him, yeah.
you know, the Romanian is capable of making a big hero call.
And another small pot going to go Stefan Sebastian's way. He is now second in chips, sitting on 48 big blinds.
Quick shout out to photographer extraordinaire Danny Maxwell, old friend of mine, and his wife Laura. Their baby girl Penelope just turned 4 weeks old yesterday. He's hoping this final table is going to go quick so he can fly home tonight. We love you, Danny. Best in the biz.
Especially with female players, we talk a lot about how no one takes more flattering and beautiful photos of us than Danny Maxwell. Very talented photographer.
He's got a keen eye.
Can we go the suited king in early position?
My friends and I actually have an inside joke about Danny, but he had this expression, this line that he said. We went to the water park with him many, many years ago, probably like 10 years ago in Vegas. And then he had this little moment where he turned to us and he just goes, "Good times, good people." This like very kind of like deadpan Danny Maxwell way. We're just me and my friends still reference it to this day.
Big 5, right?
Yeah, with the Irish accent and everything, yeah. Good times, good people.
Some suited connectors in the big blind for Eychenne, facing the open of Suarez on the button.
6 calls, 500,000.
And we're going to go heads up to this flop.
And can my man Suarez catch a break? I mean, look at this. He had the chip lead yesterday. Poor guy doesn't have any cool, talented, or rich friends. He's just tough to look at. I mean, hair is brutal.
Silk shirt collection.
Yeah. Oh, there you go, pal. I knew it'd turn around eventually.
Top pair, top kicker now for Suarez. Flush draw developing for Eychenne.
Yeah, Suarez can bet pretty big here. Because he's pretty much only repping. Hey, look, I turned a queen, so you can fold your 5x or your 3x or whatever. And he really wants to cooler those weaker queens, those 10x's that refuse to fold, those hands like 5-4 of hearts.
Well, how convenient. That's what he has.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that obviously there's going to be in your brain, be like, should I be thinking about raising this because I have a pair and a flush draw? But I think it is kind of a nice natural call because Suarez is just going to snap you off when he does have a queen, and then maybe keep bluffing if the river's, say, a 5 or a 4 or a heart. Ooh! Oh, gosh.
Absolutely.
Medic!
Brutal
Medic!
river. Trip 5s for Eychenne. Suarez with top pair, top kicker, going to have 14 big blinds behind. Could this be the swan song?
It's just, you've seen the frustration on Suarez. He only has, you know, 3.5 million with nearly 3 million out there. You wouldn't fault him for betting near pot, even shoving to try to get a hero call from a 10 or a weaker queen. I think that he busts in this hand a great deal. I think there's a chance he bets 2.5 million and then folds for the last million. But that just sucks, leaving yourself with like 4 bigs or whatever.
2,500,000.
Yeah,
Yep,
2.5
nailed
million.
it.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, thank you.
And if you're wondering, you know, does Eychenne ever just call here? Definitely not. Suarez would have bet queens on the flop. Maybe would have checked pocket 10s, but oh, he's just gonna feel so sick when he sees this shove. Oh. This is the face of someone that is begging for a call, and then his whole demeanor is going to shift. Like, are you kidding me? I just had king jack, it came king, queen, queen. Now I'm being put all in when I have ace, queen on.
5 million.
And he knows it too. I know it feels like he's so committed, but he knows that this is 5x of hearts, you know?
And he just, maybe 2 hands earlier in this orbit, made a hero fold on the river as well. Can he find it again for his tournament life? Or is he going to be our 6th place finisher today?
And it's just every combo of 5x of hearts, right? It's not like there's not a ton of 5s he can have here. It's like it's 5 deuce of hearts, it's 5-4 of hearts, 5-6 of hearts, all the way up. So it just makes sense. And you know what? You're not even beating Queen 10, right? That is also within the realm of possibility that could value shove this river, because something like kings or aces, if Suarez had them, probably would have bet the flop. So you can confidently put in Queen 10 here.
In the event Suarez finds the fold, he's only going to have 4 big blinds behind.
He just has this smile on his face that says, people just don't bluff here. But there's also that little tickle in his brain where it's like, I've been playing with this guy for the last 3+ days, and if anyone is capable, it might be him. Because ultimately, Suarez's range is capped here, right? I mean, I think he could have pocket 10s. Oh, he puts the rest in. Just felt too committed.
Okay, bro. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And our former chip leader, Suarez, going to be exiting in 6th place today. He's going to take home $291,800.
All right.
Congratulations to you,
Take it down. Take it down.
Very well played today.
Disappointing finish, but man, did Antoine Suarez make an impression here at EPT Barcelona. Was really dominating yesterday as the chip leader, but sometimes the cards just don't fall in your way. I mean, he just got very unlucky at this final table.
Yeah, brutal final orbit. He's going to get de-mic'd, and Tomasz Eychenne is going to be piling up nearly 19 million chips. He jumps out front with 75 big blinds now.
The tank engine.
I mean, you could.
I know which bluff I pick, actually. I mean, I bluff this spot, so he's not like going into someone who never bluffs. So.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Very respectful to Suarez on the way out. Here's a look at our updated chip counts. Eychenne again, way out front, 75 big blinds. Rest of the stack's pretty even. Zaffagnini, Stefan, Sebastian, and Brzezinski between 40 and 45 big blinds. Pineda now on the bottom. Still not in the danger zone by any means, though, sitting on 33 big blinds.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we started the day with players with less chips than they have now. You know, we started the day with one player having 30. Somehow they have more.
Yeah, when you have these even skill matches we do at this final table, those chips are definitely going to be migrating around until we get to our final match.
The rate is 500,000. Raises 1,350,000.
Well, this is a spot. Pineda opens perhaps on the looser side with an ace-6 offsuit off his stack. Brzezinski puts in the 3-bet, and Eychenne just going to get out of the way with his 2 9s in the small blind. Not something he wants to be cold 4-betting.
Yeah, I love that fold. You know, you're folding the best hand a decent percentage of the time. This happens to be ace-6 versus ace-king. It could have just as easily been ace-6 versus ace-10, but you just can't start putting in the 4th bet there, turning your hand into a bluff, and then folding, or you're going to just have to shove for 40 effective. It's just not where your edge is, especially now that you've created this beautiful chip lead you really need to protect.
Brzezinski's second in chips, putting a little space between him and the middle of the pack. 51 big blinds now.
I was going for stacks. Very good.
These 2 folds.
Folds around to Brzezinski in the cutoff. Not going to open it. Our chip leader going to get it going with ace tray off.
Call.
Zaffagnini going to defend his big blind.
Can you put white in front?
Yes.
Jack 8-4, 2 diamonds. Neither player immediately
About
connecting.
13.
13.
I'm not sure precisely, but something around.
Feels like a nice spot to just bet very small here. And if you get resistance, just let go of the ace high. Just sort of protects against, you know, something like a queen 5 of clubs that might just fold the flop, that don't allow them to pick up equity on the turn and then start betting, and you have to fold the best hand with ace high. And king 10 is another great example of a combo that you can get a fold from there. You're very happy about folding up that equity. So everything going Tomas's way so far here on the final day.
Yeah, the rich get richer. He's almost at 20 million now.
Just feels like a moment in his poker career that he's been preparing for. Had a little interview earlier in the day talking about how he's never won a live tournament, but has really been knocking on the door, putting in all the work. Of course, that impressive $800,000 finish in the PSPC, 7th place. Huge moment in his career, but this would be, you know, a crowning achievement. Friends and family on the rail.
Definitely not a guy to shy away from a challenge, big moment. As we said earlier, he has stepped up to the plate twice during pandemic times, taking 50 euros to 50,000, then 100,000. All while on Twitch, streaming the whole time.
Yeah, and if there's anyone who's, I think, most prepared to really wield a chip lead, it's going to be Eychenne, but is going to get some resistance now from the Italian. He's going to have to put him a little bit in line. Sizing-wise, though, makes it a bit small, and I think this might run into a little trouble against the chip leader. I think a more standard size would be something north of 1.7 or 1.8. So because Eychenne's put in 550 and it's only 850 more, and he's in position, I think we could see him rightfully peeling a combo like 10-8 suited. So I think this is a bit of a sizing mistake from Zaffagnini. It's not really a hand you love seeing in a 3-bet pot, ace-9 off, right? Out of position. And yeah, he's a bit concerned now, maybe. Yeah, and now it's going to get real tricky for him.
Jack 8-7. Eychenne with second pair and the gut shot. Zaffagnini with just a gut shot.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Tomasz might still have called a big size, but I think to have made it closer to 2 million here would just really define the hand, and you probably just get it through.
Do you just think it was an absent-minded mistake?
I think it might have been a mistake.
Because it's the sizing you want to go when you're in position?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's definitely more of an in-position sizing. I'll say that, like, maybe because of stack depth, sometimes you want to be going a little smaller, but you're just giving such a good price. I mean, if Eychenne had, like, I don't know, King Jack off, probably would have just folded. But the playability of something like 10-8 suited, very happy to flick it in and get this flop. And now, well, what do you know?
Very interesting.
Ooh-wee.
10 on the turn, going to give Eychenne 2 pair, but the straight for the Italian.
1.2 million.
What's up with that? that Key and Peele? Where's that?
No, you're doing Keenan Thompson from SNL.
Okay, yes.
What's up with
Thank
that
you very
caption?
much. And this is just weird for Eychenne here. Seeing the small sizing pre, then the bet when you should really only be betting a 9. It's like, dude, what 9 are you saying you have here? You're saying you have pocket 9s with this small sizing pre? This is a huge
7 on the river
turn
pairs
of
the
fortune.
board.
All right, I'm going to play the over-under sizing game for you, Caitlin.
Okay.
Over-under 4.5 million.
Under.
Yeah, that's probably a good bet.
He's going to make it 420, baby.
Blaze it.
$4 million.
Do you think this is a
4 million.
bad river for Zaffagnini to get paid because now Eychenne is losing to Ace-Jack, a lot of Jack-X combos?
Yeah, I mean, also has to consider whether Zaffagnini ever takes this line with aces, kings, queens, which are now also have counterfeit the 10-8. I mean, look at, Tomasz is wearing it. He's like, this hand's weird, dude.
All right, and I think I win the over-under bet as he's made it 4 million to go.
You do.
Can Eychenne get away from it here?
I think what he's struggling with is just people don't really bluff in this spot because I'm supposed to have 9s here. I have, Jack 9 suited, 10-9 suited, Ace 9 suited, even King 9 suited with that pre-flop sizing, Queen 9 suited. So why are you just randomly bluffing here? I just don't think you are. And even though I flopped well and I turned 2 pair, I just don't see how you could ever be bluffing here. And
Yeah, I mean, what natural bluffs are even left?
Yeah.
Just bricked clubs only?
But even those would be so scared to bluff into this range that Eychenne has. So I think that he's going to fold. He's going to be very confused. He knows he's going to find out, I guess, maybe not naturally in 30 minutes because we'll have a 20-minute break. I don't know when he'll find out, but he will eventually. And think about how deflating it is to call 4 million here and have started this hand with nearly 20 and then suddenly you have 13 and you're right in that, pack with Brzezinski, with Ionita. Oh, I can't. Just
Stefan Sebastian.
Stefan Sebastian, yeah. And then granting this newfound chip lead.
If he can
to
find the
Zaffagnini.
fold here, he will hold on to the chip lead. Really getting right in there with these players with the close-up shots today. Make sure to do your skincare, poker players, because you could be on a final table, and we're going to see every pour here.
I mean, in a lot of ways, this is one of, if not the biggest poker hands of this man's career right here. This swing could really shift things, and you can tell how pained, how close it is for him. Putain, I believe, means in French. I'm from Montreal, so
Oh, yeah,
the other curse word, yeah.
I'll be very proud of you the day you come in here with conversational French.
So would my girlfriend.
I know. Bless her heart. She just want to communicate with you, brother.
Eychenne does find the fold. Good man.
Wow. Some very impressive folding here at the final table.
Beautiful work. He has not put a foot wrong today.
You had it? Good fold, man. Good fold? Very good fold.
All right, that's going to be the last
see it anyway.
hand at this level.
It was a bluff.
As these guys discuss
I don't think he would say good fold if I can see the cards.
if it was a good fold. All right, join us back for more five-handed final table action. Taking a look at the chip count, after that amazing fold, Tomasz Eychenne's still going to be up top, 17.3 million, good for 69 big blind. Brzezinski chipping at his heels, and then Zaffagnini get a big bump after that pot, making the straight after the 3-bet with the ace-9 off. Sebastian and Pineda bringing up the rear. I've been Caitlin Komeski. This has been Griffin Banger. We're going to be back after this 20-minute player break.
And we're back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
Did you actually?
I'm not joking. I really thought I was taking a stand for all the kids who were forced to do math.
Did you run in?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I hate it because it was not. I was a chunky kid, so running did not come easy to me. I couldn't do the pull-ups.
Yeah.
I couldn't do the climbing the rope thing.
Yeah.
I didn't have that upper body strength. And they were quite militant in those days as well, the phys ed teachers, right?
I think it was this young Dragon, Arcadia, California.
Yeah, that was me. Thanks for doxing me. Appreciate that.
That's all right, no problem. I put up a stand, and it was really valiant until they basically just told my mom, and she yelled at me, and then that was the end of it.
Andy, PSX with the ladies. Jack 8 for Zendoya, just too strong to fold out of the big blind.
Yeah, interesting decision for Andy. You can do some limp trapping, but generally you want to be a bit more shallow. So I actually quite like this raise first in with a real value hand.
Totally.
Great board.
Yeah, you love this board with pocket queens.
Yeah, unlikely to see it continue in my eyes from Zendoya here.
Does size down.
Maybe if we have a spade, but even then I think it's not really a combo that wants to continue.
When it's this early in the game and we're this deep, I think just coming out with the raise, because you're going to steal as a bluff so much there.
Right.
It's so wide. So just put some of your value in there. If you do want to be crazy and find some traps, I say crazy, it's totally fine. Aces and kings probably the hands that we need there. And even then, I still think we prefer just to steal those as well.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to let king 7, king 8 and stuff be able to just check in position. They're always going to call a raise. Yeah. A whole multitude of hands are going to call an open. Andy's playing really well in the early going. Like it.
I think also, we've arrived at a point now where we can confidently say players are going to defend the big blind correctly, which is super wide.
And that's really important, right?
Yeah, if they're super wide, then you want to get value from those hands right there. And then, getting a 2-1 chip lead in the first couple rounds puts you in really good stead to take down the event. as Strag will be well aware, having coverage when there is effectively a forced all-in point in these games makes a big difference.
So important.
Big edge. Flush draw for the 10-6 of diamonds.
Call.
Seeing action from Zadoya, obviously early out in our last spin, so we haven't seen much action from him.
20.
Kozlowski, again, just that one big click in on the turn does get the job done.
That's an interesting sizing choice for me. I don't think you ever get a better hand to fold, of course, for the size. Even like King High is never going to fold to it.
Yeah.
Even 10 High probably calls. That's an interesting one. Maybe had plans in mind that it keeps his opponent's range wide enough that he could potentially bluff river as well if he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
there's also, like, when you're on the flush draw, my mentality, and again, I'm not the mathematicians you guys are. I don't have the study knowledge you guys do, but there is a bit of, like, when I make my flush, I want there to be a pot worth winning out there.
Yes, okay.
If I'm going to get paid, so maybe a little bit of inflation, just to, even if you are likely to get called, you know, as you say, making the pot bigger makes your bluffs a bit easier to make. Also means that when you do make your hand and you get paid, you're getting a bit more.
So what you're saying is, Strag, that you've never missed a flush draw and that you just know let's just get a load of money in.
I just always run pure.
Good man. It's a good skill to have.
Did I tell you guys a story about when I told my math teacher it was against my human rights to make me do math?
Hey!
I've got a similar story, by the way. This is also a true story. So,
oh, no.
So,
oh, no.
Back in the day, you got these Scantron forms, right, when you had to do a multiple choice test and you filled in the bubbles and everything, right?
I did my SATs that same way.
Okay,
yeah.
so I was quite a good student, and I get a perfect score on this test, and I get the test back, and I've gotten 95%. And I'm like, went to the teacher and said, well, I got every answer right. Why did I get 95%? She said, well, in the title, you forgot to put the name of the test.
Nah, come on.
Right? And I said, okay, so let me understand this. Does that mean that getting the name right is worth 5%? She said, no. I said, so I don't get credit if I get it right, but I get penalized if I get it wrong. And, like, I'm a logical guy, and I just could not wrap my head around it. I got sent to the principal's office. They had to call my parents because I refused to accept this, and I would not leave the teacher's desk.
Your brother's in rebellion.
Exactly.
That was the same story for me.
But here's the good part. My dad stood up for me. He was like, he's right, you're wrong, give him 100 on that test.
Oh, here we go. Out to the outer table number 2. The chat's been asking for him. Vamos, Brazil. This is João Nascimento. Wins game 2 on his table, guys, and he's drawing a card.
You have to see a spin.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Pick the middle. Come on, middle. They never pick middle, you know that. I'm like, why don't they do it?
No, see.
Picasso science.
Picasso science.
No spin. Sigh.
Yeah, that's lame, Strag. The bureaucracy is what's killing us.
It is.
You guys are crazy, man. I just ran laps like I was told and accepted my 95%. I don't think I ever got 95%, in fact, on a test. Hey, what do you mean you were going to say?
If you're somebody who's capable of running laps, you're probably not getting 95% of your test. I'm just saying.
Strag, honestly. Me and you are done.
We're falling out.
We're finished, buddy.
I think he's calling you a jock, Picasso.
Yeah.
That's nice. I've never been called one of them either. I'll take it. The captain of the football
you're
team.
You're definitely
that's
more
me.
physical than me. So
thank you.
I'm one of those people. I have so little physical coordination. I can't ride a push bike. I cannot balance.
I don't believe that to be true.
100% true.
Okay.
100% true.
This is perfect from Tom. I've had this argument before with the teacher as well. There was 50 questions in a test. Most were 2 points, except a few harder questions that were 3 points, she said. And she subtracted the wrong answers from 100. I asked her to add up all the points instead, and it would have been like 120%.
Teachers. We love them, but sometimes they don't want to admit they're wrong. Either.
Those who can't do.
Yeah, how is your education courses going there, Nick?
Teach.
Your spin courses, Nick Wall spin courses are PokerStars approved, and
that's true.
Will help make you a better spin and go player. Go check out his socials.
That is true.
If you don't already.
I've discovered at this point that I'm really good at teaching others how to succeed.
Yeah.
Just not myself.
I'm gonna have a look at the. I didn't know there was a course. I'm gonna have a look.
So those who can do, those who can't teach, those who can't teach, commentate.
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
That's fair.
Listen, we're bringing entertainment and love to the masses, Strike.
Yeah, that's right.
You cannot put a price on that or a percentage.
Yeah.
Right, back into the action. Enough of our talk about our childhoods and our shortcomings and how much we hated our teachers. Action back on Lozowski on the button. Blinds 15-30, guys.
60.
Everything pretty even. He's going to come in for the min with the Jack-9 off, and Andy has one of those hands, Nick. Queen-10 of clubs in the small.
Yep.
What do you do on the course?
Ripperoo.
You ripperoo it. I think he will find it. Yeah.
There it is.
He really plays pretty good, right?
Yeah, he knows. Every time you guys are saying what the approved line is here, he's managed it every time.
Yeah, and that ace-9 hero call was inspired as well. It's really good. It was exactly the kind of texture you'd be trying to find those, but it's still hard to do in situ. So pick up there for Andy PSX, and it might not look like a big difference, but it's huge in spin and goes. It's a lot of big blinds at the moment. Blinds are 15 and 30.
It feels like as soon as you, in my experience in spins, as soon as you get from that sort of 500, even to just like 600 plus, and your opponents are down at that 4 to 450, you're immediately like, it's not a massive edge, but you're in position to win the spin straight away. Whereas if you get chopped down to sort of 300, 350, it's really hard to recover.
It is, and if you get unlucky against one of the shorter stacks thereafter, you still have a couple chips to try and get the spin up going. Seems like an obvious thing to say, but when you play a lot of spins, you really feel how much of a difference that makes.
Question in the chat is, it's 4 wins for this round, right? It is exactly that. Race to 4, the first player to 4 wins will advance to the final, where they will play for 100,000 euro.
Here's an interesting one now, guys. We were discussing how the shot clock should keep people in line a bit more. The game should play on pace. And these guys should play more on pace because they're, they're more established players. We have 1 win, 1 win. 1 win, 1 win, 1 win, 1 win. So 2 wins for 2 players on all 3 of our tables. It looks like everybody is bang on pace right now, as you'd expect. This is great. Love to see it. So we're learning, every iteration. If we decide that we're going to do this in future, try and take this away and make it a more streamlined event.
Every adjustment that we're making is based on what we're learning, based on looking at the data and getting that feedback from the players as well. And what we heard from them was keep the structure as consistent as you can. Feel free to tweak some other things. And we are getting that consultation, and everybody seems to be quite happy with it.
Especially these guys.
Yeah.
Final 9.
Yeah.
It's weird that.
They won a bit of cash already. They've had some spinnings as well as TM James Hardigan. And
I must admit, it did kind of crack me up when we showed the graphic, and this guy's like, how much have you won so far in the spin? 6K, 5K, and there's like 3 guys at the bottom, 0 euros. And like, Nick, at least you got 200.
That's right.
True.
0 with some of these guys.
Just to be clear, though, they have actually cashed already, right? That was just the spinnings.
Winning round 1 did get you some cash, and advancing from this round will also get you, advancing to this round also got you some additional cash as well. And then obviously the final table is where the bulk is.
Oh, another look out to the outer tables. First look at Guilherme Kleist, just doubled up. I believe that spin is still in progress, guys, but a big double up for him. Looks to have taken a substantial ship lead.
And Guilherme,
I believe.
I think you nailed it. Top reg. He's been a pro for the past 8 years. Also has a degree in accounting.
Impressive. So good with numbers. Not a bad skill to have in spin and go.
It is not. And also a man after my own heart. More than 10 years ago, decided to start playing heads up sit and goes online. That was very much the birthplace for me getting into hypers. And then eventually moved his activities to the spin and go format. Love to see it. Looks like he's a bit of a cash game player too. I'm as well. Likes to invest in the stock market. Likes to invest in crypto.
So definitely used to volatility.
Absolutely. Also enjoys playing some sports bets once in a while. That's nice. Little punt now and again. Never hurt anybody.
Poker players just love the crypto way.
The crypto and
everybody.
Sports betting. If you ever go to a poker room in Las Vegas, the one thing you will see is it's almost 90% to be located right next to the bookie, and you will have TVs in the room with whatever sporting events are on at the time.
Also, fun fact there, he played in Prague last year, so another two-timer. Last year he qualified directly. This time he had to play much more though to qualify, and now he's hoping to make a better run. Didn't make it so deep last time.
We see an all-in and a call here. Ace-7 for Lozano. Andy PSX with the King-8. Is that a call?
I think it's absolutely fine. It's very much on the border, but the blinds have gone 20-40, so it's 11 bigs effective small blind jam. I think this is just often a mark of respect to your opponent that, you know, Lozano should find lots of open jams that King-8 does very well against. He might fold this against some players, but not against Lozano. Ace-7 holding so far through to the Jack-10-5. But to reference your point, I think it would be like stone bottom call.
Yeah.
King-8 off Nick seems about right.
Oh, picks up 11. Some additional outs on the turn. Now can catch an ace, an 8, a 9. Can no longer catch a king, but does not connect. And Lozano will take the lead in this particular game.
Yeah, no good for Andy.
What's that, just a jam blind view blind?
Yeah, I mean, it's like stone bottom, I would say.
How many blinds was it?
11.
Oh, yeah, see, it starts to...
It's really grim, isn't it? It's like
the other issue that you have...
And the blinds were about to go up as well.
That makes a big difference, yeah. The other thing that is interesting is when people start jamming, you know, the 11, 12, 13, 14 effective, people have very different ideas about how to play those. A lot of people will have pure push fold, and then other people would never be jamming their 8-7 of hearts that they can jam profitably. They're not going to jam their queen 10s there and stuff. They're going to play that as a steal or a limp or whatever. So it's quite divisive, and we can't really follow the rules, as it were, because it's one of those points where people deviate very heavily. And out now to Guilherme Kleist. He has won the game, and it's a draw, and it is a spin.
Oh, is it our first spin of the final day?
It is, and Kleist's win, by the way, squares up, I believe,
all,
that particular
but crucially,
table.
Guilherme has just pulled the first spin card of the day. You already have 1,000 euros in spinnings, but let's look at the prizes as we go into round 3. The smallest prize you can win is 3,000 euros. Also up there, 4.5k, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 euros also up for grabs. So whatever happens, this is going to be a big one.
Sure, let's go.
Okay, the card said spin. Let's see what you win. Wow, 4,500 euros.
Very nice. Great.
So that takes your accumulative total in spinnings to 5,500 euros. Still more money to be won and still more games to be played. Tied game at table 3. Good luck to all of you.
So as James referenced, table 3, all square, 1 win apiece now.
Got a couple of fun facts here as well. So, as James said, he was at 1,000 euros. After that, now up to 5,500 total in the spinnings department. All right. And he also qualified along his partner, Rafaela Leite Figueiredo. Excuse me for the pronunciation. So, managed to come to this event in qualification with his partner. That's really cool. Nice. Biggest spin lifetime, 20K. And as we mentioned just now, he has been playing high-stakes spinning and heads-up cash for many years, a pro for the last 8 years or so. Back to the feature.
I absolutely live for the reactions to the spins. Like I think you can tell a lot about a person. There's some people who are like, whoa, let's go, vamos, happy. Whereas Guilherme's like, I'm all business at this point. I don't care. I don't care about the 4,500. I'm looking for the 100K.
And we see another all-in moment here.
Yeah, I want the polarized reactions. I want the that's okay, thank you. Yeah. Or I want the jumping for joy. Nothing in between.
And Andy continuing to hold, but it is never easy. Lozano with the flush draw actually has a slight equity edge, even though behind at the moment. Andy PSX going for a manicure at the table.
Yeah, one more card to dodge, and he does it. Five of
does
clubs,
run out
river.
clean.
Back to starting stacks, drag.
Yeah, yeah. I think that does kind of even up the stacks.
Too many outs?
Too many.
Always too many. Never happens.
50, 1450. Y el mismo tío, otro spin, con 10 fichas. 1490 contra 10. Increíble.
De 10 fichas. And he does vault into second place, Lazowski.
Just a flash win for him. Still got the chip lead.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's EPT Barcelona, the main event, final table, 2,045 total entries, now down to the final 5. Coming at you live from Casino Barcelona. One elimination so far today. Anton Suarez could not get away from it. Ends up cashing for 291,800 euros. These are the current standings of the 5 players who remain. Julian and Pineda, the shortest stack, but not really a short stack. Awkward maybe, short no. Everyone else pretty healthy still at this point. A reminder of what they are playing for. Everyone now guaranteed $379,350. If you can manage to not go out next, you make more than 100,000 extra euros, almost 500K. 640 for third, nearly 900,000 euros for second place. 1,436,000 for the winner. Tomasz Eychenne, the chip leader, will start this hand under the gun. Blinds are 125,250,000 for 3 more hands before they go up again. Remember, the brakes are no longer sunk. Synced? Caitlin, help me out. Caitlin Kameski also here to provide some color. Sunken. They're no longer sunked up. Action is folded around to the blinds. Pineda, 4-3 suited, limps in. Brzezinski, 10-5 off.
We're going to make it to a flop.
Flopping it 2 ways. Jack 7 tray. That's a pair of 3s for Pineda. Are there? I don't ever see anyone fold the small blind at all anymore.
No, I mean, we saw, I think it was Zaffagnini limp deuce 3 offsuit earlier in this session.
Because I know there's some hands you fold in the big blind now.
For sure. I think it's just because we're playing big blind anti-poker. There's just so many more chips in the middle to start with that there's so much you can just limp in. The range of hands that we're just open folding from the small is quite limited.
Yeah. Pineda's bet on the turn gets rid of Brzezinski. Pineda comes to us from Medellin, Colombia. Moved there about 20 years ago. Says he's been a pro tournament player for 15 years. He's got 1.1 million in documented career earnings. Biggest score was right around $250,000 in Brazil. And typically travels with his wife and 1-year-old son, but said on this particular occasion they are not with him. And he likes the movies. He's just like us.
A cinephile of sorts.
Man, Seth Meyers stole that joke from me. He put it in his special, but I had this joke about, well, I can't even really tell it on here. Never mind.
Little tease there.
It's about other types of files, and only one of them is something that likes having sex with something.
I think we got there. I think
yeah.
You pointed
Like
to
no
just enough.
no one's trying to
tournament
put it through the
information.
hole on a DVD. You know what I mean? When they call themselves a cinephile. Brzezinski folds the small blind. Look at that! It happened. I manifested that.
Jack deuce off the hand that Fenton says is the ugliest aesthetically. Can't go to war with it.
Griffin calls it simple Jack. Having an eyeful of the chip leader stack.
Eychenne still out front by 20 bigs, making that very impressive fold of 2 pair correctly as he was up against a straight right before break.
Zaffagnini second in chips.
Hard not to root for him as he's the only non-identified pro at the table.
Yeah, I think, what's it? Ionita kind of considers himself a pro, but doesn't quite have the
He's a baby.
lifetime
He's only
earnings.
27,
Yeah.
right? He's getting there. He's a pro in progress.
Action has folded to the chip leader. And Ionita with a hand. I think you can just fold this instead of even checking. I think you can just fold 7 deuce.
It's pretty frowned upon.
Ace 8-6. Queen high, way out in front.
Yeah,
you don't feel terrible about 8-6 with a 7 in your hand, but
yeah, definitely some connections, maybe some backdoor straight possibilities. Jack on the turn, no help for 7 deuce.
Eychenne checks. Ionita checks it back. Tray ball on the river.
I feel like either one of these players would just have to sniff at it to get the other one to go away.
I don't know. I feel like even if Eychenne checks, maybe he calls a queen high sometimes.
He could, definitely, in the check down line, blind v blind.
But yeah, why put yourself in that position?
And small bet on the river, just going to get it done.
Snap fold. So this is technically day 7 of this event. These players have played long and hard to get here. A little bit more of an understated energy than we're used to in Barcelona. I think maybe part of it is because of the spin and go happening on the other side of the room. I think that's taken a lot of the extra bodies that might be hanging around watching, I think, are sweating the spin and go. But also, we've been fortunate enough to have Brazilians make the final in several of the last years, which always makes for a really sweaty, juicy, thick rail.
Pineda, of course, repping the Colombian flag, if anyone wants to get rowdy.
And the rail, of course, may thicken up a little bit as the day goes on. People drink. As it gets heads up, people get a little sweatier. Maybe they got some pieces they want to come sweat. We used to intentionally bring drinks down to the rail when things seemed a little dead down there, but now we realize that can often have a backfiring effect.
I've been a participant of many a rowdy rail in my day. How are you as a railer? What do you bring to the table?
I don't rail live very often. I don't have any friends, I don't think.
Well, that's a different conversation.
Yeah, no, I don't.
It's probably because you're always doing commentary.
I'm in
You're just
commentary,
sort of
and then I've typically
excluded from the rail.
Yeah,
duties.
or if I'm at an event and typically like I I have to leave to go do something else by the end of it. So I'm very rarely around, like at a run good or something like that. I'm almost never there when the main event ends. I can't remember the last time I was able to stay at a run good event long enough to finish the main.
Five-handed poker now, so under the gun, technically the hijack.
5 days, 600,000. Six plus. 8 plus.
Ace-6 of spades is just about the only ace-6 I can get behind. And another 7 deuce in the blinds. It's time for Zaffagnini. This time suited, and he says, Pineda with ace-6.
All in.
Oh.
Wow, spicy.
Pineda rips it for 24 big blinds. And, hey, blows his opponent off a chop.
Nice little pickup. Yeah, as the short stack, Pineda really the only one motivated to do anything the least bit gambly.
That was pretty gambly. I don't know. I'm not an expert in these situations.
I mean, I was surprised to see it, for sure.
As we mentioned, Julian, a resident of Medellin for the last 20 years, loves football and is a big Medellin fan.
Yeah, I think perhaps he chooses ace-6 off as a shove there. It is one of his weaker sixes that he doesn't really want to play a pot out of position with, so that might have motivated his decision.
5, 6 raise, 700.
Eychenne opening under the gun, 10-9. Perfectly reasonable as chip leader, short-handed. Ionita with ace-10.
1-7.
8 raise, 1,000,000.
And isn't backing down. Adding $1 million.
9 plus. 2 plus.
This is a big fat no.
5 plus. 6 plus.
And Eychenne doesn't waste anybody's time, ditches the 10-9.
Yeah, good identification from Sebastian. Understanding that Tomasz is going to be opening a lot wider and that he can definitely 3-bet the ace-10 there.
Toxiferous asks, who did you say streams poker and what's their handle? Tomasz Eychenne, we know, was a streamer. I'm not sure if he still currently does it.
Let me see.
But it sounds like he's pulled off some pretty cool stunts, like turning 50 euros into 50,000 and then 50,000 into 100,000.
Yeah, and then he turned around the very next year and turned 10 euros into 1 million euros. That PSPC 800K cash, of course, was the bulk of that earnings.
Fold, fold. Ionita on 42 big blinds, 12.8 million in chips. I'm relatively shocked he's been in the game for such a short period of time, but I guess it's a testament to probably A, his work ethic, and B, just how much information there is out there now. How little time you probably have to spend knowing nothing if you actually just use the resources that are available to you. Because I would not have guessed, based on his style of play, that he is. I would have guessed he's been in 10 years at least.
Yeah, definitely doesn't have the markings of a beginner player. With artificial intelligence, just like you said, so many of the training tools are doing a lot of the work for you.
Yeah.
You don't have to be in the doldrums of the sims, running your own sims anymore. You can just have a pre-made drill function to plug holes in your game.
Queen 9 in the small blind. Eychenne limps in. Ionita with a fine hand. King Jack. Both of them going to be a little disguised. Ace, King, Deuce, 3 spades. This is all Ionita. Your boy Giuseppe just wrote the word yeet.
Yeet is what I call an all-in.
Are we in
my
Yeatsville
streams.
right now? I feel like no.
Definitely not Yeatsville. Me on my streams playing these $20 mix games, we're always in Yeatsville. Ace on the river, going to double pair the board.
My greatest poker accomplishment happened on PokerStars New Jersey.
What was that?
I think you've heard this story before, but I'll tell it for the benefit of the people who haven't heard it. I decided that I was going to stream a tournament one night. I came back from the bars, a little tipsy, streamed a tournament with no delay. And
yes, I remember this story.
And I would do things like I 3-bet with 7 deuce suited, and then someone 4-bet shoved, and I'd be like, guys, I think we're pot committed. Call. And then I would just get there. And then the guy who beat me heads up was watching the stream and was stream sniping me, and I came real close to beating him anyway. And then I was promptly told that that's a major game integrity issue, and I probably shouldn't stream with my with no hole cards, with no delay, and my hole cards up. So,
yeah, that was definitely agent of chaos behavior.
That's right, nicotine addiction. The commentator's just not caring about this hand. That's right. We don't care about any of this. Just to upset you. Thank you for your comment, nicotine addiction.
And good luck with that nicotine addiction, by the way. Maybe switch to the gum at some point?
Maybe that's why you're so crabby. Anyway, you're banned. The bet of 1.1 million called by Ionita, who wins. In case you didn't realize, I was being sarcastic. Of course we care. But the poker is happening. I'm sorry I chose to tell a story the one hand that there was river action for the last 2 hours.
I think they were fighting over 5 big blinds. I think the bulk of the audience will forgive us.
King Jack suited for Tomasz. Mr. Holzbein says, bro, I really hate this guy. I don't know who you're talking about, but you're also banned.
Let's just assume it's not us.
That's fine, but I don't like that kind of talk about whoever, so. Zaffagnini in the big blind with ace-5 suited. Calling seems reasonable. Some folks elect to re-raise with a hand like that.
I think right now their stacks are just so even. It's not a whole lot of reason for him to inflate that pot.
Playing
with that
smaller
hand.
pots a lot smarter at this point with the pay jumps and, as Caitlin said, the relative parity between the stacks. Top pair for Zaffagnini, who is going to smooth call this continuation bet from Brzezinski, who might just slow down.
Yeah, with no club on the flop, no promise of backdoor flush. Probably going to see him slow down a lot.
Zaffagnini checks again. Ooh, Brzezinski firing into the abyss. Will certainly not be getting a fold on this Queen of Diamonds turn card.
Yeah, and just like that, almost 4 million in the middle.
It's going to be over 5 when this call gets made. If a call is made. I always forget there are other options.
Chat screaming for 10 of Diamonds River. Violence.
5.2 million. River's a diamond. Brzezinski will not be bluffing Zaffagnini off this hand. He has the nuts. Zaffagnini checks again.
Has the restraint to give him just enough rope.
You convince yourself that you have enough showdown value with King High and not have to fire another barrel here because it doesn't feel like it.
Well, I think at this point you've been called twice. And
Yeah.
you have to assume your opponent has a hand.
Zaffagnini seems a little miffed he didn't get more.
Not happy to have diamond on the river.
Not happy for what?
Probably saved you.
Maybe saved him. Might have been bluffable without the diamond. I don't know.
Possibly. I don't know. Top pair worth a lot these days.
Umberto Zaffagnini. Yeah, that's right. Owns a company that manufactures peristaltic pumps. I don't know what that means.
They're for liquids, which is not helpful.
Peristaltic, what does it mean? Wave-like muscle contractions in hollow organs, particularly the digestive tract, to propel contents like food or urine forward.
I think that's the biological peristaltic pumps, but perhaps not the ones that Zaffagnini is manufacturing over in Italy.
Can we just get, is it douches? Is he making douches? Is he making enemas? Is it enemas? That sounds like a fancy word to mean he makes enemas.
No,
Peristaltic
I think
pumps.
it's probably like agricultural irrigation of some sort. I don't know, or maybe
650.
Sounds like enemas.
After that pot, Zaffagnini and Brzezinski going to do a flip-flop in the chip counts. Zaffagnini really doesn't like surrendering his small blind.
And Pineda likes to ship it over the top.
Yeah, I mean, ace high, under 25 bigs. I think that's what you got to go with.
Well, he's over 25 bigs now. He's on 30. Brzezinski under 25 bigs.
Zaffagnini just getting his finger caught in the peristaltic pumps. I gotta Google it now.
Yeah, you're smarter than I am. You should get on that. Tomasz Eychenne, 10-7 off. Probably not going to be the one.
chemical processing, wastewater applications, food and beverage, and more. So enema. Conclusive. Conclusive.
Actions folded to Pineda, who is going to get involved with 5-4 off, 8-4 off for Brzezinski. We've seen people taking the passive route with some of these weaker holdings, but here comes Brzezinski. Caitlin, you want to let the folks know about this, why you would raise a hand that seems so bad?
Well, because you don't want to play a hand with it, essentially. So some of our worst holdings and some of our best holdings in poker, we have to remain balanced. So when we construct our range, of course we want to be raising with our premiums, our ace-kings, our suited broadways, our pairs, but we also want to have some muckiness in there. Keep them guessing.
It sounds like, I know this is going to sound weird, it sounds like this peristaltic pump technology is kind of interesting. Tebla says you have a plastic tube and the motor kind of pinches the tube to push the liquid. So I guess it's so that you keep liquid out of a motor. Wondering how my Jägermeister machine works. I wonder if it uses a peristaltic tube. We have got a hand for Zaffagnini, Queen Queen, or as I like to call them, Lady Kings. And I don't think we'll ever truly remove sexism from poker until queens are worth just as much as kings. And I will not rest. Hashtag ally.
Thank you for sticking up for us.
Yeah.
The things you've done for women in poker. This is the second time I've seen Zaffagnini sort of confidently and audibly announce a bet size while holding strong cards or having
I noticed that.
improvement.
I actually also noticed that too, yeah.
So perhaps something to keep an eye on. His queens get no action there.
Yeah, Original Muffin. I have one of those Jaeger machines like you see in the bar where you like put 3 upside down bottles in the top and you press the button and it comes out all icy cold. But a very, very dumb roommate of mine wanted to use it while I was out of town and didn't ask me and thought that the way you clean it was to run water through it, which broke the mechanism because water freezes at a much lower temperature than Jägermeister does and wrecked it. So it was like a $500 eyesore for the next 10 years before I finally threw it away.
That's quite the price tag for a little.
No, it was big. I mean, it was huge. It was, you know, the one like they have in a bar.
Yeah, you get the max amount of people as drunk as possible in the shortest amount of time.
Correct. Yes, that's
Quite
the
a
only.
machine.
That's the only way I have a chance of having friends. Ace 9 8. Pair of 8s for Ionita. That's the best hand. Domination. Continuation. Eychenne bets 300K. Ionita going nowhere. 4 diamonds on the turn.
Eychenne going to slow it down with a check on the turn.
Yup. Check, check. Seems like Ionita's pretty happy to get to showdown at this point.
Does Eychenne try to turn his jack high into a bluff here, targeting the exact type of hands that Stefan Sebastian has right now? Would take a big bet to get it done, but he is not. He's going to check.
Well, according to Shack and Bake, he just lost the hand by not betting the turn.
Sometimes you can get real flirty with a 2-barrel. Get him through.
Ionita still on top, but barely, or just regained on top, I should say, just narrowly edging out Eychenne after that pot.
Only separated by one big blind at this point.
Yeah, and Zaffagnini is not far behind them either. It's basically a 3-horse race at the top at the moment. Pineda is on 30 bigs, 27 for Brzezinski. It's dicey for everybody. No one's super comfortable. No one's super in danger. It's going to be a lot of walking around in eggshells, a lot of pre-flop chicken. But I think that people are going to be playing pretty honestly at this point. The shallower and more even they get.
Definitely the kind of money up top in this event. Not the time to get creative.
Ace-4 in the small blind. Ionita limps in. Ace-8 suited in the big blind for Zaffagnini. Zaffagnini.
750.
Yeah, this is a strong enough hand. You don't really want to give Sebastian a free look at the flop with all types of off-suited gap or garbage that is still in his range. But this was one of his stronger limps with the ace-4, so he's going to come along, although he is dominated.
Domination situation, ace-10-10. The domination may not end up mattering. They're on their way to Chopsville. One spade somewhat relevant for Zaffagnini also. That's 300,000. Wonder why Ionita would double check that. Maybe to see which card was his diamond. Turns a 7, so at the moment this hand is not chopping. That 8 kicker is going to play. Another low card would be pretty bad news for Ionita unless it's a 4. Oh no, that doesn't help either. He is dead.
10's on board. Oof.
No chop. Opportunity here for Zaffagnini to take the tournament chip lead. Oh, and it's Ionita that's going to value cut himself. Did the work for him. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. That 8 is going to play. What was that amount for? 1.8?
Yes, Riverbet was 1.8.
Do you think it would have cost him less to check? Nah, it probably would have cost him more. I guess maybe around the same amount. If Zaffagnini's got a good handle on what he's up against. But Zaffagnini does, in fact, take over the tournament chip lead, switches places with Ionita, who's now down to 3rd. All right, so you're Tomasz, you're Umberto Zaffagnini on that river, and it's check to you. How much are you betting?
Definitely want to get called by the pairs that show up, maybe like an ambitious pair of 4s, the 7 that hit the turn, so at least half pot.
At least half pot, so 1.2 we're talking.
But that was exactly what Stefan was going through Sebastian's head, and not wanting to let Zaffagnini check back any king highs or maybe pocket 9s that he was beating.
650.
9 raise, 650,000.
Simple jack in the small for Zaffagnini.
You're going to make Griffin very happy. I see a deuce. Some backdoors relevant for Pineda. Not too far behind equity-wise against this deuce and jack high. Pineda going to take a stab. Plenty of turn cards he can double barrel with. Double barrel on.
Setup.
Zaffagnini. Not folding the pair of deuces just yet. 5 on the turn. That is a favorable turn card for Pineda, who's now out in front and has a flush draw. This is a double barrel card, yes?
I believe so.
Not this time. Pineda with the 4 card straight flush. His 7 high flush is the best hand. You gotta be feeling pretty good about your 7 of spades being the only spade here, or the best spade, certainly. And he does.
Yeah, since he opted to check back the turn, could definitely go for some value here on the river. Win checked 2.
We're going to call every half pot bet a Caitlin. Pineda's Caitlin. It has to be exactly half pot, though. Doesn't get the call from bottom pair. And that puts a little distance between Pineda and Brzezinski. Zaffagnini still on top by a couple of big blinds.
Rail's starting to really fill in here.
Yeah. It's the smell of money.
Yeah, get serious. It's almost beer o'clock. 3:30 in the afternoon here in Spain. Of course, we're on a delay, so they're a little bit.
3 o'clock might be time for an afternoon drink. Might be time for a little aperitif.
Did someone say beer?
Brzezinski with pocket 5s in the big blind. Hello, Griffin. Welcome back.
Brzezinski.
Count.
Brzezinski's all in. And I just don't see this getting called off by King 9 suited.
This is actually the second time in 2 days that Zaffagnini has had King 9 suited, where he's regretted the fact that he has to fold pre-flop. There was a spot yesterday where he got limp raised, blind on blind. Really took a lot of time. Finally folded.
Brzezinski now with his back a little bit off the wall.
Yep, that's
Showing
right.
Up to 29 big balloons. Are you surprised to see the 5 shoving there?
No, I think that's good for a pure shove. I think once we start getting to 30 big blinds, probably just lean more call. But as the short stack, expecting to get a lot of raise folds to 25 blinds from hands that have a lot of equity that you're going to lose to more than half the time post flop, just between obviously the equity being about even, and then also the position, the aggression, the better range when you just flatten the big blind. So I think that's
and those hefty shoves are something at this stage of the tournament we're only going to see from the short stacks, correct?
Yeah.
Zaffagnini with a beautiful ace-king of hearts.
Yeah, I think if 2 players had like sub 20 big blinds you'd play those 5s. It's just a call.
Christopher Mendoza writes, say someone on the rail is watching the stream from their phone. How long is the delay? Someone on the rail is watching the stream from their phone. How long is the delay?
Yeah, I believe the phone rail delay is, different than the normal delay, right? 19.25 minutes, I think.
30-minute delay if you're watching on the rail. I believe they discourage people from talking to players while they're actively playing on a break. If someone on the rail wants to catch them up on what they've been watching, they can, but it's still a 30-minute delay.
Yeah, and current climate of rail is that the floors are going to be policing a lot of excess phone use and definitely going to come down on any laptops or iPads, things of that nature.
And
iPhones and iPads out of the mix, my producers confirmed.
So no dual monitor PC setups on the rail anymore.
No, hardly.
Oh, man.
No.
Back in my day.
They still allow khaki pants though, which I was glad to see those still got through. We didn't lose khaki pants.
Goodness.
If anything, they should have gone first.
My girlfriend doesn't let me wear khaki pants anymore because I always stain them.
I was going to say, because you get pee-pee on the front of them, I bet.
No, it's not pee-pee. It's like popcorn butter and stuff.
And then you have to wash your hands and pretend like you wiped your hands in your pants to cover up where the pee-pee is.
But the pleats make make the front of my stomach look so slender.
Queen 10 deuce. Domination rotation as Brzezinski hits his 10.
Good combo to check back here for Brzezinski. I think you can probably bet better 10s, but this one, you would just hate to get check raised. Gonna go for some value now, and don't think Stefan's gonna be too interested despite having a gutter and an ace high. This check back on the flop does scream showdown value.
Brzezinski's rail, I assume. We're cutting to them, after seeing him. But, you know what they say about assuming, Griffin? It can make us both look like real jerks.
I don't know this one.
Yep. Pineda folds under the gun. Brzezinski's out. Eychenne on the button. Queen deuce suited. When he was chip leader, he was taking these spots. Looks like he's still going to do that. Second in chips. Seems pretty reasonable in position. Suited cards.
Yeah, I think it's one of the worst hands you will open, but some playability with it being suited.
And 7 deuce suited for Zaffagnini.
Do we have confirmation as to whether they're playing the 7 deuce game?
We do have confirmation. And the confirmation is that they are not playing the 7 deuce game.
Got to check. It's a popular game.
Is confirmed. They are not playing 7 deuce.
Yeah, it's
A little more than halfway through this level, hands-wise. All right. Caxa brings up a good point. 5,000 watching and only 526 likes. Come on, guys. You can do that. You can make my phone overheat. Actually, because I'm on international roaming, every time someone likes the stream, it costs me money. It's only like a couple of cents, but it does cost money every time because I get the notification. And then I run out of data, and then it's just, it's a bloodbath. It adds up.
So if you want to, you know, lampoon
No, don't say,
Joe,
don't.
If you want to, you know.
I really cannot. You're going to pay me for whatever this ends up costing me. Oh, it's starting already.
If you want to create a little fun money dispute between commentators, hit that like button.
It's got to be tax deductible, Aaron Paul Kramer. It has to be. That's the only thing I have going for me here.
Important also to note that if you don't like, we know who you are.
Oh, yeah, we'll be able to track you down.
Yeah. It will cost us more data, but...
Do you have a question here from Vinny Boys, who says, are you allowed to give someone chips in the tourney? And if so, can a final table just decide to play the 7 deuce game? Griffin, why don't you handle this one?
I don't really know how to handle that one.
You can't give someone chips in a poker tournament.
I mean, you can, but you can't just hand them to them. You can lose chips to them.
That's way too far in the weeds.
Oh, you mean in the context of the 7 deuce
Yes.
game, like you give actual chips
Yes.
if they play the 7
You
deuce?
can't pay them any chips that
unfortunately-
aren't in the pot, and if you attempt to give
Listen.
someone chips by intentionally losing a pot to them...
No. If you want Wild West stuff, you know, save it for the cash games.
You will face repercussions should you try to intentionally give chips to someone. Ace, ace, jack. Eychenne flops best.
Yeah, I expect to see a small bet here from Eychenne. Just a little protection against hands such as this. Your queen highs, your king highs also don't want to necessarily give a free card. Those kind of hands will probably be folding this board unless they are connected like they are with this queen 10. I think Brzezinski is going to have to consider calling small sizing here, drawing to, you know, not the nuts, but the nuts straight.
Schackenbach is back. Says big hand, solid bet.
Yeah, it's simply just an equity call here. Whether it's Jack 9 or it's pocket sixes, you expect that the king is very live, the queen is probably live, and the 10 could be live.
Brzezinski pumps the brakes.
Eychenne not going to be incentivized to bet, I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. As he does check, 6 of hearts. Abhinav says, I'm on team Eychenne. Yeah, well, all of a sudden he flops the best hand and you're on team Eychenne. Where were you earlier?
Yeah.
Where were you when there was one set of footprints?
I know where you were. Not liking the stream.
So if you want to make up for that.
And
900.
Eychenne does manage to deceive Brzezinski into putting one more bet out there. Hasn't called yet, but I don't really see him folding.
Nah.
I see him calling. He has called. I saw it. That's what I see. Eychenne with that pot retakes the tournament chip lead. Just want to read this comment from YouTube from Martin, who says, Joe, you are full of it. Try to be nice and not sarcastic all the time towards the chat. You're right. Joe, you are full of it. Try to be nice and not sarcastic all the time towards the chat. That's what you sound like. That's what you sound like. Was that sarcasm? I don't think it was. Hey, if you want to hear more sarcasm, 2 more stops. The European Poker Tour, Malta coming up. Malta, I'm going to be real ornery, too, because it happens over my birthday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So you're going to get even more of a smart ass from me because I finally hit tenure. When you turn 50 on the EPT, you can't be fired. So expect me to get way more out of line from October 1st through 12th of Malta. But in Prague, I'll be in a good mood because it's all Christmassy and stuff.
It's your favorite stop.
Yeah, sometimes people will buy you some street ham with some money they found in a wallet on the ground. And then you get to eat for free until you realize where the money came from, and then you instantly become sick.
I heard about that. What was the name of that guy again?
That was Sandy the Degenerate.
Sandy the Degenerate, that's
Yeah.
right.
Sandy the Degenerate.
What a generous monster.
Yeah. Queen Jack? We can't even play Queen Jack at this phase of the tournament? Not if you're going to run into Ace-5 in the small blind. It's a good way to get 3-bet, isn't it? And another limpy with a fairly powerful holding.
Yeah, I would have been really interested to see how Brzezinski would have responded to an isolating raise here. Certainly a candidate off of 24 big blinds to limp shove, facing some bluff raises, but instead is going to be second best on this flop. Eychenne flopping the very under-repped top pair of kings. He's going for big boy value. He wants that 9x and that 5x to pay what they owe. Hey, Brzezinski, you owe me money. 450, thou.
No club, no wheel draw. Brzezinski drawn pretty thin.
Potential action freezer. Because
yeah, and the 9s no longer are paid. They're going to get paid.
Yeah, the benefit of going with the bigger sizing here from the Frenchman is it gives the hand a bit more definition. You expect your opponent to have, you know, not just some sort of ace-3 off, something more like a 5x or a 9x. So that 9 kind of complicates going for value. You're never really going to get 3 streets, so do you want to perhaps check here to try to get value on the river, whether it comes in the form of, let's just say, a Queen 10 or Queen Jack bluff or a 7-8 of spades bluff, something like that that might have called the flop with backdoors and gutters. And then if you do see a final check, I think you can go for a little bit of value against what I imagine you perceive as a 5 or a pocket 7s. Question is, how much? Over under a milli. It's going to be Joe.
Under.
Oh, you're lucky you didn't grab a second white one, dude.
And gets paid.
Snaps it off.
I just think you got to go a little bit under $1 million because the hands that are beating you are going to pay more than $1 million. with the hands that you're beating, I mean, they might not want to pay that much.
Chapter 4 of Joe Stapleton's book.
Martin's back. He says, of course you would go low and childish on my comment. That's not how I hear it, though.
Yeah, see, the thing that you have to understand about Joe is that he actually has a condition where he says everything sarcastically. First discovered.
Of course you would go low and childish on my comment.
First discovered in popular Kids in the Hall sketch. It is a real condition.
Najwyższym.
Ken Fine says, Stapes, thanks for the cameo. My sister Pam arranged last month. Oh, yes. Happy birthday, Ken, I think, is what I was wishing you.
You know how I know you're more famous than me?
Why?
People pay you for cameos, and I've only done one for free.
Do you know that my cameo is embarrassingly low priced?
$50?
No.
It's cheaper than that?
Do you know how much I got paid for the cameo that Ken is talking about?
$25 US.
Nope.
$20 US.
Nope.
You did not sell your soul for $15 US.
Hold on a second. The cameo I did for Ken, I'm just going to show you the amount that I cleared.
If it's under $10, dude. Oh my God.
$7.50.
But I don't understand, because that can't be your going rate. Like, was that an offer? Like, was it a negotiation?
I think at one point Cameo convinced me queen high flop, 3 clubs. This is all Pineda.
It was all about volume instead of.
They convinced me that I would get they showed me these analytics and they're like, if you drop your rate this much more, you'll get this much more engagement or whatever. And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever, I don't care. Or I lowered it for Father's Day or something. And they do weekend sales.
Yeah. Well, you are everyone's.
I should see what it costs.
Daddy.
I should see what it costs. I'll say this: the pressure it puts on me. The pressure it puts on me is not worth $7.50.
No, I would imagine not.
But I'm happy to do it for people. I have to be something, otherwise people just ask me for videos all the time. Let's see what I cost. Oh my goodness, I have $550 on my Cameo account. That's a lot of $7.50 cameos. I mean, this is also just a great indignity.
Verifying that you're human?
Yeah, to access my own Cameo account, I'm not really... Great. Great. Ace-9 for Pineda under the gun. I think it might be because I have a VPN on. It's giving my Cameo a hard time. Razvan says, you guys can come to Miami. I will promise you a lot of fun. Razvan, get in touch. Bienvenido, Ami. 7 deuce suited, limping in for Ionita. Ooh, and 2 7s for Zaffagnini. Ooh. Tricky. Yeah. Who's calling for a 7 deuce flop, you sickos?
I mean, this is just a great example of, the gear shifting that you have to employ at this stage of the tournament. I know you might be seeing that, and it seems like that's such a natural raise, punish the limp. But the downside of isolating a hand like this, getting limp raised, getting limp shoved on, these are things that can happen at these 35 big blind stack depths. And the nightmare for Zaffagnini would be to have to get all the chips in here or to raise fold, which would be the only 2 options facing a limp raise. And has induced a bluff on the turn here. Zaffagnini's going to be a little annoyed because he's so under-repped, but he can't even beat an 8 at this stage. So is actually going to fold the best hand, and I think this is just sort of this overcautious approach that you actually do have to
utilize. So I really don't fault the Italian for losing chips in a spot that maybe as a viewer you feel more entitled to win.
Apparently my cameo is 64 euros. So I don't know how I only got $7.50 from that one, but must have been a special. Must have been a bargain.
I feel like if there was a metaphorical bargain bin of cameo and people just sort of, you know, rustle around there like finding old DVDs, they would find you. You're like, oh, yeah, this guy's only $7. Oh, King Kong.
King Kang ain't got nothing on Eychenne. Oh boy. And a fairly strong holding for Zaffagnini as well, especially shorthanded, especially against a fairly aggressive chip leader.
God, I like this call. Just feels too strong to fold and too
risky
to be 3-betting. You are allowing Pineda to sneak in there with the very playable 8-7 suited. Luckily, you have that dominated.
Queen, Jack, Jack. Are you feeling great about this with 2 kings and 2 people in the hand, Griffin? You feel like someone might have snuck in there with a jack in their hand?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have options here. I think you can get a little tricky if you want and mix in some checkbacks. You would hate to get check raised here by Jack X or a heart combo. And does find the check.
Turn is the 10 of hearts. It doesn't actually hit anyone else here. But again, with kings, it's all sort of in that area. No heart in your hand. Ooh. Zaffagnini committing chips with 0% equity. Of course, in his mind, a king would be the best card for him.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a strange spot for Zaffagnini because in a lot of ways he's finding himself with the bottom of his range, but this texture should really, really smash his small blind flatting range. So he's decided to see if he can win this pot. Also set a price for his double gutter. You know, he does have a straight draw to the 9 and to the king, but both of those dead to the exact holding of Eychenne. So because of his perceived range, can I bet something between, you know, 1.5 and 3.5 million that I could get a fold out of a checked back queen pre-flop or an ace 10 with the ace of hearts? And I really like this this give up from Zaffagnini. I think this bet was fine. Of course, we can see it was never going to work against kings. Now Eychenne's going to try to take Zaffagnini to value town if he decides to bet, but he just decides to check.
Don't slow roll the guy. He said ace high. Let's go. Eychenne with a chip lead now more significant than we've seen really at any point today.
You know what's pretty interesting, actually, that I just realized that
yes, sir.
The numbers probably that on the screen would have indicated, but he was actually drawing dead, wasn't he, on the turn there with the ace-8?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean is like, he thinks the best hand he can make is for a king to hit and make Broadway.
Yeah, I heard that, but then also the ace is no good. And
yeah,
then
nothing.
It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. He did not want to improve there.
21.88 miles per hour.
This is the
It's your kids, Marty.
This is the biggest chip lead we've seen at this stage of the final table. Starting today, 6-handed. We're 5-handed now. Eychenne's 72 big blinds ahead of Zaffagnini's 44. There's been a lot of jockeying for position and 3 really close stacks going back and forth. But Eychenne now with true chip leader status. Three deuce offsuits.
Brzezinski, one of the only players in this FT to have slipped under 20 big blinds. Going to get a free flop with the 6-5 off, but dominated by Pineda 7-6.
King Jack tray, 2 clubs. Quick hand there. Seven hands left on this level. We won't be taking a break at that time. The break is in 33 minutes. It is interesting how close the 30 hands ends up being, though. It's usually, you know, pretty close to finished by the time we hit the break. Legion 54 on Twitch says, these guys are amazing players. I would agree. Pretty strong stuff. $10-5 suited for Brzezinski.
What you have now? 40 million?
Nice.
Less than
3, 13, 13, 4.
Queen 9-4. Eychenne also in there with a 5. He's dominated.
Yeah, I think a board that makes for a nice bet from Brzezinski here. Got that interaction with the queen and 9. 1 diamond already out there. Has elected to check, though.
Repeat queen on the turn, yeah.
It's a bit tricky now because Eychenne is not the type of player that's ever going to fold ace, king, high here. Certainly not a 9 or a 4, which may have checked back. So Brzezinski's actually thinking now, well, if I'm not going to fold out better high cards, except maybe like a jack 3 might fold, I think I need to just check here thinking that I have the best hand and hope we don't face a bet.
Check, check. No one faces a bet. 3 hits, no one.
And without a credible story for Brzezinski to ever get a, say, a rivered 3 to fold, probably just going to check again and hope 10 high is good. And yeah, going to take it down. Good understanding of ranges there.
Pretty happy to win with 10 high. Those are always nice. Eychenne loses a little bit back on that hand. Does not really affect his chip lead. And Brzezinski is still under 20 big blinds.
What's the lowest high card call you think you've ever made on the river?
Maybe king high.
Pair of fours.
Maybe king high. Maybe. Maybe queen high.
I think I did a 9 high once. But you play enough hands, you can just do it as like a novelty thing. Or just like, you know, playing a $55 tournament on PokerStars or something, and like, it's just check to the river, and a guy who called once on the 3-4X flop, you're like, it's just gonna have 5-6 sometimes, and you call it, and everyone's like, ooh.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I'm still not calling with ace high enough, but I can do it. You know, I can do the ace high call on like the double paired board.
Oh yeah, you love that.
That's like, you know. It's pretty simple stuff.
Let's call it ace high. I mean, it is 2 pair that you're calling with, but let's call it.
It is ace high. Should I really be calling that 2 pair?
No, I mean, you're making an ace high call, but yeah, it's hand value wise. Okay, Tommy.
Tommy, can you hear me?
Tommy 2 times. Gonna come out
Make it
with
1.2 million. Make it 1.2 million.
4x. I mean, really, really pressurizing that middle stack, that third in chips with 35 big blinds. And I think that King 4 suited is going to be too strong, and he's call that. But imagine the pressure it puts on a hand like King 4 off, right? Facing a 4x raise when you really need to be playing snug. So
much card sharing, so much domination, and look at this, huh? Lady luck.
Sister gave up. My sister gave up.
Lady luck.
Huh? Of course.
You jinxed me.
I'm ruined.
Ruined. You did this. So, Ionita's range is definitely strengthened by the decision to call a 4x. I think that's one of the things I've been most impressed by Tomasz, is sometimes his sizing really gives definition to the ranges of his opponents.
Oh, okay. Not to his range, but to his opponent's range.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you can take out... Stefan Sebastian's not going to have Jack 8 off here, you know? He's not even probably going to have Jack 9 off facing a 4x when he really shouldn't be getting involved. So he is going to have some ace highs, some, I would say, King 9 off, any suited king. But then you can eliminate, you know, King Deuce, King 3 off.
Do you really think
off.
that you're going to get ace and king highs to fold with a C bet here?
So I don't think you're going to get ace high to fold, and king high is going to be very close. But even here, right, doesn't down bet. He's betting more on the flop than he did before it. And a little flicker of his Adam's apple.
Quads on board. Table pay. Where are my Ultimate Texas Hold'em players at?
Yeah, and now I think Tomasz needs to wave the white flag, because he's up against... oftentimes the nuts, the second nuts. Sometimes Ionita is going to have, you know, pocket 6s and now hate this board, but way more combos of high cards.
Eychenne has waved the white flag for now. Ionita's got to be pretty happy just to get one step closer to showdown with king high.
Preach, brother.
There it is.
Oh my gosh, and he is reaching. He's hoping that Stefan has something like pocket eights, which would have just flatted pre, flopped a boat, and then would fold. The sizing is strong. It is the kind of bet that it is possible to fold out a king.
Thought those were the cards going into the middle already. 3.5 million into 5.3 million.
This is the biggest hand of the final table, and it's really just developed from, you know.
Now answer me this, Griffin. We know that Ionita's got a king, and that's a relatively tough card to get to fold here at the second nuts, right?
Very hard, yeah.
But Eychenne's trying to fold out any card that's bigger than a 5 at this point, right? So, because he loses to an 8, he loses to a 10, he loses to a jack.
Yeah, so Eychenne's worst nightmare here is he gives up on the river, and then Ionita just wins at showdown with pocket 6s or pocket 7s or pocket 8s, pocket 9s, all these hands that could have rightfully just flatted pre-flop because they don't want to just get in 35 big blinds as third in chips. So if you split the range between these pocket pairs, and by the way, those wouldn't necessarily check back. They might just bet on the river to not lose to jack high or whatever. So if you split that range between all the king highs that he could have and all the ace highs, I mean, it is going to be more combos of ace highs and king highs. Oh, this is real close. But ultimately, you got to be sitting there and thinking, I have the second nuts. I have the second nuts. This is a very capable opponent. Would he really be trying to bluff me off the second nuts?
Nice call. Ionita makes a nice call, and what Griffin Benger is calling the hand of the tournament. And with that, Eychenne gives up the chip lead again. Ionita not playing that very nitty. And Tomasz Eychenne, I think, just a little unlucky to run into the second nuts there. I mean, I think it's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's an argument for that being a bit over-aggressive because I think we're going to see checkbacks from the ace highs and the king highs, and we've already eliminated so many jack highs pre-flop, calling the 4x, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Hard to call it a mistake when your opponent came so close to folding. And there are the updated chip counts. And just an incredible amount of pressure for the Romanian there. It's the difference between literally being last in chips if you call and you're wrong to being the chip leader at an EPT final table.
Don't want to jinx anything, but it would be pretty crazy for Stefan Sebastian Ionita to become the second ever Romanian EPT champion during the year of Romania.
Yeah.
Ah, j'ai perdu un gros coup là.
Let's see how the Romanian wields his newfound power and does the right thing, I think, putting pre-flop pressure, blind on blind, against Zaffagnini.
Now I think 16 something.
With the lowly Dolly Parton, just going to let it go. Good start to the newfound power. Look at me. I am the captain now. What an iconic performance. Did he win Best Supporting Actor for that, or did he just get nominated?
I don't think he won.
Let's see who beat him.
Four hands left on this level. 20 minutes left until the next break. Actions folded to Zaffagnini.
650.
650. Small to big, king 9 suited. Raise and take it.
You're not going to like the person that beat him. Jared Leto.
I was going to say Jared Leto.
From Dallas Buyers Club.
I was going to say Jared Leto.
Ugh.
Look, the guy's a good actor. Sometimes.
I mean, I would have given it to Jonah Hill for The Wolf of Wall Street over Leto. But I feel like Barkhad Abdi for Captain Phillips. They should have like a sort of like retrospective, like revisionist Oscars, like 20 years later. Of
That's James's idea. He says 10 years.
10 years, I think, is good, yeah.
To look back. Because sometimes people are just real hot on something. Like, remember The Artist?
Yeah, I didn't even watch it.
Yeah, The Artist, Shakespeare in Love.
Yeah.
Traffic. Crash. Sorry, was I thinking of Crash instead of Traffic,
Yeah.
I think?
Traffic's the Soderbergh one. Crash
Yeah,
is the
Crash is the one
did
I
not
mean,
age
yeah.
well. I mean, do you remember any of
The Shape of Water?
Yeah, I wasn't a big Shape of Water guy, and I do like my Del Toro from time to time.
I didn't realize it was a spin-off of the guy from Hellboy.
What, the spin-off?
Yeah, of Abe from Hellboy, the little amphibious fish monster, right? Isn't that?
It's not the
It's
same.
not a Hellboy spin-off?
It's not the same. No. It's not.
Oh. Queen, king, excuse me, king, queen, 6. Pineda betting with the best of it, that pair of 6s. Brzezinski with not a lot of hope here. And is going to get away. Just got my hotel confirmation for Aria. Going to be heading to Vegas in October, right after Malta, to voice the NBC Peacock Heads Up. That was just shot at the Poker Go studio. It's going to be me and Ali Najad on that one, a crossover.
Nice.
PokerStars Poker Go crossover. Fold, fold, fold. Queen 9 on the button for Pineda. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The hand of the tournament. Taking place moments ago. Eychenne is going to defend with a dominated queen. 10-9-6 extra domination, although Eychenne does have a straight draw now.
Could be a candidate to mix in some check raises here, but I think that Pineda's going to give Eychenne a free card. Real good candidate to check back. Love how quickly Pineda acts. Oh. Oof.
Straightenized on the turn.
Meow, 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 meow.
You got straightenized.
Pineda pins down.
going to be a mandatory call for Pineda.
550,000.
Still have a straight draw. With that queen, you can see he's drawing dead to win, but
that would be so sick.
2 ways to chop.
Not the card anyone was hoping for. I mean, Eychenne, he's pretty unbothered. His straight is good. And going for a little value bet. I mean, fairly well sized, seeing Pineda's exact holding. Gets paid. Gets Pineda. That didn't really work. Julian Pineda down to 26 big blinds. Eychenne basically tied for first again.
All players remain in the 3K6 max. Please start retaking your seats. You will restart playing in 3 minutes.
What is behind the big stack? You have 1 million.
8 million. 8 million even. Okay.
8 million total. Yeah. Thank you.
5 players remain from the 2,045 who started. Everyone guaranteed 380,000 euros at this point. And this will be the last hand of this blind level. We're taking a little bit less than 90 minutes, I'm told, to play through all 30 hands. Blind on blind. Again, another domination situation. Been seeing a lot of interactivity between these hands. And it looks like Ionita has opted to raise rather than just check and see a free flop.
Yeah, this is just a result of having a bit more chips than Tomasz. I think it feels more standard to just check back a hand like King 6. I think it's something we would see more often over the course of the days. But because of this very unique setup, Ionita just says, here, how about $1 million? Maybe you can just not limp call your, 10-7 off or whatever you have. But Eychenne with the relatively strong King 8, good range understanding to see this as a limp call.
Eychenne checks the queen high flop. Ionita decides to fire and gets a fold from the slightly better hand.
Very nice.
Ionita still the chip leader, but at this new blind level, which is 200-400 with a 400 big blind ante, things are getting to a fairly shallow state. Ionita's got 46 big blinds, 40 for Eychenne, 31 for Zaffagnini, and with that blind increase, that puts Pineda under 20 at 19 and Brzezinski at 12. Everybody remaining quite composed.
Let's see if Ionita continues with the aggressive
yes, let us
blind on
see.
blind strategy. Instead, elects to limp. Looks like a raise would have worked.
Looks like it certainly would have. Zaffagnini is going to get to realize his equity.
Jordan.
But is going to raise instead.
Zaffagnini with the step back jumper. 23. Joe, if you were athletic, what would the sport be that you would like to have been good at?
I played baseball. Why were you expecting me to?
No, it was
backhanded
this trend that was going
setup.
It was this trend that was going on Instagram and TikTok where like the girlfriend would ask their boyfriend, be like, if you were athletic, what would be the sport that you'd like to be really good at? The guys
I
get
just am
so deeply.
I'm just way
like,
too
I
aware.
am athletic.
I'm just way too aware of my own shortcomings to even notice that there was an insult
I mean,
in there.
You're pretty athletically built, so I would have been fine with you being offended.
850.
You should see these guys though; they're just like outraged. They're like, "I am athletic."
I think if you had said to me, like, if you were smart, like, what college would you have gone to?
yeah.
That maybe would have got me.
That would have grinded your gears.
Jack 5 deuce. Ooh, an open ender.
Yeah, advantage Zaffagnini here. Open-ended.
Statistical advantage.
Yeah, but just by merit of aggression, I mean, has every reason to bet this flop. And then, you know, I think we can see an ace-high call. And if it's not a 6 or an ace on the turn, well, 6 would be disastrous for Pineda. But just so many ways he barrels twice here and forces a fold. I just realized the ace or the 6 makes him the nuts. So this is actually, in a lot of ways, an unwinnable hand, I think, for Pineda.
Almost.
Zaffagnini's just going to likely continue to barrel. Ace-high won't be able to call. And if Pineda makes a pair, Zaffagnini makes the nuts. Must be nice, Italy.
Well, soon I will play the biggest clip of my life.
Zaffagnini is going to win this pot.
Oh, God, it was 3 greens.
Unwinnable.
7-5. Very good work. And now we definitely have some haves and have-nots. Between Zaffagnini, Eychenne, and Ionita, they have 45 to 39 big blinds, whereas the 2 shorties now, I think that we could even say that Tomasz Brzezinski with 10 big blinds is in the danger zone. Danger zone! Pineda with just 14 bigs, so some all-in confrontations might be around the corner. AC Deucey. Maybe a bit too loosey. Fold.
Ten-8 suited, that's a fun one. Queen-7 suited. Umberto folds it, as does Julian. Tomasz. 7-5 suited, the bond.
Do you expect me to talk?
Oh, Mr. Bond, I expect you to fold. And does fold. Am I bad? I probably would have tried to see a flop there.
I think it would be okay to peel there. But you're just running out of chips. I don't know. I'm wondering now that we're talking about it, I feel like maybe you should have made a royal flush, since the movie's called Casino Royale.
Royale with cheese. Maybe he should have had a quarter pounder.
Royale with cheese. Oh, love Reservoir Dogs. Joe's not taking the bait.
No, I also was a fan of Reservoir Dogs.
Are you gonna bark all day, little doggy? Or are you gonna bite?
Ace-4 under the gun for Ionita.
And you can see the slight subtle difference in strategy between a weak under-the-gun ace for Eychenne with the 15 million and Stefan Sebastian with the 19 million. Feels more comfortable taking that big card, finding the raise, getting it through.
Raise and take it. We're going to get him one more hand, then take a break. Chip counts as they stand. And with a 400K big blind ante, you can read the writing on the wall and on the graphic. Brzezinski's got 10 bigs.
So I'm sure you've been to, I know you've been to Italy.
I have been to Italy.
I know you've been to France.
Been to France.
Have you ever been to Romania, Poland?
I have been to Romania. I've never been to Poland. You?
Don't think so, no.
Brzezinski on the button with Jack-9. Not really the hand you want to get it in with, is it, Griff?
No.
Those blinds come around real fast when you're five-handed. Just paid the blinds, and he'll be in them again not long after the break. And that break is right meow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Headed to this break with this fella right here, Stefan Sebastian Ionita. As the chip leader, five-handed. Eychenne and Zaffagnini more or less tied for second. Just over 35 big blinds for each of them. Julian Pineda also short, but not in as much trouble as Tomasz Brzezinski is. Sitting on a stack of only 10 big blinds. 2,045 players entered this event. We are down to the final 5. We've still got the little matter of the 1.4 million euros going to the winner. More from EPT Barcelona after this. For now, spinning goes.
And we're back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting. Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
It must have been, yes. So we're 3, 2, and 1, correct. So we play on. Guilherme doesn't take the win there, but that might have been a big spot for him.
Yeah, I think that might, because I don't think that was the end of the spin, and he literally had the sweat to win his place in the final. Couldn't get it done yet. Still has chances. Back into the action here then. We had a raise from Nascimento. Pinheiro limp called the Jack-8 suited and check folds on the Ace-Ace-10, which makes a whole load of sense. Very tense table, this, right? The atmosphere is it's kind of cagey. It certainly feels a lot slower than the Lozowski table, although that wouldn't be hard because that was rapid fire.
Well, he certainly had. We had some aggressive players at that table. Andy PSX certainly not afraid to get his chips in. We saw that on multiple occasions. Happy to put the stack in on hand 1. We're not really seeing that same sort of play from these players.
I see. Okay.
Prayers on the rail.
Prayers on the rail. That's Rafaela, also qualified for this event alongside Kleist. And another all-in collision here, guys. Mararu versus Kleist.
Oh, she is sweating it hard.
King 7 or something like that. Hard to see.
Deuce 6 tray, I think.
Yep. 2 hearts on the board. Another heart on the turn.
Yeah, it's definitely King 7 for Kleist. Yeah, Mararu wins that showdown, and we play on.
And we saw a little bit of joking there, I think, with the third player who was quite happy that Kleist did not win that one.
Understandably so.
Yeah, keeping the game alive.
Mararu picked that one up. I think this win number 3 then for Mararu, if I'm not wrong, if that was the actual
I'm not
win.
sure if that was for the win again. We couldn't quite see the chips. It looks, yes, it does look like it.
I think that was for the win.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Kleist and Mararu tied at 3 wins apiece. Jaru.
He's loving life. Still alive. Could have been all over for him.
Yeah, my apologies, guys. I misspoke there. We are all caught up now.
The action is quite fast and furious, and with the multiple tables going on, trying to bring you as much action as possible. It is unfortunate. Sometimes we are not going to get it exactly right, but we will get you a corrected update as quickly as we can in those scenarios. Tianen here with the straight.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Nascimento, bottom pair. Just can't imagine he's going to put any more chips in this pot. Stranger things have happened, though. 150 announced.
Reaching for calling?
No, surely not.
Oh. Don't do it. There you go. Good fold.
The fake reach.
Clearly indecisive, and between calling and folding there, does make the correct laydown.
Cannon chipping up nicely here. Over half the chips in play. 820 plays 415 and 265.
Just a reminder here that both Nascimento and Ilari are on 2 wins apiece. Pinheiro, just the 1 win.
Yeah, interestingly, guys, I was speaking to Nascimento before we started the broadcast, and I said to you, he seemed pretty, like he said himself, you know, he's pretty nervous. He came with a bunch of his Brazilian friends. He's excited to be here, and like he almost didn't come. Like he almost didn't try to qualify, but his friends and his family sort of pushed him, right? They were like, come on, focus on the free rolls, try to qualify, and now he's here, which is pretty sick. He started from the step 1 free roll.
Wow.
Right? Grinded his way all the way up, and he's here. So very easy guy to root for, just very polite, very lovely guy, and you can tell that, you know, when he sweated his all in and won that last spin, he really wants to win, and you know, very easy guy to root for. So we do love to see, of course, the players' personalities develop and stuff, right, as we approach the kind of final table. And lovely guy and easy to root for, I would say.
Yeah, and coming from that step, I mean, oh my gosh, that's such a fun qualifier story.
As both a player and as somebody who works behind the scenes at PokerStars, there's absolutely nothing I love to see more than somebody coming in from very beginning, minimum spend, free rolls, and getting all the way there. We have those products like Power Path, where you can get a free Power Path ticket when you just play 1 raked hand, and we've seen players go all the way up to gold passes with that, and then go on to significant cashes. So it's just great to see.
100%. I mean, it just shows you guys, right, out there on the rail, and us here, like the dream is still alive, right? Like he's 2 wins away from playing for 100,000 euros after starting in a step 1 free roll. We can all do it, you know, like it gives everyone hope.
Well, and that's what I love about Spin and Go in general, but it's also this Spin and Go live format. We're giving people a new format to try. So yeah, you don't have to play a 5K EPT main event. You can actually qualify in different ways and still get a 6-figure score.
Yeah, nice.
It's still something to aspire to as well, even if spins is your preferred format, which I think is great.
Bringing the players out from behind the shadows and giving them something to aspire to and actually to show off to other players as well. And I'm a trophy guy as well, and I love the look of that spin.
I do too. It looks awesome. You guys will see more of that, of course, as we head to our final round and indeed our final table. Takes me back to the bankroll challenge days, Strag, you know. See if I can turn this 5 into whatever.
Yep.
See if I can turn this 100 into whatever. I think we need another bankroll challenge after the 50K spin challenge.
Are always fun. Well, all 3 players with some interesting hands here. Pinheiro with the ace-8 offsuit from the button does just go all in for 190.
Yeah.
So about, 6 bigs?
Yeah, it's a snap call for Queen 10. Not folding for 6 blinds. Gonna get it in pretty good shape against the jam range of Pinheiro. Another sort of 60-40 type affair here. Argentinian looking to hold. Can he do it? Ace-8 versus Queen 10. Very good start. Deuce 3-4.
Has the diamonds for the back door as well, so closing that off if it becomes relevant. And there is a chop opportunity here, but other than that, Pinheiro.
Ace of spades. Strag essentially killed it on the turn. Back to 400 chips. That's lazy of me. 395.
but it's always good to be accurate. I'm a big
Every
fan of
chip
being,
counts,
being
doesn't it?
precise, being accurate. It matters in poker.
Okay. Sorry.
Mostly. Not all.
Pinheiro, 1 win at the moment. His two compatriots at the table, 2 wins apiece.
Distinctive Vamos Argentina bucket hats.
Vamos!
The hat says it all. The hat says everything you need to know about this final table.
2 countries I've yet to visit, both on my list.
Oh, yeah.
Argentina and Brazil.
Absolutely.
Isn't it so funny how like they have such national pride? It makes me a little ashamed of how like you never really hear us going, "Go Scotland" or "Go England."
Go
you know,
Scotland.
very good.
With that actually almost sounded like a Scottish accent.
Ask Ruth. I can do a good Scottish accent. I can do a good English accent as well. I'm always taking the piss.
How does Ruth say medium?
Medium. It's nae small, it's nae big, it's medium. I'll take a medium chips, please. Chops.
Wow.
Okay.
I hope Ruth's not listening at this precise moment.
She almost definitely is.
Oh, hi Ruth.
Hi Ruth.
Hey Ruth. Speaking of people listening in, a shout out to my wife and my little dog Gracie who are listening along. I've been away from home for over 10 days now and missed them both terribly and love them both.
Jeez, look at all you guys going with the shout outs. I'll do mine a little bit later.
Hi Sheila. Hi Chauncey.
Gracie.
I was going to say I thought the dog's name was Chauncey. That's what you told me earlier. Wee Gracie now, apparently.
It is
What's going on, man?
It's an inside joke, don't worry.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm not freaking her out by saying her name. I have done that once before where I did a voice call to my wife and
Blind on blind here. Queen 4 of clubs. 9 blinds. Would imagine this one goes in. It certainly does, and Nascimento knows his ranges. Snap call with the ace 3 has to be done, of course. Now, 710 chips in the middle. Nascimento can take the chip lead here if he can hold. Very sweaty, these ones. Only a very slight equity favourite, as you can see.
Pierre's still on the single win, so really needs this double up.
It's a big spot for him.
Clean so far for the hand that is ahead. Brazil.
Queens and 4s at the moment. The only thing to get Pinheiro out of a jam. And there's the 4 of hearts right on schedule. Flip-flops it around. Aces and 5s needed for Nascimento. And that is a brick. So the Argentinian finds it just in time.
He needed that one strike.
Big turn card for Pinheiro. Did not want to lose this. He sat there on 1 win, watching one of these 2 guys going to 3 wins. Really needs to win this one to level things up to 2 wins apiece. I think we're in for a real battle in this game.
By the way, in the chat, Isaac says, what part of Scotland is that accent from? I think that's directed at you. You rather than me.
Definitely wasn't me.
Well, Ruthie's from Edinburgh, and she's the one that says medium, so we're going to say East Lothian.
Very good. Yeah, I was wondering if it was directed at you or me. I think probably you.
Probably you.
One of my favorite bands of all time from the 80s. We were talking about 80s music yesterday. Marillion.
What's that?
Marillion, one of my favorite bands. From Scotland. You don't know Marillion? What kind of Scotsman are you?
I don't know. Don't be judging me.
Are they from Stirling?
You can play with the music on the break. Right. Nascimento, King, Queen, all in. 4 bigs. 2040 are we playing at the moment? Yeah, 5 bigs. I think you can fold Jack 3 off here, Nick. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Yeah, I think so too.
And what we've seen from Malari, this seems like the kind of hand he's going to fold anyway. Probably overfold it even a little bit.
Yeah, I like it.
Not an overfold in this spot, it doesn't seem.
And you're almost disappointed not to get called here with King Queen.
Such a pretty hand.
Yeah, we need to double. We're going to get called with many hands that we have crushed. Regardless, on we go.
I prefer to go in with hands like King Queen over Ace 3.
A logical man such as yourself, Strag.
Yeah.
Don't you want the mathematical favourite?
Well, I'm saying the hand I go in with, not knowing what my opponent has. So I'm not always, I think it's just.
Gotcha.
It's one of those hands that's going to play well against hands that call you when you're that short.
Quite right.
All in.
Here he comes again. Joao announces all in. Round about 6 bigs. Let's see what he's got. King 7 off. This is a man who knows his ranges, I think. We've seen him acting very swiftly. Like it. No? You think that's a little bit?
How many bigs was it?
I think that's in.
I think that might be in.
6 on the button, that's in. I'll put my reputation on the line.
Six and a half.
I'm going to put my reputation on the line. King 7 off, I feel like it might be close to the line.
I am a fan of the swift all-in, though. I like to make my decisions quickly. I like when I'm short, looking down at my cards, I know what my range is going to be, what I'm going to shove with. So that way, I'm not being different with my big hands and my marginal hands.
Blinds 30-60 now. Nascimento in the big.
You can't not just see the beard now.
Yeah, I know. That particular shot as well, right?
Cannon finds a very nice hand on the button. 9 effective.
Lovely jam spot.
Should be hand over. Don't see either of these other 2 hands getting in the mix.
Yep. Should love to get a spin from the 9-5 here, but
the Dolly Parton as the hand is
the thing is, he doesn't have that many big blinds. Still think we have to fold.
Yeah, I mean, we can't call this.
No, he's calling.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
okay.
man. 6 is loving life here. Whew.
I don't know about this one for 5 effective.
No, this is too much.
9-7 maybe? Even that, I'm not even sure for 5.
I still think that's out, but I'd have to check. But I'm pretty sure 9-7 is even still a fold. 9-10, yeah.
Yeah, we're in, yeah.
Go.
You know what, to his credit, playing for the win, right? We have referenced this. Maybe he just draws a line in the sand. Hopes for 2 live cards. Gonna have to find a 9.
8-9 suited, probably.
Yeah, fist pumping that one in.
Yeah.
Even if it's wrong, I'm still calling. Right? You're like, okay, 4 blinds, let's go. Now then, can Nascimento find help? And that is not a good start. But it is followed by
the
8 and the 9. So a 7 or backdoor clubs. We're not completely dead. 10 of clubs is the fun one. 5 of clubs, in fact, would bring more outs. No help, though. Jack of hearts turn. 7s only. You know what they say here on Stars.
Always coming 7.
Unless it's the Queen of Spades.
That's the other one. It's the Queen of Spades.
Very unlucky.
Yeah, might look back on that one with a tinge of regret. We've been very complimentary to Zhao. Also, you know, we got to call them like we see them, as we say.
Right. Yeah.
I don't like that call off. He might regret that one a little. Takes the glasses off.
Yeah, there's a chance he might have just miscalculated the blinds there, because like we're not. I don't know. Like I said, anytime we're getting close to round 3, it's getting close to ATC.
Right.
Especially multi-way, where they have the extra dead small blind in there. That makes a big difference. But yeah, I think we need to relinquish that one and hopefully find something better the next hand. So heads up. Here we go.
Okay, gracias.
So this is such a critical match for Pinheiro to win. Down 2-1. If the Laurie wins this, gets up to 3 wins, 1 win away, it really is such a big swing. We are on 30-60 blinds now as well.
Just call.
Yeah, these are great spots to just limp, especially if your opponent isn't ISOing enough. It's like our hand's not quite strong enough to jam for 10 bigs, but we can just limp, be in position. Eychenne does check. And it's the old classic, most over stabbed board in poker in my eyes in the spin streets. Pinheiro, though, has one of those hands that actually does have some showdown and may not necessarily need to bluff, but let's see. I just think people wildly overdo it in these type of spots, and that's normally okay because people don't defend properly against it.
Pinheiro,
that's exactly right.
Does put the wagering discs into the middle. And just takes it down.
Like these really are the spots nowadays where people stab one, and when we have our kind of 6x or king, you know, king's 5 off that didn't jam pre.
Welcome back to this final table coverage of the EPT Barcelona Main Event, PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are down to 5 remaining players and things are getting serious. Sebastian, Ionita up front with 51 bigs, and then Pineda and Brzezinski both in a bit of a danger spot with 10 bigs and 14 bigs respectively. We might start seeing some eliminations here. We've been 5-handed ever since the exit of Suarez about a level and a half ago. The next page up is going to be almost 500,000 euros. Let's take a look at the rest of those payouts. Yeah, so the next, all these players have 379 guaranteed to them, 493,000 for 4th place, 641 for 3rd, nearly 900K for the runner-up, and our winner's gonna take home 1.4 million euros. 10 million in this prize pool, 3rd biggest Barcelona EPT main event ever. It is an exciting day here from Casino Barcelona. My name is Caitlin Komeski. I'm on the call here with Griffin Benger. Welcome back,
Caitlin.
Griffin.
Yeah, you know, these 3 stacks that have separation from Pineda and Brzezinski, really wanting to make sure that they lock up that 640 for 3rd place. So, yeah, expect some, between Eychenne and Zaffagnini probably wanting to bend the knee a little bit to the Romanian chip leader right there, as he has, 50 big blinds compared to their 37. They just really want to wait for those 2 other players to bust to get those huge pay jumps.
Yeah, Sebastian grabbing a hold of that chip lead from Tomasz Eychenne when Eychenne went for the very ambitious bluff on the quad queens board. Well done, Stefan. Sheriff is in town. All right, back to the action. Pineda going to open up the artisanal sourdough, as Joe likes to call it.
Might have trouble getting past the king-queen here, 4-handed.
As the chip leader, is he not going to be calling here?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting spot. Pineda should be raising very tight here. Oh, and wow, look at that. Zaffagnini actually waking up with the monster. So, yeah, there are going to be some sort of suited big card blocker opens like an ace-5 suited, but most of the time off 14 big blinds because Zaffagnini, it's just, what are you going to do? He ran into the jacks. King-queen fold's very interesting, though.
Yeah, I mean, impeccable timing there. Maybe he just sniffed the jacks behind him. Maybe got a read off of Zaffagnini. Who knows?
You have 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess just for Stefan, the risk of even running into a big 14 big blind stack, he needs to be kind of careful about preserving his chip lead, right? Like if he just 3-bets to get in the 14 big blinds, runs into ace-queen and doubles up Pineda, suddenly he has 36 big blinds and he's just sort of in the pack. So as much as he's able to put a lot of pressure on those middle stacks, he's not really trying to get in particularly light against the 10 to 15 big blind stacks.
Yeah, unfortunately, everyone's just waiting for Brzezinski to make a move at this point. Pineda now also on 10 bigs.
Mm-hmm. I think we have a pure shove here, blind on blind, for the 10 effective with Jack-10 off. Zaffagnini just doing a little housekeeping, making sure he has this right. Actually going to play it as a limp. I'm a little surprised.
Ooh, hearing rumors that alcohol has made it to the rail. It might be time for that rail to get thick and juicy as we approach first place.
So yeah, Zaffagnini kind of letting Pineda get here by not shoving pre. I just think it's too strong of a hand to allow your opponent to see a flop and run the risk of limp folding. And now Zaffagnini might start attacking that ace simply because he's the only one that should have any aces in this spot. Doesn't want to lose to showdown against a 5 or a 3.
Were you surprised not to see Pineda put in a bet with top pair on that flop?
I think it's kind of cool, actually, because it's allowed a higher card to come and Zaffagnini to start repping it.
Got to protect those checkbacks. 7 of hearts on the river. Pineda's queen's still best.
Good trigger discipline here from the Italian. I think that hard combos are certainly possible. Even something like a 6 deuce of hearts is going to call the turn, right? With the flush draw, gutter. You hate to lose at showdown to like a 5 or a 3, but you know, because of all those other combos that are flushes, Queen X. Still should have shoved pre.
Pineda going to be able to chip up in that hand all the way up to 14 bigs. Brzezinski, after paying the small, down to 8 big blinds. Yeah, so he'll have 2 in the middle and 8 big blinds behind. In the big blind, this pot, our short stack, Tomasz Brzezinski. Eychenne going to get things going with ace 3 of clubs under the gun. Everyone getting out of the way. Over to our short stack, who unfortunately just has a whole lot of nothing. He will be in the small blind next hand, 7 big blinds behind, just 3.1 million chips left for Brzezinski. The first time I was in a final table spot with serious money, the gentleman who was coaching me at the time, he said, "You're in a great spot, you're the short stack, you get to gamble." And that was really all I needed to hear. Unfortunately, after I doubled a few times, I did not stop gambling because it felt so good. Sometimes you just got to run good.
Which final table was that?
It was a $500K guarantee in my home state of Texas.
Sweet.
That's my biggest cash to date.
7th place?
Second place.
Second? Oh, so
for $60,000, yeah.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, but I went into the final table as a short stack, gambled, and then once I had a lot of chips, continued to gamble. All right, we're going to have an all-in here. King high for Brzezinski. Again, that's going to be just over 7 big blinds for Eychenne to call here with his suited jack.
I mean, Jack 7 suited ain't too shabby as far as equities are concerned. I think he would like to have a little bit more chips to make this gamble, but I think the inherent problem is just you're not expecting any worse jacks to shove, so you're really just playing it as a pure hope this isn't a Jack 10, Jack 9 shove, Queen Jack, Ace 7, hope you're live, and look at those percentages.
Eychenne has put in the call, and we are going to be flipping for the 7 million in the middle.
Motherfucker.
Brzezinski's tournament life on the line.
Yeah. King on the flop first take.
Exactly.
And
no clubs, no clubs, no clubs, no clubs.
The red one.
King.
No clubs, no clubs. Okay.
Ace King 10 on the flop.
Queen done.
Brzezinski pairs his king. Eychenne looking at a good shot to Broadway.
It's a great start for Brzezinski, going from 51% to 78%.
Hard.
Ooh, 8 on the turn brings in another gut shot. Now a 9 could make Eychenne's hand best as well.
This would be a real gut punch, and there's two ways that it can come in.
And Brzezinski survives and doubles up. We will remain five-handed as Eychenne's stack takes a hit. Brzezinski is now leapfrogged over Pineda. He's got 17 bigs to Pineda's 14.
And now Tomasz is in a spot of trouble, just in the sense of maneuverability. Now that you're at that 30 big blind, very clearly in third place, you really can't be going for too many steals. Can't really be playing back at the chip leader as much. You really need to wait out these short stacks. But you can see all smiles from Tomasz Brzezinski, up to 7 million. Still a very good chance to break into that top 4, top 3.
As you said, Eychenne handcuffed even more than he already was in the middle of this pack, sitting on 30 bigs. Renee in chat says, why do you gamble there? Having the guy still in is a decent dynamic for his stack size. What say you, Griff?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was very close. I think there's a very good argument to fold. But, you know, if you saw that he had king 5, you already have the big blinds out there. It's not that many chips. You know, if you knock him out there, you're fighting for the chip lead. Tomasz has made it very clear that he's prepared to, you know, push the small edges, go for the win. And now you can see how the shift in dynamic. Eychenne literally just limp called this hand just last level for an even bigger size. But now that he's at that 30 big blinds, he knows the rules. He knows that his game needs to shift. King 8 off, you know, too strong not to just open fold, but you just kind of have to fold to all the raises, which are going to come in so often.
Five-handed play here at this final table. Hear a little chatter and excitement in the room as our Spin and Go Live Championship is happening just across the room. You can watch that being simulcast on our YouTube channel. I have a bad lookalike for our Romanian friend. What? I believe it's Nick. Is it? I'm wanting to say Nick Walsh, but the guy who was in About a Boy and then he aged into Nicholas Holtz. What do you think of that one? Thank you.
For who? For
the Romanian, for Ionita. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. I mean, there's something so kind of like, no, it's there. Holtz just got those like really specific tiny eyes that I can't get too past. But no, that's a good bad lookalike.
I mean, he's a very attractive actor. Dated Jennifer Lawrence.
Oh yeah.
Part of his romantic resume.
Sure, they met on the set of X-Men First Class.
Indeed. And they even had, that was the nude photo scandal that happened at the time, was photos that Jen was sending to Nicholas on their long distance. Our short stack's going to be in the big blind this hand. Pineda has 2 in the middle, 12 behind.
You know, if I know one thing about Joe, he can't miss a good snowman's.
I love the snowman's.
Nom nom. All in.
All right.
Uh-oh.
I don't think this one's going to get through. All in and a call. Pineda's tournament life is at risk.
Rey 4.
And the meat cookie jar.
Well, the worst thing that can happen here is he is going to walk away with 379,000 euros. The best thing that can happen 33% of the time is a double up. And Ionita with a great opportunity to add to his chip lead should these eights hold. 5-5 deuce. Real good for eights.
Could be some exciting turn cards, though.
Absolutely. Low and pointy and red. That ain't none of those things. Pineda with just 3 outs. 1 chance to hit. 8% to beat the eights. Oh. No king for Pineda. And he is eliminated in 5th place. Outlasting 2,040 plus players. Taking home 379,350 euros. The player from Colombia has finally said adios.
Gracias, papá.
Couldn't really get much going today. Eventually, as the shortest stack, had to take a stand with King 4 suited. Didn't get there, and now we're down to 4. Current guaranteed payout, near enough 500,000, 493,000 euros. As Sebastian Ionita approaches the 70 big blind mark. Umberto Zaffagnini in second with 37 bigs. Eychenne, who just folded, has 30, and Brzezinski is now the shortest stack, 15 big blinds. Zaffagnini able to raise the button and get the blinds to fold. And that is going to put Brzezinski out of the big blind now for a few more hands. One more elimination, and we do cut the number of hands in half that we'll play. How's the chip leader going to handle this one? Under the gun. Ace-Jack seems fairly obvious. So four-handed, what is under the gun? Is that also the hijack?
No, it's the cutoff.
The cutoff.
It's late position.
It's confusing.
Mm-hmm.
First to act, late position.
Definitely widens the ranges of hands that these guys are going to be playing.
Yikes, this is a potential cooler on our hands.
No, he didn't.
Whoa.
In the count, please.
Oh my goodness.
My goodness.
I think that's going to be 29 big blinds behind.
Yeah, this is...
This feels like it might work. Like it's a... It seems a lot stronger than it is.
I think it's the best hand you can fold, but the problem is for Ionita's understanding how capable Eychenne is, that he would shove King Jack suited, King Queen suited, you know, ace-10 suited here. And then, of course, all the pairs that you're flipping against. So there's a portion of the range you're dominating. You are losing to ace-queen and ace-king. Both would play this as a shove. They wouldn't be inducing with that 15 big blind stack. Wow, Ionita really weighing his options here, and I don't blame him. You know, you lose this, you give up the chip lead. Do you really want to call here and just be shown pocket nines and then, you know, lose a flip? You have such an advantage right now just playing small ball, keeping the people in, but yeah, I think ace-queen you call, and ace-jack you just vomit fold. But I think you can call, and he would be well ahead.
Ionita does not call. Folds the dominating hand. We could have been potentially down to 3 players.
And honestly, that's another one of the benefits of shoving there. I know it feels very scary as we were watching it, like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. Oh my God, if he gets called, he's out. But, I mean, you're folding out better hands, too. You're going to fold out all the king-queen combos. You're going to fold out, as we can see, at least all of the unsuited ace-jack combos, probably most of the suited ones. So it's just effective.
Certainly was effective. Eychenne gets up over 30 big blinds again with that.
Eychenne refusing to back down, even though some of these smaller edges he's taken have
Yeah.
not gone his way. We talk about the quads hand and
If
other
it ain't
things
broke.
that have blown up in his face, but continuing to apply that steady pressure.
Pretty wild that got through. But the next hand waits for no one. We play on. Brzezinski now with queen 8. He's going to hope to pick up a slightly better hand before being completely blinded off. Ionita picks up that one with a walk.
One of our chatters saying hard call, 8 out of 10 times the opponent's going to have a better hand, and you really only beat ace-10 suited.
And king-jack suited.
And king-jack suited.
And king-queen.
His literal holding.
But you call it off with ace-jack there, and you get shown ace-queen or ace-king. You feel so stupid.
Yeah.
You feel
jabroni town.
like a real horse's patoot.
I mean, you're horsey patoot if you get shown 10s and lose, right? It's just like,
sure.
Was it really worth it?
Brzezinski under the gun with ace-9. Time to make like the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Yeah, I'm actually
and ship.
Not entirely sure about a 15 big blind shove here. I think it's an easy shove. You know, and that, yeah, you know what? Gets snapped.
Oh, my goodness.
I think I would have liked to have just seen a min raise off this particular stack size.
Good luck.
Brzezinski in real rough shape. This not even really a flip.
No.
30% dog.
You're just getting called by better and folding out worse here, whereas you can just min with the blockers, maybe get some... People aren't really going to three-bet you light here. So I think, yeah, around 11 big blinds, you just shove it in, and then after that, you can just start min-raising. So I think a small mistake here from Brzezinski, but we'll see. 29% of the time, it works every time.
And that is an interesting flop. Brzezinski
You're happy?
flops an open-ender. Zaffagnini has a set. Some turns will have Brzezinski drawing dead, but for now, has 7 outs. That is it, though. Full house on the turn for Zaffagnini. No hope after that. Drawing deed. Tomasz Brzezinski eliminated in 4th place. Hot on the heels of the 5th place finisher. Brzezinski Taking home almost €500,000, though. Cannot be too upset about that. These three guys are going to have a very good night with their pal, I believe.
Yeah, it's not about the money, it's about the friends we make along the way.
Or that you made beforehand and then showed up here on the day.
I like to think he just met them on day one. Now that he's rich, they're like... No, yeah, the Polish man with almost $500,000. Pretty sweet deal.
And now we are down to 3 with this fella still in the chip lead. Threads up poker.
I mean, I believe he'll get to the chip lead, but yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right, he's
Excuse
right
me,
there.
this is not the right person. You're right. Sorry. Umberto Zaffagnini was the winner of that hand, not the chip leader. I'm confusing my handsome European
I was
cutie
gonna
pies.
say they're very similarly stacked attractivenessly.
Kenny.
A little peek at Kenny Haller, who I believe is a contender in the PokerStars Live League. Some good synergy right there. Not all the live events, but many of the PokerStars Open events this year, including some events at EPTs, get you points on the PokerStars Live League. There are 3 different tiers of buy-in. 3 different leagues, if you will. A high, a medium, and a low. High is 5K and up. Medium is 1 to 5K, and then below that is the low. Having a peek here. You know, I was surprised to see Jason Kuhn on this list yesterday because we don't always see Jason, especially at the PokerStars Open events. But apparently he crushed every high roller this week, cashed in everything, that he went from not being on this board to being 7th. I don't know if he went from 0 to 1,200, but he certainly was not in the top 10 until EPT Barcelona.
I do want to mention David Coleman cashing for about $1.9 million combined for 4 second-place finishes in a row to start the series here in Barcelona. Very impressive from that American.
Absolutely impressive. Enrico Kamaski, Leon Sturm, Mikita Bajakovsky, names we know quite well. There he is, Kenny Hallert, number 4 on the medium leaderboard. Top spot there belongs to Gerard Cortez. We do have a year of Romania here and plenty of Italians on this list.
Yeah, Jon Kite moving up this list a little bit. He got a 2nd place finish in, I believe, the 8-game mix event that was here. 8 or 9 game event, but yes, definitely got some points there.
He won something very recently as well. I just can't remember if it was on our tour or not, but I know I wrote him a congratulatory message relatively recently.
Also, little shout out for our team pro, Miss Marley Sprague, coming in at 12th place of the 2200 deep stack today. Shout out to her.
That's good for medium leaderboard points. And here we've got the low, still topped by Stan Du Carlson. David Doherty, not losing much ground, was not able to make it here to EPT Barcelona, but I assume we will see him at the very least in Malta.
Feel better, David.
Andreas Fraley, a name we know fairly well. Alexander Iverson, a staple on the European Poker Tour. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Daniel Johnson, because Johnson. Looks like we are ready for 3-handed to get underway.
And all 30 of those players will have a chance to compete for a spot on the on Team Pro, correct?
That's right. The top, well, not necessarily, but the ones who end in the top 10 in each of those leagues will be considered. They will name a new Team Pro based on various factors, but getting into the top 10 on those 3 leaderboards is the first barrier to entry. So now under the gun is the button? Is that how it works?
That is correct.
Another domination situation. 5-4-2. Huge difference between having the ace and having the king here. Eychenne is checked. Ionita bets and takes it. Now Ionita is the tournament chip leader. 69 big blind. No, now it's 67. Damn it.
Well, he's paying his big blind.
I know. Zaffagnini, as I mentioned, second at chips. Not too far apart for those two. Tomasz, Eychenne bringing up the rear at this point with just under 30 big blinds. Not one person has brought up a deal that we know of. And as you know, on our tour, we do prefer, in fact, require that if a deal is going to be made, that it be done on camera and facilitated by the staff to make sure it's all on the up and up.
We like to watch.
We do. We sit here in our 3 cuck chairs watching the deal.
I actually find deals quite uncomfortable. It's like, listen, all my friends over there are reminding me that I'm better than you, and you need to give me more money. Like, it's so like, you feel so invincible having gotten to this point that your ego, it's hard for it not to get involved if someone's trying to tell you, like, I have more experience.
It's so rare to be able to play for this type of prize money.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these players are just like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to play it out.
I'm pretty funny. I mean, I've never obviously played in tournaments this big, but in the few times I played in tournaments and people said asked if we could take a deal, I was chip leader, and every time I said yes, but only if it's an even chop. And they went, really? And I went, yeah. And they went, okay. And then I even chopped it.
I'll tell you what really helps deals in side events is people that don't have spades yet, and they're just like, if I can have the spade, then I won't take as much.
I did require the win, by the way.
Yeah, of course you did, yeah.
Another collision here. This time Eychenne, the dominating hand.
I gave up nearly $75 in equity by demanding the even chop in the $55 nightly.
Well, I hope they at least got you an ice cream cone for your generosity.
It was just the cone, though.
Exactly, an empty cone.
Yeah.
Check, check. Another heart of the turn. Breathes a little life into Zaffagnini's percentages.
Oh my God, I have the king hearts. Oh my God. Okay, play it cool, Did you see me look?
Tom dropping the reference that I wanted to drop. They were cones!
I never watched Coneheads. Was that any good?
You mentioned that already this week.
No, I have not.
Yes, you have, and I told you it actually is pretty funny.
Did I really mention it already?
8 of hearts on the river. Zaffagnini makes the king high flush.
I guess Joe and I are watching Coneheads tonight.
I'm a big fan of Jane Curtin.
There's a lot of great cameos in Coneheads, too. Tom Arnold's being my favorite, probably.
You do love cameo.
Run, don't walk to get your Joe Stapleton cameo.
You weren't here for the cameo conversation.
Yeah, but I was listening,
you listening?
from my cuck chair.
Can you believe $7.50? Such a cheap date.
It's already down to $7.50.
It was a promotion.
It must have been a promo. I don't know.
Yeah. He suspects it was like a sort of a Father's Day thing,
Doesn't even get
his
your
babies.
Chipotle bowl, Joey.
He's got a lot of babies, Daddy's got a lot of babies.
What I do is if I have a particularly bad night at the casino, I'll go on my cameo and empty it out and be like, there you go.
I'm responsible.
That didn't count for anything.
Neutralize the gamble.
You should actually only send the $7.50 cameos after having a really bad night at the casino.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, I'm having a sale. Well, I'll tell you. Okay, so I learned this. So the first time I ever hung out with Boston Rob at a Run Good event, I picked him up at the airport. We're supposed to go back to the Airbnb. He's like, I want to go to the casino first. In the first 5 minutes in the casino, he loses like $5,000. And he goes, I got to go back to the house for like a half hour. So I take him back to the house. He goes out on the balcony and just does $5,000 worth of cameos. Like he's just hundreds of cameos waiting for him. Takes 30 minutes. He's like, all right, I'm good. And then we went back to the casino. Yeah.
That is bad.
He's the one that taught you that. I mean, when you're a father of 4, you got to make room in that budget for gambles.
He's one of the most ridiculous human beings I've ever met.
What's his price? Do you know off the top
That's
of
a
your head?
great question.
I mean, I would say
At
probably
least 3 Chipotle bowls.
I mean, it's probably close. Probably more like $100. I would guess. I don't know the going rate for cameos.
Apparently, the biggest because Tyson's of PAL also. Apparently, they make thousands over Mother's Day weekend. Apparently, that's like their biggest weekend is Mother's Day.
Have you ever had someone ask you to like break bad news to someone with a cameo? Like, hey, can you tell my wife I'm cheating on her?
I haven't
or
had
something
that
like
yet.
That? I've heard of
Boston
those.
Rob's $250.
So, Eychenne falling for the trap here. Really brilliant limp raise opportunity for Zaffagnini. Very nicely done. So I did one cameo for someone, but it was for free. And it was glorious. I should have charged so much. Because I was on a boat with a bunch of my friends. So we did like a whole thing where it's just like 5 beautiful women. I'm like, hey man, happy bachelor party or whatever. It was great. He was very happy. It was a friend of a friend, in fairness. It wasn't actually through Cameo.
And they didn't pay you?
I mean, I didn't ask for anything. It was more like it was a friend asking a favor.
You were just happy to show that
he
you
was
knew
going
5
to the
attractive women,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's pretty much. I actually paid him. It's just like
to tell other people.
Yeah. Please don't put this on social media.
It would be so embarrassing.
Yeah.
What do people think? I'm like damn Bulgarian? So silly.
I'll show it to you later. I'm sure I got it somewhere in here.
Wait till I'm in my cuck chair, please.
Yeah, of course. There's a couple things I have to show you. What was the other thing? Oh, yeah, some of those problematic names for hands.
One of those problematic hand names is on the Rounders DVD, like in the special features. There's like a game you can play where you have to guess like the hand nickname. Remember on DVDs they had games sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one on the Rounders special features.
Can you name one of the cards in the problematic name?
It's the Queen 3.
Yeah.
Everybody's favorite problematic.
Yeah,
hand.
that's the one.
Ionita raise and takes that one after a limp from Eychenne. Alex on YouTube says Ionita is the best heads-up player I've ever seen. It's going to be really hard for Zaffa. I do believe I remember reading that he really got into heads-up, or maybe I'm thinking one of these different players. You read all these, Caitlin. Who am I thinking of?
800.
So Eychenne in an interview did say that he's a heads-up specialist.
That might have been Eychenne, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, like these 3 nice-looking white boys are all kind of interchangeable for me in a lot of ways.
I was just thinking that. They could have an indie band circa like,
Yeah, right.
It's like Interpol.
The Other Strokes.
They could make music for very sad women.
Ionita has 3-bet the button open from Eychenne. Eychenne with deuces.
This could go all in. But Tomasz finds that fold button
Another fun fact about Eychenne is he cracked the top 50 at the WSOP main event this summer. Finished 47th place.
I mean, there's no better practice for playing 7 days straight of poker than the World Series main.
47th finish, is that all the way till day 7?
Oh,
Probably?
yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did like 8 or 9 days this year, so I feel like it would be probably 7.
What's your best finish in the main? Oh, sore subject?
7th place. Not so sore.
He was card dead. Just give it me already, says they're trying to find the most expensive poker player cameo. So far, it's Phil Hellmuth at $400.
Goodness.
He charged me $5.
Maybe
No
if you had gotten a podium finish.
Although, in fairness, I do credit Phil Hellmuth for making me about $17,000 at the NEPT two NEPTs ago, because he came into the booth and he did a level for us on the stream, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go play this Hyper Turbo," and I was like, "Oh, I didn't even know there was one." He's like, "Yeah, come play it with me." I was like, "Okay, Phil Hellmuth, I'll come play this Hyper Turbo with you." And it only got it was 43 runners, and I ended up lifting the spade a few hours later.
Heck yeah.
Did you make a deal?
I did not make a deal.
988.
And the lovely woman I was playing heads up against did want to make one, but I really wanted that spade. So I crushed her dreams.
Wow, you hate women.
No, just that one. Just the one that wanted my shiny toy.
Check, check. 5 on the turn.
More straight outs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, when I got the winner's photo for that, I got it taken, and then I just sent it to James Hardigan and said, I quit.
Producer Chris is saying everyone was hungover on the crew the next day, and you bought everybody breakfast.
Did I?
At Denny's.
Oh, I did. That's right. I did do that. Yeah.
What an angel.
What a big spender. What was that, $1.99 a person?
Yeah, I mean, the whole crew is a bit of a stretch. There's about 4 or 5 of us, but yeah.
A
little fingering of chips and then fingering the table is going to lead Eychenne to win this at Showdown. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to the 2023 NAPT Hyper Turbo champion, Griffin Benger.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for being with us, buddy. Are you back later?
I am back later. If this is still kicking.
Okay, great.
I will be back.
Goodbye, Griffin.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And it means it's time to say hello to our newest commentator for the day, Miss Maria Ho.
Why, hello there.
Maria, have you ever made a deal at a final table?
I think I have, actually. I actually remember this story really well now that I'm recollecting the situation. So I was an ambassador at a brick and mortar casino back in the day called
WinStar.
WinStar Casino, yes. And Caitlin, you might be familiar because it's, kind of close to Texas. And I played, they had like a 5K high roller for the first time ever during this series, which was the River Series. And I remember I got like down to 3-handed and I had all the chips. And the 2 people left asked me if I would make a deal. And being the ambassador of the casino, you can't, I mean, you would feel really, really bad being like, oh no, guys, I got all the chips. I'm here to, kill all of you. So deep down inside, I did not want to be honest, but I still did. But it's okay, because I think, it all's well that ends well. We had a good time. It was, it was a good chunk of money, and everybody left happy.
I like that. You've been a benevolent ambassador at many of the games I've played in.
Thank you. Does that mean you think I'm donating?
Not donating, but you're certainly not playing with all your teeth out.
No, not at all. The first time I met Maria, we were playing a ladies' event, and she would patiently explain all the floor rulings. If anybody had a question, she was right there, very chatty. She's exactly who you want her to be.
Oh, thank you. I just remember the time when you turned a set against my flop set. Caitlin, never forget.
Oh my
Win
goodness.
championships. That was hard. That was rough. But I still love you, but I'll remember that hand forever.
I am getting word that
I can't believe the universe allowed me to make a better hand, frankly.
I'm getting word that in the deal Maria made at WinStar, she did demand better than first place money, though.
Stop it. No, I'm just like you. I have all the chips, and I'm like, only if we do an even chop, guys.
Anything can happen. In my case, anything could happen. It was like an 8 big blind average.
If I ever made a deal, I'd want there to be like some fun props on the side. Like, okay, I'll chop with you, but you'd need to make a fun TikTok trend with me. Or like some juice it on the side with something embarrassing.
I like that. No one ever brings in outside punishments. Ionita has pulled away slightly with a little more chip lead over the last few hands. He's got 70 bigs to this fella's 60. And there's just a few hands left at this level. Eychenne is going to call that raise with 10 deuce and flops pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think Eychenne's the type of player that is used to having to be on the back foot. You know, these players now with a bigger chip stack than him, kind of giving him a taste of his own medicine, but he's not backing down, you know. Still going to get in there with Doyle.
Nine of diamonds on the turn. Has Zaffagnini drawing dead.
Yeah, I do think you have to start being careful and just not over bluffing these spots when you think about the range that Eychenne's going to call with pre. You know, there's certainly going to be a lot of interaction with connected cards, and this board is getting quite connected.
Three of diamonds is your river. After it goes check, check on the turn. Yep.
Yeah, and that's an extremely cagey check by Eychenne there. I mean, you feel like sometimes 5 high might just get to the river and feel like they have to bluff in this spot after the check back on the turn. But Zaffagnini shows some restraint there, despite, you know, showing up to the river with one of his worst hands, just no showdown value whatsoever. Doesn't fall for Eychenne's check back trap on the turn.
It's a little sus, right? I mean, Eychenne did call the flop on a pretty dry board.
Yeah, I do think there are some like natural hands that could be bluffs here. I mean, you wonder how often does Eychenne, you know, bet a flush draw on the turn versus just try to realize his equity.
Mentioned the NAPT moments ago. There's a new NAPT coming up this November, and at the last one, we shot 15 episodes of the big game on tour. 5 of them have aired so far, and the next 5 start airing with episode number 1. We're calling it Season 2, Part 2, Sunday, September 28th, and we're playing the original big game stakes. $100K buy-in, $200 small blind, $400 big blind ante, bomb pots. Don't forget that. We've got bomb pots this season. Lex Veldhouse, Alan Keating, Jason Kuhn, and an adorable loose cannon named Luke Moy. who runs pubs in London, England. A real working class fella. Taking on some of the best.
Look,
and Morgan J. Yes, Maria. Oh, no, we lost Maria.
Oh, no, I'm back.
Okay,
it just froze for a second. Okay, so what I was saying was I don't want to put the cart in front of the horse. I know there's all these beautiful big episodes of the Big Game Tour that have not aired yet, but when are we going to find out if it's going to be back this November?
I don't know. We hope to shoot a new season of Big Game in November. If I were a betting man, which we know I am not, I would bet on it happening.
Okay, because remember how we have kind of a potential special guest invitee that was possibly going to do it last season, but just a little bit short notice. I feel like we might have him on deck still, and with more heads up, of course. So
I think that person is an absolute slam dunk to invite to play in the Big Game, and with this information, maybe I can nudge it a little further. As we have taken to a flop with pocket queens versus 6-9 of hearts, and we got a gut shot here. A little too spicy to do anything but call. Ionita could be in a spot where the pairs are live too. We know they are not. Ooh. Oh. Ionita not winning after that card, but is going to feel like he has improved.
Yeah, he can now make the straight to the queen, although I don't like his chances with Zaffagnini holding 2 in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would imagine that Zaffagnini is going to go a bit larger on the sizing here. There's going to be some flush draws, some of these gutters, open-enders. There's going to be, some of the 10X variety that may or may not still be interested in coming along for a second barrel.
The second barrel does get rid of the draw. And Zaffagnini closes the gap between himself and Ionita. Just 4 big blinds between them now.
Can you remember a time where you've gotten to a final table that had this many stacked handsome men at the table? Like, I feel like I want to do some reverse chauvinism.
No, usually they're just complete dogs, to be honest.
You're too pretty to be playing poker, buddy. You could do anything. You could be a model.
Yeah.
Caitlin's ready to treat them like the pieces of meat they are.
Exactly.
Usually there's just like one, like a Fabiano Kowalski, and you're just like drooling over him. But, I mean, this whole 6-handed with Suarez,
They're
right?
all pretty enough to have a complex Ponzi scheme or like a cult even.
Yeah, I mean, choose your players. A little something for everybody.
And Zaffagnini's got the whole Clark Kent thing going on, too. He takes those glasses off. He's like an 11. Jack 10-10.
Those glasses are fun. He could be a contestant on Match Game, 1975.
Yeah, right. What's
Brett Summers?
No,
or
what's
Charles Nelson Riley?
Charles Nelson Riley is what I was trying to think of.
They brought back Match Game. Have you checked it out?
I really have a thing with hiring huge celebrities to host game shows. I think it's obnoxious.
Oh, Martin Short.
Well, Martin Short is now, and I think it was Alec Baldwin also like a few years ago, and they brought it back also then too. I'm loosely connected to Martin Short, so I would watch him because I like him very much. But It used to be that game shows were like a chance for like other people to like make a name for themselves and have like a decent job. And now it's just like, who's the most famous person who's just desperate for a paycheck?
Who's going through a divorce right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Come
You can
host our
always
game
tell who's
show.
going through a divorce. I mean, Martin Short's got that new Meryl Streep girlfriend. He's got to bankroll that relationship.
All right, listen, Stapes, fire some shots. Who do you think is one of the worst celebrity hosts of a game show out there right now?
Good Lord. I don't know if I'm comfortable answering this question.
I'll do it. Drew Carey was a pretty big downgrade from Bob Barker.
I love Drew Carey, and I don't really get him on The Price is Right, so I can kind of agree with you on that one.
I also
I've never
think
seen
they
him
could
be
have done
funny.
better than Ken Jennings to replace Alex Trebek.
Certainly Ken Tremendous would have been a better choice. Zaffagnini in the small blind has raised. Eychenne is going to call with Queen 9. King 6. I'll say this, without talking about performance, the one I was most disappointed is when they had Elizabeth Banks hosting Press Your Luck. That just didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, decent flop here for both hands. You know, Zaffagnini playing this as a check after being the pre-flop aggressor. And, you know, Eychenne does have a little bit of showdown value that actually now does end up turning the best hand.
Those threes shriveling up. Rip Wink Martindale, that's right, Wally Mammoth. Zaffagnini checks the threes. For a second time. Receives a check back, free river, not a three. Zaffagnini is going to stab at this river. 400,000 might not be enough.
No, but just making it this sizing, trying to get a call from some high cards here. You know, Eychenne might consider raising this size just because of the player he is. I'm not saying that it's advisable for most players. You don't want to open yourself up to being re-raised, but given this particular sizing, it looks like Zaffagnini has exactly what he has, right? And so, you know, some of these small pairs, maybe some ace highs, those type of hands that Eychenne is clearly ahead of. And against capable players, that's what you have to think about on the river is, you know, how valuable is getting one big blind extra, you know, perhaps getting some light value from worse hands than my kings and threes here versus opening yourself up to being in this spot now where you're facing a raise. He does make the call.
Wowee. That hand did not play out the way I would have expected it to.
Yeah, Tomasz Eychenne getting his back off the wall a little bit, back above 31 big blinds.
And taking those chips from Zaffagnini is helpful for Ionita, who now has about 12 big blinds more than Zaffagnini. This will be the last hand at this blind level. So all the progress Eychenne, all the progress Eychenne just made is about to be wiped out by the blinds going up in one hand. want to give a quick shout out for 3 PokerStars ambassadors who are still in the 10K here in Barcelona. Rafa Moraes, Papo MC, and Andre Akari, South America, dominating the 10K right now.
A lot of success this week from our home team players.
I mean, it's so funny. They put it in our group chat that Jason finished like second in the high roller for 268,000 or something, and no one said anything.
It's just par for the course.
It was just so standard.
We would be more surprised if it didn't happen.
Pair of 4s for Ionita. Has caught up to ace queen in a big way. Check, check. Turn card.
Yeah, and Eychenne.
8 ball.
Eychenne certainly tried to trap here pre with the limp in from the small blind. Did not work, and now just out flopped. Still has not caught up on the turn. I do think that if Ionita had, you know, some type of random hand or semi-bluff, he would have just stabbed the flop very likely in a situation where Eychenne limped in from the small blind and checks the flop. So it does look like he has some showdown value, something that could very well be beating ace high right now. You know, you imagine any flush draws, any gut shots, any straight draws, and just random stabs would have just bet the flop when check to. Makes this line certainly a little bit more credible towards some value that has ace high beat.
Credibility given. Ace queen folded. A couple of more big blinds for Ionita. But everyone's big blinds now shrinking significantly, because we have reached the 250,000, 500,000 blind level, which puts Ionita at 54 big blinds, Zaffagnini on 41 big blinds, and Eychenne drops down to 24 big blinds. Eychenne folds. $10-6 for the year of Romania.
1 point.
Zaffagnini going to put in the call. We're heads up once more.
We were one elimination from being nothing but heads up. It's the 2 chip leaders going at it here. Deuce, tray 5, gut shot for Ionita. Backdoor clubs for Zaffagnini. Queen high is all right for now. And looks like the gut shot's gonna get gutsy. This is a continuation bet. Zaffagnini reached for his cards like he wasn't super thrilled about his hand.
Yeah, I feel like that was a club check, though. Does decide that with the club and 2 overs, it's good enough to see one more.
one more brings a straight for Ionita. Made it 1.2 million pre, bet 1.1 on the flop, and is going to fire again. Similar, bigger sizing, went up. 2.3 million now. Zaffagnini went for chips pretty quickly.
Yeah, but I feel like this hand should be done just because, yeah, we see that Ionita has the higher end of the straight, but, when he raises pre, of course, he could also have some of the wheel ace X hands as well, and then those are very likely still going to be betting. So even though maybe Zaffagnini's thinking like, oh, this doesn't quite make sense, maybe this feels a little more like my board, I don't actually think that that's the case. Was that a raise?
It sure was. Yeah. Zaffagnini with a pure bluff. And this...
I mean, I certainly do like this line a little better than just calling. I thought he was considering calling, which I thought was weird. I mean, this is definitely better.
As played,
but
is what Maria's about to say.
Yeah, I think it's just ambitious because I just imagine Ionita's just going to check a lot of the turns.
I'm surprised to see it as well, especially with, blind v blind, card removal, not huge, but he's got a diamond and a club in his hand, sort of somewhat decreasing the chances that the Romanian is on a flush draw.
Takes some of the semi-bluffs out.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's pretty hard to nail down ranges, obviously heads up, right? But you'd imagine that with the pre-flop raise that there are going to be some aces in the range.
8.5.
Here comes the re-raise. A very rare flop turn 3-bet.
Now this pot has
and obviously
million.
Yeah, and we can see here that, if perhaps Ionita calls here, he would maybe get Zaffagnini to put more chips in on the river. But because of that two-tone, two flush draws out there, you can understand why Ionita wants to put more money in right now against some of those draws. I mean, if he knew how out of line Zaffagnini was getting, he would just be calling all day and checking the river.
Yeah. So regardless of how Zaffagnini handles the rest of this hand, Ionita is going to win a big pot. How much more is Zaffagnini going to lose? This surely has to be posturing at this point.
Absolutely. I don't think he's thinking about anything but folding right now. But hey, he plays a time chip.
He used a time.
Two since the re-raise.
Huh. I'm sorry. I felt like my was very judgmental. I would like to take that back.
No, it's out there now. I guess at this point he does finally fold, but I guess there was a substantial part of him that thought that queen high might be good there.
Or maybe he's thinking, can I win this hand? Can I win this hand if I jam here? How many eventualities do I actually get a fold? So Zaffagnini now in just as dire straits as Tomasz Eychenne. I guess not that dire at 25 and 22 big blinds, but Sebastian Ionita now at 71 big blinds, more than the other two players combined. Zaffagnini and Eychenne more or less tied. Maybe the first truly out-of-line move I've seen Zaffagnini make.
He's definitely taken some chances pre-flop from the small blind, either raising some of his weaker holdings or limping hands that we might think of as just an open fold. But definitely post-flop, that was quite the move.
A lot of people being kind of critical of the re-raise from Ionita. Is there anything to thinking that maybe your opponent has the ace in that spot and that you can get paid?
I mean, I don't know with the fact that Eychenne's sitting out there on a shorter stack than the other two that, if you had the wheel and you're still losing to, obviously a 6 or a 7-6 there, that you would be, raising and versus just calling. I think like calling sounds like a better proposition. You get to the river on some blank rivers, maybe your opponent will check. You could bet pretty big, or if they bet small, you could potentially find some raises. I think that just given the situation right now, I'm not sure that ace is always raised there.
So it really does limit it to bluffs then.
After the conclusion of this hand, Eychenne and Zaffagnini dead tied. 12.7 million.
Approximately.
He gave him the answer in big blinds. Zaffagnini going to kick this one off on the button. 6-5. No, thank you. It's going to be Eychenne. Ooh, with ace-8. Ace-8 Shen. Just calls. 8-5. I feel like every blind on blind, they're sharing a card.
It's been quite popular this level. No free flops for this chip leader. Are we going to see a jam here out of Eychenne? Was he trapping with his ace high?
Hey, Eychenne, who says we're doing double commentary. You probably have 2 streams open, you dummy. Tova says, I don't know, but the pay jump between first and second seems a little too steep. I always think it's too steep, too, but real good poker players, they like it. Don't you?
Oh, I love that you refer to me as a real good poker player, but I'm not the type of poker player that's going to get bent out of shape over structure, over payouts, over really anything. Really, all you can do to upset me is maybe if you have like a 200-pound dog taking up my personal space.
Oh, God, I love you. I love you so much. Maria, what do you think about these payouts?
Yeah, I mean, I like them, and I think the best part about PokerStars and the way that they run their tournaments is that they send out surveys after, and they ask the players for their opinions on things just like this, like payouts, like structure, like, should we have dinner breaks or not on the early days of the main. And they implement all of the suggestions from players that, if that's the majority vote, and that's definitely something they've always been open to. And I think that's why we find ourselves in a situation where we do have structures and we do have payouts that most players like. Obviously, it's hard to please everyone, especially, a room full of poker players. So you're not ever going to get 100% consensus, but I definitely do like it.
I hate how much they listen. It's so annoying. Like, just shut up. Come on. Some of these poker players have you met them? They're idiots.
Yeah, well, and because PokerStars facilitates deals and chops, and it doesn't have to be done under secrecy with some potential of, you know, you getting screwed over. It's okay if not everybody likes the payout, because everybody is kind of free to do what they want with their money once they're the remaining players in the tournament.
Why don't you start your own poker tour? That's what I say. You don't like the payouts? Go ahead.
We have a Joe-worthy pun in the chat.
That's literally one of my jokes.
Picking up more hands than a janitor in the mannequin museum?
Yeah, that's like almost a direct quote.
Okay, phenomenal. Glad you get the credit for it.
I think my original was a mannequin factory. I don't know why there would be a mannequin museum. But I appreciate it when people pull some deep references. I mean, that was season 1 of Big Game, like in 2009.
Goodness.
Yeah. Ace-8 for Ionita on the button. Chip leader. Makes it $1 million. Pocket 5s for Zaffagnini, and he's going to ship. He is the shortest stack.
Yeah, seems like a fine spot to do it with this particular holding. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Eychenne with ace-jack.
And listen, you hate to see Eychenne in the tank right now when you're Zaffagnini, right? You're just thinking, you know, Eychenne's going to fold, maybe Ionita's going to think about it. Yeah, you hate it when the third player ends up being the one calling you.
Wow. Not what we expected. Zaffagnini, all in for his tournament life, is slightly ahead. Like a mannequin factory versus a mannequin museum, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. Could be potentially going heads up or potentially handing out $641,200 to Umberto Zaffagnini if those 5s don't hold. It's big on the flop. Somehow missing Eychenne's exact 2 cards, but he's got 9 outs to bust Zaffa. Seven on the turn makes it 13 outs. That's a lot to dodge for 2 5s. Can't do it. Eychenne makes Broadway and sends Zaffagnini on his way. Umberto Zaffagnini. Look at now that the glasses are off.
Start a cult now, brother.
641,200 euros for the Zaffa.
I did not walk away unimpressed with how he composed himself.
I play lots of heads up, so if we make it, you know, like it's my format. So yeah,
I want to make ICM deal. If you want, also we make the deal. If you don't want, we play. I'm up for it.
We can leave something for the winner, but less expensive, maybe, or something like this. You know what I mean? We can still play for a prize. You know?
I think it is mandatory to also play.
That's right.
For
okay. Yeah. Let's make a small break first.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I will drink and pee and 5-minute break.
I feel like this deal might actually happen.
Yeah.
Usually I can tell when it's not going to happen, but they both seem like they want to make a deal.
Huh? We are forced to play right now, but if we want to discuss for like...
They're going to get sent back to the table to continue the deal talk, it looks like.
Okay.
Everybody's allowed 1 person for help.
Huh?
you're allowed, if you want one friend to come to you and to help you, and I will call the tournament director now here. You'll do the exact chip count.
They don't like having a whole gang of people up there, but if you want to bring one person to translate or sort of advise you, they do allow that.
You can call one friend. If you don't need help, you don't need help.
Help with what? I don't. With chip count?
If you want to negotiate a deal.
Here?
Advice or something.
Okay, okay.
And you were the previous big guy.
I would bring up a massage therapist as my person to help with the deal and just be like, what do you think about this? Does this seem like a good deal to you? No massage. No. I just want to chat with you about the deal. So that's the remaining prize money. Basically, we'll just call it 900 and 1.4.
Yeah, I think we're the same as stacks.
Basically, what they typically do is they add those together, divide them in two, and then make them play for 10% of that. Of whatever the deal money would be. You still got to play 10%, play for 10% typically.
Bravo, gros, c'est énorme ce que t'en fais.
What a great feeling it must be, though, to just be standing here and know that worst case scenario, you're going to get 900,000 euros.
Yeah, you became a millionaire.
And best case, if you make a deal, more than likely both players are going to end up with $1 million.
I gave him
even
credit
though
that he-
Eychenne has had,
Go ahead, Maria.
I was just going to say, even though Eychenne has had, a little bit of a roller coaster throughout the days because of his playing style and just going after it, it almost feels like he was fated to be here. I mean, I'm pretty sure like day, 4 or 5, he had queens against aces and hit a queen on the river. It was all in.
Yep, that definitely happened. I remember that spot. I'm like you, Maria. I can't help but root for the more aggressive player, the player really putting everybody else in the tank and taking chances.
Which one is that between these two?
I think based on the whole 7 days of play, perhaps it's Eychenne, as Maria and I are saying.
It stays, I've been told in my ear, it still stays at 15 hands per level.
15.
15 hands per level.
What I suggest is like we have very similar stacks, and as I told you, I play heads up, so I think it's fair to chop, and we play for a certain amount, and we chop the rest of the price.
We call this the Stapleton deal.
You want to chop the price and play for what?
You like?
Just for the title?
So, no, for money as well, but less than that page jumping roulette. It's not for 500.
He's saying they both take an equal amount now.
Numbers with the chips?
Yeah.
Can we see the ICM numbers? I mean, it's not a big difference.
No.
Yes,
I think it's really fair.
So,
Like
Thomas,
29,
050. 050.
Even chop is what's being proposed.
Just check your chip counts here as well.
Eychenne definitely has more experience,
Stefan,
both
32.
overall as a player and in age, and is the one
And
claiming
heads up.
heads up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just some info before we continue. For the leaderboard, you'll just get points per second if you do any deal. If the leaderboard's important to you, the leaderboard.
No, I don't care about it.
I don't care.
No problem. Well, I have to show you anyway. No problem. Deal will be done here at the table. If you want some help, you can have some different.
No, I mean, I'm fine. I think I suggest, I mean, to me it's really fair. Like.
Okay, I understand. Can we see the chop prices and the ICM prices?
Sure. So you also have to play for 10% of remaining. 10% of remaining. That means you both get paid second place. And then what's remaining, 10% of that. That's actually 53,765. So we ask you to play for that. Obviously, it's a televised event, so we ask you to play for that, which is 10% remaining.
Okay.
And then I'm going to show you the deal. And ICM and chip chop is
When
the
they
same
say
right
10%
now.
remaining, is it 10% of all the money that's
So there's
remaining
your
or
names,
10%
and
of
there's
first
the amount.
place?
10% of all the money that's remaining, I believe.
Okay. Wait, so this is the ICM ICM.
Yes, plus the 10% of remaining, which was around 50.
So it's almost a chop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you, I would like to play for 100k and chop the rest of the price. If he's okay, I mean.
You don't want to do this and play for 50? It's the same.
I want to play for 100k. I mean, at least. and chop the rest of the price 50-50.
Can we see the numbers after with 100k?
I mean, that tickles
I can
me.
just change this for you. This is what the minimum you have to play for. I can change it to 100. So that means you're playing for 100k, okay? And then this will be what you will both get.
So where?
That would be based on...
So they both get...
I think it's the same.
They both get 1.1.
I want to do 50-50 on the rest of the price.
Yeah, so he's suggesting play for 100 and this would be 50-50.
Yeah, it's a very big, very small difference. I can do 50.
So it's like 1-1-15, 1-1-16 each, more or less. I'd have to.
Is that a small difference with our stacks? 29, 32.
Yeah.
This is so.
This would be the pure chip chop or ICM. He's suggesting you just split that, so it's like 30k, 33k. So it's 1-1-1-6.
Okay, so chop this and play for 100k. You say.
100k on top, and we chop the rest. 50-50. I think it's really fair for you.
50-50 this. I mean, it's 1-1-2-0, 1-1-2-0, let's say. And for 100k more, right?
Yeah.
Can we take a break and say the final answer then?
PokerStars going to be very insistent that these discussions happen at the table on camera.
Yeah, they're going to get an answer now. They're not going to let them go away and get influenced by someone else, possibly.
But you can call over your buddy right now. But we'll all know you did.
Well, although you had to phone a friend.
And you'd so confirm that with me just in case.
Great.
Okay.
Hey, deal agreed. Each player is going to get 1.17 million. 1.117, excuse me. And they're going to play for 100k between them. So for you people who like to whine that it takes everything out of it, they're still playing for more money than you've ever seen in your life. Kaylee, you want to get something in real quick?
No, I was just saying that the difference between ICM and an even chip chop was about $30,000 when we were playing this for this kind of money. So that seemed to be the last addendum they were.
Okay,
yes.
All right. Well, a deal is done. They're going to take a break before we get to the heads-up play for 100,000 euros. Both players have locked up 1.1 million. Very close match here. Not going to have very long levels. They're going to be playing 15 hands per level now. We're going to let them take a break. We're going to take a break. More with Heads Up. We're going to determine the champion right after this.
440. Oh, and it's there in the window.
It's a big game. Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now. This is gonna get crazy. Oh. It's the big game, baby.
Suited
all day long.
Pinero.
10-4 is a call too.
It's a call, but can he find it?
I don't think he's going to find it based on what we've seen.
A tough call to make if you're not. And do we know is Pinero a reg or is he a
well, he's folded.
I'm not sure.
This is why you flick it in with the Jack Deuce and the whatever it was. 10-4 off in the first two hands because it's only costing you 1.5, 2 bigs.
Exactly.
Like you just flick it in and try and knock your man out.
sorry, we do know this here. So this is his first live event, Pineda, so that's definitely going to
fair play.
That's going to play a factor, and also he is a low stakes spin and go player. So fair play, and that's two things acting against you, right? Perhaps not experienced playing higher stakes, but then also not experienced playing live, and those are two really, really difficult things to try and conquer on your first go.
And your first go to be live under the lights, under the cameras.
It's crazy.
Every move being scrutinized.
It's crazy, and I really feel for Pineda there. This is actually a fold now as well. I know we were getting to the point where it's getting super loosey-goosey, but that's so frustrating not to find enough to push for like 4 bigs.
I mean, this is pretty sick. What a momentum swing. Zhao wins, what, 5 hands in a row here, essentially, with the walks included. Yeah. He's up to 600.
And the blinds are going up. I believe it's 75, 150 now.
Oh, guys, he had 2 big blinds a moment ago.
Yeah, he had 120 chips, right?
Yeah. 130 was the amount.
He finds another jam. This is so sick for Pinheiro. This is the problem when you make all these tighter folds.
This is a call,
I mean, this is for sure a call. He does find it. Well done.
Even I find that call.
Yeah. And look, it is what it is. And Nascimento could have had so many hands that you have beat here, too. It's so frustrating he actually finds a king. Still 2 live cards, all to play for.
So, 1,180 chips in the middle. Critical hand. Pinheiro must find a queen or a 4 to take us to sudden death. No good so far. Really bad board. Nascimento pairs the 5, so the 4 no longer good.
Exactly. Only the 3 queens.
Yeah, this is a really nasty board.
Little
no
bit of
backdoors.
There's backdoor straights.
Yeah, referencing flushes. Does have a backdoor 2 pair.
Yeah, there you go. Picks up the 4 for a couple additional outs.
Oh, he's praying for it.
Would rather have seen a 3 there, I would imagine, or a 7. If you're not going to hit the queen, but don't always get what you want.
And Zhao finds the hold and fist pumps it in.
Yes.
That is huge for the qualifier. Huge for the qualifier, and now it's completely flip-flopped. Pinheiro now down to 2 big blinds.
Wow.
Oh, he must feel so devastated.
It's absolutely brutal.
Look at him.
This is horrible, actually.
I really feel for him here. Just absolute devastation here.
It's not over yet.
Really, and we talk about some of the, they are tough calls to make.
They are.
Especially if you're an inexperienced
they absolutely
player. Especially
are.
if you're playing live under the lights. You got to feel for him. Yes, it's our job to say what's right and what's wrong in terms of the theory, but you got to put the emotion into it. You got to put the effect of being, you're under these bright lights, and they are bright and they are hot, and you do feel them.
I agree completely with everything you're saying.
All in.
Here he comes. Can he find the respin? Zhao.
It's ATC. He's got a call. It's ATC.
Oh, he knows it's a call.
He knows it.
Don't even
Here
look.
we go.
Don't even look.
This is it. We are on the verge. Nascimento, can he run down Ace-King? If he can, he is through to the final of the Spin and Go Live Barcelona for a chance at 100,000 euros. Pinheiro finds a big hand. Can he find a hold? Huge moment.
Huge.
Deuce.
Just calling for a deuce. Has been calling for cards. Has been getting them in the window.
He called it.
It's a deuce.
He willed it into I can't even say the words. He willed it into existence.
Unbelievable sweats.
My heart is racing on his behalf.
Mine just skipped a beat. I couldn't even get the words out.
Vittoria on the rail. Can't bear it. Turn coming. 75% of the time, Zhao gets it done. 3 on the turn.
Does bring up counterfeit outs. A 7 does win it as well for Pinheiro.
7s, aces, and kings. Otherwise, Brazil has 2 people in the final.
And the river. 9 of hearts. Vamos, Brazil. It is clean. And we have our 3rd finalist.
Brazil.
Brazil, indeed. Oh, look at the celebration. Let's go.
You know what? I'm a fan. I know we're supposed to be impartial, but you know what, Nick? I can't help it. Good game. I love to see it.
Absolutely. So, guys, with that, let's head down to James Hardigan for that interview with Zhao Nascimento. Look at the reaction. Down to James.
And just like that, we have our third and final winner, our third and final finalist. Wow, congratulations.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
As you said to me this morning, vamos!
Vamos! Vamos! Brasil!
Tell me about this very special lady in your life.
Oh, no. She's supporting me for all this time here, the whole day. I mean, love you, baby. Thank you very much for the support.
And I know it was your family that really pushed you and inspired you to qualify for this in the first place. And obviously this is a huge moment because you've made it through to the final.
No, man. I gave everything to God, to my family, my girlfriend, people that support me, my friends.
Well, look, we're going to give you a few minutes to get your head focused because there's 100,000 euros on the line in that final. And I would highlight 2/3 of the players in that final are from Brazil.
Vamos, Brasil! No, I'm not gonna lie, it was very hard, very hard. This one especially, super difficult. The guys, they played super good. My first spin was very tough too. It was 2-2, 3, very tough. So for sure I got some lucky to be here, but also honestly I think I played my best. And with people that support me, my family, my girlfriend, and my friends, hopefully I'm gonna win this final, and $100 for the count would be very nice.
The power of positive thinking. We're going to see João in the final. We're going to see Guilherme in the final. We're going to see Christian in the final. And that final is going to be starting very shortly.
Thank you very much, James. So we are headed on a 20-minute break, but as James just said, don't go anywhere because there is still a lot more to come from the Spin and Go Championship Live 2025. We'll be back after this short break. Keep it tuned.
Also at this point, Eugene may be keen to the fact that even if Martin's got him pipped, he's probably not going to raise, so better to be the better.
Schleich calls. And the river card is a 10. Now while it gives Kachalov 2 pair, Schleich's just rivered a straight.
Very lucky river for Martin.
It goes check.
Good check behind by Eugene on a terrible river card. Eugene looks legitimately steamed for once. Can't say I blame him.
And Schleich narrows Eugene's chip lead to just $1 million. Blinds are up to 80 and 160,000. Kostic has ace-7 on the button. He's raising to 360. Schleich 3-betting with 6-5.
Wow, look at your boy Marty Schleich 3-betting life for once. I know that's just how he looks all the time, but Martin Schleich looks so uncomfortable at the table. I don't know that I could ever fold to him, ever.
He's made it 950,000 total. And with Eugene folding the big blind, Kostic will make the call in position.
Seriously though, with the hands he's 3-bet so far, I probably muck ace-7 and my button.
4, 6, 8 with 2 diamonds. Schleich actually has the best hand.
Both flop a gut shot. Both hold one of the other's blockers. Schleich's the only one with a pair. Wonderful spot for a c-bet because you can value bet and semi-bluff at the same time.
Into a pot of 2 million. He bets 675,000.
Again, I don't really think Kostic has any business being in this hand with the kinds of hands Schleich has been showing down. The worst we've seen is ace-9, and he's not even beating that. Maybe he's floating to try to steal this pot later?
He does make the call. The turn card is the Queen of Hearts, which changes nothing.
I think Martin may have missed a bet there, but I guess that queen can be a little scary. On the other hand, if he's trying to induce a bluff from Dragon, looks like he might be a genius.
Kostic bets just over 1.5 million.
It's gut check time, Marty McSchleich. Are you chicken?
I'm all in.
He shoves!
And boom goes the dynamite. I don't see how there's any way Dragon can call. Spaniard got caught with his hand in the tapas jar.
Or Kostic will finally fold, arguably 2 streets too late.
No argument here.
And look at Martin Schleich go. He's put some distance between himself and the other 2 players. There's a dominating chip lead now at the final table, playing a stack of 12 million. Eugene in the big blind on this hand. Kostic first to speak on the button. 8-6 offsuit. And there's a raise to 500,000. Martin Schleich has pocket 9s in the small blind.
Very easy 3-bet.
Instead he just flats. And Eugene shoves from the big blind with 7s.
Wow, Martin may have trapped Eugene by just calling there.
Kostic gets out of the way. And Schleich calls.
Pretty inconceivable that someone would flatten that spot with better than 2 7s, but that's how Eugene's tournament has been going of late. It looks like he's ready for the torture to be over. Hey, if I'd already won 2 million this year, I probably wouldn't be sweating it either.
He's 4-1 underdog. But there's a 7 in the door. Oh, but there's a 9 on the flop as well.
That is just absolute brutality for Eugene Kachelov.
Unbelievable.
Hope there's something strong in there, buddy.
So Eugene Kachelov is drawing to 1 out. Only the 7 of hearts can save him.
Otherwise, he can say bye-bye to that Triple Crown for now.
It's a deuce on the river, so Eugene Kachelov finishes in 3rd place.
Martin Schleich can hardly believe it.
Few German supporters now on the rail, hoping their boy can seal the deal here in Barcelona. Another big cash for Eugene Kachelov in 2011.
Martin Schleich from Germany and Dragan Kostic Dunaik from Spain.
The German fans are a bit outnumbered here in Spain, though they are making up for it by being loud.
Blinds are 125,000 and 250,000. No ante and heads-up play on the EPT. Schleich has aces on the button.
Not a bad start.
Understandably, he raises, makes it 525. Kostic with a big hand, King-Jack suited.
We've got a bit of a cooler heads-up already. Both these guys likely to think he has the best hand, but only one of them knows he does.
It's a 3-bet. It's just over 1.5 million.
Why not get some more money in there?
1,550,000 to call.
Schleich is reaching for chips. And he is going to 4-bet. Re-raising to 3.4 million.
Are we going to see an all-in on our first hand? I think it should be pretty clear to Kostic that his hand's not ahead. At the very least, he should not flat. When you miss the flop, which you in all likelihood will with any hand, you've only got king high and you're out of position.
He can't hear you. He's flattered.
He is in bad shape.
There's already 6.8 million in the middle. It's a low flop. Only 1 diamond.
Kostic only with king high.
You may have to check fold this flop.
If you're Martin Schleich, why not keep betting for value?
Schleich does bet 1.5 million.
I see no reason whatsoever for Dragan Kostic to stay in this hand. No pair, no draw, and pretty clear signs that a float ain't gonna work.
He's counting out chips. He still can't hear you, Joe, and he's called again.
He's fired 1.5 million more into the abyss.
Pot's nearly 10 million. And the turn brings an ace.
Kostic now drawing it dead.
Dragon checks.
He checks again.
All in.
Schleich shoves.
Oh, Martin, that shove is baffling.
Kostic gives up the hand.
There was literally nothing out there to be afraid of, not even a flush draw. The crowd seems to think Marty was bluffing there, which actually would be far less baffling. I think if Martin checks there, he gives Dragon the chance to catch up, maybe even take a wild stab at the river.
Awesome singing from the Germans. Ace-9 now for Schleich.
You know he just met those guys tonight.
He raises to 525.
All in.
And Kostic shoves with Ace-7.
Hand plays itself. We know this is a call. I think Martin knows this is a call, but remember, this is life-changing money at stake for Martin Schleich.
I call.
He's made the call, and we're on the verge of crowning a new champion on the European Poker Tour. If Martin Schleich's Ace-9 holds, he will take down the title, and he will win that first prize of 850,000 euros. Kostic needs a 7 for the double up. There is a 16% chance of a split. Queen Deuce 5 on the flop. It's looking good for Schleich. The crowd want it to be over on the turn, but it's the king of clubs.
Dragon Kostic is not out yet. He can hit a club for a flush. A 5 or a deuce will chop it.
Is this Martin Schleich's moment of victory? It is! He has taken down the Barcelona leg of Season 8 of the European Poker Tour. Still no Spanish winner on the EPT. It's Martin Schleich from Germany who will lift the trophy and collect 850,000 euros. Dragan Kostic is the runner-up. He'll collect 532,000.
Thank you.
That right there, my babies, was my first ever EPT live appearance. The first time I ever set foot on European soil for the EPT. This is the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day 7, and we are down to the final 2 players. Sebastian Ionita leading slightly. Tomasz Eychenne. 2,045 players began this event, and now there is 1 elimination to go. Now the advertised payout of 1.14 million isn't actually going to be going to anyone. In my opinion, this is even better news. Instead of 1 dude winning 1.4, 2 dudes are going to win 1.1, and one of them is actually going to win 1.2 because they're playing for $100,000 to the winner of this heads-up match. I am Joe Stapleton. Joining me from the west coast of the United States of America is professional poker player Maria Ho.
Okay.
Hi.
Buddy, good luck.
Good luck.
Buddy, good luck. That's the faces of 2 men who have just become millionaires.
And unlike most times, I feel like they mean it when they say good luck. Because, you know, once the deal's been agreed to, yes, of course, there's great bragging rights in being an EPT winner. But, you know, you can safely say that they are very pleased with the score today. And now, whatever happens, happens.
It did seem sincere. I agree with you there. Alex, who writes in on Twitch, no deal, question mark. What do I have to do to get this brief? Hold on, I'm just gonna, it's happy, we're happy, we're happy. We're happy. We're happy. Milu, you says relax? You're gonna tell me to relax? How about this here? Do I sound relaxed because you're banned? How about that? Does that sound relaxing to you? Do I sound like I'm relaxed as I ban you?
Do you feel more relaxed now that you've banned someone?
I was relaxed the entire time. King Queen versus Jack 8. Ace high flop boring.
Yeah, but I think the good news in terms of, of course, it's always about what the players want to do. But when they do chop and now just setting aside the 100K to play for, it does, open up the play slightly sometimes, just because, again, they know what they're guaranteed. It's not to say they're not going to give it their all, but they might be willing to get after it a little bit more.
I was just thinking about that and how I probably wouldn't sweat this too much. Like if I lost this heads up for 100,000 right away, it would be the opposite thing. Like a lot of times people they're pretty disappointed at the final table, and then the more time goes by, they're happy, with like 4th or 5th or whatever. I think that if I somehow blew it for the 100K here, I wouldn't care in the moment, and then for years I'd be like, that was 100,000 euros. Like that was a lot of money to not care about.
Yeah, but just slightly less pressure than playing a 500K euro heads-up match, which would have been the difference had they not chopped.
Raise and take it for Ionita. Again, sharing a card. John McDevitt says, I'd take that deal in a heartbeat. Yes, certainly as a viewer, I would take that deal. If someone just offered me that right now, sure.
Well, right before heads-up discussion began, Eychenne was very, very clear in saying, I feel like heads-up is my format. This is my forte. Really just putting Ionita on notice. And, it was kind of, the ball was in Ionita's court, whether he wanted to heed that warning, essentially. And, I don't feel like it is a situation where Eychenne was trying to necessarily, muscle his opponent into making a deal. I think he just really believes in his particular skill set, feels like he has the advantage, and is saying, if you want to do an even chop despite the fact that you have a little more in chips than me, then I think that would be fair.
Yeah.
That would probably be what's best for you.
I think it was a little bit of both. I think it was a little bit of both of him truly believing it and also, a strong negotiating position. And I think that for all of our sakes, that we were lucky, especially Ionita, that they were so close in chips, because I think that Eychenne probably would have gone for an even chop with an even bigger chip discrepancy. And luckily, they were so close that I don't really think that Ionita was giving up very much anyway.
Right.
To give a better deal to the player with fewer chips.
And I do think, throughout the days of coverage, we might have had a little more focus on Eychenne just because he's a player with a resume that we're all very much aware of. But honestly, Ionita has really been able to maneuver, just especially in the later stages, very, very well to get himself to this point, and has handled himself well. So definitely not counting him out right now.
Ionita's made it 1.2 million with deuces. Eychenne is re-raising with queen deuce. This is a pretty good pair to run into in this situation.
Yeah, still fairly deep. 50 bigs certainly can set mine here. And, Eychenne picked a good candidate to 3-bet with, just has this paint card with some removal, and then, just a deuce, which isn't going to play very well post, especially out of position. You're really just trying to get your opponent to fold pre. That would have been a nice pickup. This does feel like the type of board that Eychenne's going to like as the 3-better. If we include, of course, value hands such as, strong ace-X's, the suited aces, some of these king-queen, etc. All of those hands are going to have a lot of equity here if they're not already there, and deuces just in a real bad way.
Deuces.
Tough to see how.
Deuces are pretty deucey here.
Never loses.
They're pretty poopy.
Yeah.
Couple of number
They
twos.
are, and I mean, yeah, you can find the continue here, but I really think it's about future streets as well.
Yeah.
Just how often are you going to get to the river?
How often are you
and
going to
get
get
a cheap
counterfeited?
showdown?
How often is it going to come an ace or a 9 on this river and you've got nothing, literally? Eychenne has pumped the brakes slightly.
Yeah, because I do think that Ionita does have some continues pre-flop that, of course, contain 10x. Some of these, Broadway suited hands, some 10-9 suited, some of these Jack-10 suited, all of those hands, of course, and some ace-x as well.
What a suck out on this river. Cracking the deuces, the 1 overcard. Unbelievable.
Yeah, as you mentioned, deuces are going to have a tough time holding after that flop. And at this point, Eychenne just looking to play his queens and 10s as a bluff catcher.
Check. Queen.
Check, check. Eychenne gets to show that queen. Oh!
Notice the reluctancy to turn over the deuce with the queen.
Yeah. Ooh. I mean, this dude said he was a heads-up expert. I believe it. With that hand right there, I believe it. Ionita is in big trouble if every hand goes like that. He did say he was an expert, Piaka, on Twitch. But we had that in our research about him anyway. He also did a bankroll challenge during COVID where he ran 50 euros up to 50,000 in 50 days. And then he was like, you know what? I completed my challenge. And then he ran it up to 100,000 euros.
Yeah, I don't think he was overstating his prowess, just for the intimidation factor. I think that, he was being honest about what he feels like is his strength. And, like you said, of course, there's a little bit of yeah, I don't think you're in a good spot here, buddy. You might want to take the deal, but he wasn't lying. He clearly understands heads up.
Me. Sorry.
It's hard heads up. It's like every other turn, it's your turn. Top pair for Ionita, who checks. Eychenne does bet. Quick call.
Very quick call.
Turns a 3. Not super relevant. Yes, Ritalin on YouTube, who also mentions that Eychenne did a 10 euros to 1 million challenge. He was 20 or 30% of the way there and was like, you know what, if I play live, I'll get there faster. Went to PSPC, finished 7th, $800,000, boom, got there. This is a man who is either very good at poker or very good at rearranging the universe for cards to fall his way. Another...
Very good at hitting 3 outers.
Yes, another somewhat miraculous river for Tomasz Eychenne. Not that this is, a tournament-winning situation right now, but Ionita is pretty high up in his range. And Eychenne somehow drills the winner.
Yeah, it's hard to think that, you know, queens aren't going to be good here very often. You would imagine that any better queen X's would have bet the turn, and, you know, any straight draws might have just gone ahead and bet the turn as well. So just pretty unfortunate that it's a king, or you're good with the pair of queens.
Ionita does pay it off, so now we've got both significant pots of this heads-up match going the way of Eychenne. And he is starting to pull away now. Yeah.
Yeah, and even though it seems like, you know, somewhat small, reasonable pots, it does feel like this could be frustrating for Ionita, but he needs to remember, you know, he's still got 50 big blinds to play with. And granted, you never want to start out with losing the chip lead in the first few hands heads up, but you definitely have so much play left in your stack.
10, 20, 20.
What is the chip count? 60 million, right? The chip count.
I think so, a bit less maybe.
A7 for the year of Romania. Gets to play this hand in position, but has to act first pre-flop. 1.2 million. Eychenne ain't folding. 10 tray suited. Six deuce deuce. Eychenne checks. Sebastian puts out a bet of 800,000. Significantly smaller than the pre-flop raise.
Yeah, and certainly Eychenne's looking at some of these backdoor possibilities. You know, with that deuce of diamonds out there, potentially some backdoor straight draw as well.
Oh man, Eychenne, he really is tough, huh?
Yeah.
He really is tough. I mean, he was not overselling it.
Yeah, not surprising at all that he would take this line. You know, obviously, if he turns some more equity, it's an easy continue to barrel. And also, he would play this way with some mate hands as well, right? Some 6x, he could find check raises against, try to deny equity to overcards. Could have some trip deuces, of course, calling the raise out of the big blind.
And Ionita gives it up. So Tomasz Eychenne continues barreling his way toward this EPT Barcelona title. I'd like to re-welcome Caitlin Komeski back into the booth.
Thanks for having me back. Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised with where I'm joining back up with y'all. Eychenne talked a big game, and it seems as though he can back it up as well.
He's playing a big game. Just a reminder, John McDevitt says, hi, Caitlin.
Hello, John.
Just a reminder that a deal has been made. Instead of one player getting 900,000 and one player getting 1.4, they decided to take 1.117 each and play for 100,000.
With the information that Eychenne had made a deep run in the main event this year, I went back and I thought, oh, was he the French guy that made the quad nines versus Blesnik to cooler him?
Was that him?
It wasn't him.
Oh.
It was a player named Loquette, but I was like, that would be cool.
Wow.
Sorry for the false alarm.
No, that's a great, because for those few seconds I was very interested.
I know. Hedge on the hook.
And you can't take that away from me. 10-8 versus King 9. Eychenne in position this hand. Jack, Jack 10. Little piece for Ionita.
Bet 600,000.
Bet of 600,000 from Eychenne, called by Ionita. Tray ball on the turn, puts a potential heart draw out there.
Yeah, Eychenne with gutter ball, king high, certainly recognizes that Ionita could have, some 10x, wondering how often he decided to check raise with trips. Yep.
Oof.
River is another. Oh, hold on a second. 9, 10, check. It's another river for Eychenne? Somebody better check this guy. It feels like he might be cuning.
Yeah, you just can't miss right now.
This guy's made more money off the river than Henry Hudson. Then George's Danube. That one's for the Europeans. Charles Danube.
And the other two.
Sorry.
And the other times that, Eychenne rivered Ionita had a very standard call. This one, it's kind of interesting. Backdoor flush gets there. Of course, the king 9 gets there. I mean, if Eychenne was lucky enough to have a hand like ace king, that strong pre, that gets there as well. Trip jacks, of course, would have bet the turn. So that's not really what he's afraid of when facing this massive bet here on the river.
Well, I saw something going in the middle. It ain't 5 million yet. Just a time bank card.
Forgive me if y'all have already remarked about this, but I find it very fascinating that the Romanian had his sunglasses on for the duration of the tournament, and here in this heads-up moment, he's choosing to be uncovered.
I guess there's no reads left to be made at this exact moment. I mean, for his opponent.
Well, he's had them off for the whole hand.
Maybe because the pressure's off and they're only playing for 100K. A little bit.
Could be.
Less hiding to do. He does fold. And Eychenne continuing to crush this heads-up match. 80 big blinds, plays 40 big blinds. 2-1 chip lead.
Is this the first time he's made that 2-1 chip lead marker in the heads-up?
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Big turning point.
I think it was 8 big blinds to start between them. Now it's 40. This is the penultimate hand of this level. Oh, I might be off a little bit on that. Hold on. Might be 2 more after this one. Pocket fives, limping in. And Eychenne gets to check and realizes equity with a pair of eights. You know the first person I ever heard use the term realizing their equity?
Who?
Maria M. Ho.
That tracks.
Ah. Did you write it on a Post-it?
I was like,
Was
what
it
are they
important enough to
realizing?
you?
What I mean, how do they realize stuff at the table? What I mean, well, like they got to read and they realize their opponent has
The
aces?
epiphany, equity epiphanies.
Yeah, exactly. Eychenne did manage to outflop Ionita. Big surprise. Board comes running sixes.
Yeah, it was still gonna be-
no aggression in this hand at all.
Yeah, I was still going to be pretty cautious, of course, because Ionita could have some traps there limping in. And also, he is the in-position player. I think at this point, though, with the board pairing, the check back on the flop and turn, yeah, Eychenne's not one to miss a value bet.
That's 1 million and gets the call. I mean, this is going to be super frustrating for Ionita, who I don't think he's playing bad by any means. He's just getting run down against a player that knows how to get value.
Do we think Eychenne feels like a little sheepish that he just keeps making hands? It's so hard to do. Heads up. He just every time turns over a pair after pair straight.
I think a heads-up expert thinks that they deserve to run like this. He's like, I told you. I said what would happen.
Those are the vibes I'm getting ever since the
Running
discussion.
very good here.
Ever since the discussion of their deal, he's just been fully in control of the moment.
Yeah.
Glasses back on.
Glasses on.
Time to lock in.
Glasses on, hair up or down? Hair down, glasses off. Nope, nope. Glasses on, hair up. Nope. It's Arrested Development. Sorry. Ace King for Eychenne. Finally, he picks up a hand.
I mean, listen, I'd much prefer to do it this way. I mean, who doesn't want to just sun run when it matters the most? Like, I don't need the ego boost of being like, oh, I outplayed my opponent every hand. No, just have the deck hit you squarely in the face. Have your opponent 3-betting into you when you have ace king.
Just everything that could go wrong for this kid is going wrong right now. We like the king 3 getting out of line, don't we, typically?
We do. It's just bad timing. No shame to Ionita for picking this hand at all to 3-bet with. Just unfortunate to run into it.
Yet another pot being stolen from Stefan Sebastian. Ionita. Tomasz Eychenne. Look at this. He's just channeling the power of the universe. It's just coursing through his body. He's cuning. I told you. He's goddamn cuning. Is there anyone who's going to help me out with this 35-year-old Dark City reference? No? Anyone?
You're 14, right? Yes. Thank you.
Kiefer Sutherland? He just says, take it here. Just why go through the motions of having to play the hand out? Just have it. Just take the blinds.
Blinds are up, 300,000, 600,000.
You're internet old with your references. I'm so old that I don't know what internet old means.
I think he's saying that you were around when Al Gore discovered the World Wide Web.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Stabes, I'm right there with you. I'm just as old.
Remember when we went to Mexico for your 4th 35th birthday?
Yeah. Oh, that was a good time. That was the last time I was in Cabo, actually. I miss it.
Eychenne limping in. Sounds like the spin and go final is heating up. Let's see if we can compete on the noise level by putting this EPT Barcelona to bed. Ionita actually with a strong hand, a good hand. It's ahead for now. Don't get used to it.
Yeah, I mean, Eichenne's probably just going to flop a street flash.
Ace, Jack, 5. Okay, Eychenne like almost literally can't get there.
Hopefully this will stop the bleeding, because it's been a minute since the Romanian was able to pull a pot.
Yes, it has.
It's almost as if they're playing for 1.1 million euros.
Mazin says, whoa, the best hand flops best, thank God. Fog asks, what TF is happening in the background? That's the Spin and Go Championship. In fact, I assume this heads-up match will end at some point in the next hour or two at most. And if that happens, you'll be able to catch the rest of the Spin and Go Championship on this same channel. If you're on YouTube, that is. And the reason why people are so excited over there is because they're all here on a free roll. They won their way into the Spin and Go Championship. And they get to spin a big wheel for a lot of money, and the money's the biggest it's been because they're in the 3rd round now. So Jack 7 versus Jack 5, another shared card situation. Ionita actually domination rotations this one. I believe the blinds have gone up, by the way.
Yep, we're at 600K big blind level.
Turns a queen, so both have an open ender now. But Ionita's pair is the best hand. That's true at Showtime. There's a bunch of Brazilian people in the Spin and Go, so they're going to have a lot of passion. Both players make the straight. So Ionita's technically going to win chips 2 pots in a row.
Momentum shift.
Yeah. He'll get to stack chips at the very least.
And we're going to get to do the Chop Pot song on the final day of EPT Barcelona 2025.
Ionita makes it 2.5 million. Eychenne just calls. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot. It's hard to tell from this distance. Ooh, bad one. We got 1-7 there. I assume that was a typo.
No, I think that's just someone.
Sorry,
there's 2 sevens.
Was Maria behind us or ahead of us? That's what I need to know, just in case there's another chop pot.
Oh, I think she was definitely behind.
Behind, okay.
Okay. I can start earlier.
No. You do what you've been doing. I'll adjust on this end. Ahead then behind for the latter half. That isn't even possible. Started when you were done. Okay. I've been taking things the wrong direction. That's on me. That's on me. I should have asked sooner in the week. if you were behind or ahead. As we do continue this heads-up battle for one of the most coveted titles in poker, certainly, arguably, the most coveted title in Europe. EPT Barcelona champion, one of these two fellas will be crowned champion before too long. Right now, all the momentum, despite the last couple of pots, still I think belongs to Tomasz Eychenne, who starts with the best hand here, continues to have the best hand. Eychenne was the pre-flop aggressor. And does remove Ionita with a continuation bet. The Barna rider asking, have they made a deal yet? Yes, they have. They decided to do an even chop and play for, take 100,000 out to play for, and then do an even chop with the rest, which led to them each getting 1.17 million. Tomasz Eychenne leading Ionita 76 big blinds to 23 big blinds. Ace 6. Ionita just calls. Ace king for Eychenne.
Oh my gosh.
This has been an absolute bloodbath for the Romanian player. Eychenne just having the best of it at every crucial moment. Eychenne has raised, made it 2.4 million. Ionita shoves. We know what's happening here. Eychenne makes the call. And Ionita is dominated for his tournament life. That deal probably feeling very good right about now. Only a 23% chance this tournament continues. 73% of the time we have got a new champion. Let's see the flop. 9-5 tray. Still only 3 immediate outs for Ionita, but we could have a sweat on the turn. And that turn is the Queen of Hearts, not a sweat. Anything but a 6 on this river, and it is over. River's a king. That's top pair for Eychenne. He is our 2025 EPT Barcelona champion. Called himself a heads-up expert. Asked for a little bit more than ICM in the deal, and doing so really came here and proved it. Obviously ran spectacularly heads up. And
I mean, he was brave and he was bold throughout this tournament, but card distribution in the end really favored him.
yes, and a hearty congratulations to Stefan Sebastian Ionita.
His biggest cash to date, still very early on in his career, just 27 years old, has a lot to be proud of.
So they made the deal for 1.1 million each. Tomasz Eychenne gets an additional 100,000.
Congratulations, you deserve it.
Yes, thank you.
And very
oh my God, what a feeling, what a feeling.
Respectful and humble in defeat, Ionita, as the French rail celebrates. Tomasz Eychenne in the poker history books. Joining the ranks of many legends who have won massive field events here in Barcelona, this being the third biggest Barcelona main event of all time.
I mean, good shot, you know, so in your advantage this time.
We're millionaires.
Congrats.
I'm so jealous of everything about these guys, their looks, their brains, their millionaire status. What an event this has been. Cannot be overstated how many people played this event. 2,045 runners, and these 6 outlasted almost all of them. There was, in fact, a deal at the end. They chopped it 1.17 million each. Tomasz Eychenne getting an extra 100,000 for the win. Tomasz about to enter the history books, and right now he's down on the floor with Cedric below.
Welcome to the trophy presentation for the PokerStars European Tour Barcelona. I'm Cedric Bayou, Associate Director for PokerStars Live Events. Joining me on stage today, Cristina Sendra, Poker Manager for Casino Barcelona, PokerStars Tournament Director Toby Stone, and the Live Event Business Development Manager Julian, and of course our champion Tomasz Eychenne. Before we hand the trophy to the winner, I would just like to say a few words. This EPT Barcelona was another amazing success. Many records were broken. We introduced the Spin and Go Championship live as well, creating incredible poker moments for many, many players. The next EPT will be in Malta in October. We hope to see many of you there. Now the time we're all waiting for. Besting a field of more than 2,000 players. To take the title and 1.2 million euros for the first place, please give it up to Tomasz.
Congratulations once again to Tomasz Eychenne, the first French winner on the EPT since Simon Witziak won this very event a couple of years ago. And this dude just has such an impressive resume. Bankroll challenge, deep in the WSOP main, deep in the PSPC, now EPT Barcelona champion. Thanks for watching, everyone. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Actually, you can stay here if you want to keep watching the Spin and Go Championship. That will continue on YouTube just as soon as this broadcast ends, which is in only a few seconds. So I want to say thank you to Caitlin Komeski and Maria Ho.
Thank you so much for having me, Joe.
Thanks,
Can't wait to see y'all next time.
Don't forget, more EPT this season. We've got Malta coming up in October. We'll be broadcasting the late stages of that event as well. WCOOP coming up in the meantime. But for now, for the entire production team here in Barcelona, this is Joe Stapleton saying, smell you later.
I will triumph. 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 Sweet victory in the palm of my hand. I give it all, everything that I have. Heart like a drum beating wild and free. The darkness trembles at the fire.